Chapter 1. The last rain came softly to the red and gray lands of Oklahoma. It did not hurt the dry ground. Farmers plowed the fields again and again. The rain helped the corn to grow fast. It also made green grass and weeds grow beside the roads. Soon the red and gray land started to look green. At the end of May, the sky turned light and the clouds slowly went away. The sun shone hard on the fields every day. The green corn began to turn brown on the edges. Clouds came and went, and after a while, they stopped coming. The weeds turned darker green to protect themselves. They did not grow bigger. The ground became hard and dry. In the red places it looked pink, and in the gray country it looked white. Dry dirt fell in tiny streams into the small cuts of the land. Little animals made the dry dirt slide even more. The hot sun shone again and again, and the young corn plants became soft. The leaves did not stand straight anymore. At first, they bent a little. Then they dropped down when the center became weak. June came, and the sun grew even stronger. The brown lines on the corn leaves got wider and closer to the middle. The weeds near the ground looked tired and smaller. The sky turned pale, and the air became thin. Every day the land looked whiter. On the roads, horses, wagons, and cars broke the dry ground. Dust rose and filled the air. A walking person lifted dust to his waist. A wagon made dust rise as high as a fence. A car left a thick cloud behind it. The dust fell back slowly to the earth. When June was half gone, big clouds came from Texas and the Gulf. They were heavy and dark with rain. Men looked up at them with hope. They smelled the air. They lifted wet fingers to feel the wind. The horses were uneasy when clouds covered the sky. A little rain fell, then moved away to another place. After that, the sky turned pale and the sun came out again. Drops had made small marks in the dust, and the corn looked clean and fresh. A soft wind followed the clouds and pushed them to the north. It touched the corn gently as the plants began to dry. One day passed and the wind became steady and stronger. Dust rose from the roads and drifted to the sides, falling on the weeds and into the fields. Then the wind grew harder and started to break the dry crust on the cornfields. Slowly, the sky turned darker as dust mixed with the wind. The wind lifted more dust and carried it far away. The dust rose high into the air, gray and thick like slow smoke. The corn shook and made a dry, fast sound in the wind. The finest dust did not fall back down but spread into the dark sky. The wind became strong enough to move small stones, leaves, and pieces of straw. It showed its path across the fields as it went. The air got darker, and the sun looked red and weak. The wind felt cold and rough on the skin. At night, it blew even faster and moved around the corn roots. The corn bent against the wind, but soon the wind lifted the roots. The tired stalks leaned toward the earth, all pointing in one direction. Morning came, but there was no real daylight. In the gray sky, the sun looked dim and red, giving only a little light. As time passed, everything became darker again. The wind kept crying and moaning over the fallen corn. People stayed close together in their houses. When they went outside, they covered their noses and eyes with cloth and goggles. At night, it was completely dark. No stars could shine through the dust, and lights from windows reached only a short distance. The dust mixed with the air until it looked the same everywhere. People closed their houses tightly and put cloth around the doors and windows. But the dust still came in quietly. It was too small to see in the air. It landed softly on chairs, tables, and plates. People brushed it off their clothes. Tiny lines of dust stayed at the bottom of doors. That night the wind moved away, and everything became still. The dusty air made all sounds quiet, more than fog does. People woke up when the wind stopped. They listened, waiting and hearing the deep silence. Then the roosters called, but their voices sounded soft. The people turned in their beds and wished the morning would come. They knew it would take a long time before the dust fell to the ground. When morning came, the dust stayed thick in the air. The sun looked deep red. All day the dust fell slowly from the sky. It kept falling the next day too. Soon the earth was covered with a thin blanket of dust. It landed on the corn and gathered on the top of fences and wires. It covered the roofs and trees. People came out and smelled the hot, sharp air. They put their hands or cloth over their noses. Children came outside too, but they were quiet. They did not shout or play like after rain. Men stood near their fences and looked at the corn. The corn was dry, with only a little green left under the dust. The men did not speak much or move fast. The women came and stood beside them. They wanted to feel if their men would stay strong or break this time. The women looked quietly at the faces of the men. The corn might die, but they hoped something else would stay strong. The children stood close and drew shapes in the dust with their bare toes. They watched the adults to see if anyone would lose hope. They looked at the faces of the men and women. Then they made slow lines in the dust again. Horses walked to the water trough. They pushed their noses into the water to move the dust away from the top. After some time, the faces of the men began to change. At first they looked confused. Soon they looked hard and angry. They looked ready to resist. Then the women felt calm again. They knew the men would not give up.
What will we do?
We don't know.
But it was still all right. The women knew it would be all right. The children also felt it. The women and children felt deep inside that they could survive any trouble if the men stayed strong. The women went back into the houses to do their work. The children began to play again, but slowly at first. As the day continued, the sun became less red. It shone strongly on the land covered with dust. The men sat in the doorways of their houses. They played with small sticks and little stones in their hands. The men sat quietly. They were thinking. They were trying to find a plan. Chapter 2. A very large transport truck stood in front of a small roadside restaurant. The tall exhaust pipe made a soft sound. Thin blue smoke rose slowly into the air. The truck was new and bright red. Large letters were painted on the sides. They said Oklahoma City Transport Company. The double tires were new. A shiny brass lock hung on the big back doors of the truck. Inside the small restaurant, a radio played quiet dance music. The fan above the door turned slowly. Flies buzzed around the screens on the windows and doors. A truck driver sat on a stool by the counter. He held his cup of coffee and looked at the thin, tired waitress. He spoke to her in a calm, easy way.
I saw him about 3 months ago, he said. He had an operation. They took something out, but I don't remember what.
The waitress answered, "It feels like only a week since I saw him. He looked good then. He's nice when he isn't drunk."
The flies made a soft sound near the door. Steam came out of the coffee machine. Without turning, the waitress reached back and turned it off. Outside, a man walked along the highway. He crossed the road and went to the truck. He touched the shiny front part and looked at the "No Riders" sign on the glass. He almost kept walking, but then he sat down on the side step of the truck, away from the restaurant. He looked younger than 30. His eyes were very dark brown, and even the whites were a little brown. His cheekbones were high, and there were deep lines beside his mouth. His top lip was long, and his teeth pushed forward, so he kept his lips closed. His hands were strong and rough, with wide fingers and thick nails. The skin between his thumb and finger was hard and shiny from work. His clothes were all new but cheap. His grey cap was stiff and still had the button on top. It had not yet become soft and misshapen from use. His suit was made of cheap grey cloth. It was new, and his trousers still had folds and lines. His blue shirt looked stiff and clean. The coat was too big for him, but his trousers were too short because he was tall. The shoulders of the coat hung down, and the sleeves did not reach his wrists. The front of the coat was loose around his stomach. He wore new tan shoes with metal pieces on the heels to stop them from wearing out. The man sat on the side of the truck. He took off his cap and used it to wipe his face. Then he put the cap back on, and it started to bend and lose its shape. He looked down at his feet. He untied his shoelaces but did not tie them again. Blue smoke came from the truck engine above him. Inside the restaurant, the music stopped. A man's voice came from the loudspeaker, but the waitress did not notice. She touched a small lump under her ear and looked for it in the mirror behind the counter. She tried to do this quietly so the truck driver wouldn't see, pretending she was fixing her hair.
There was a big dance in Shawnee. I heard someone got hurt or something. Did you hear?
No, said the waitress, still touching the lump under her ear.
Outside, the man stood and looked over the truck at the restaurant. Then he sat down again. He took a bag of tobacco and some papers from his pocket. He rolled a cigarette slowly and carefully. He looked at it, made it smooth, and then lit it. He dropped the match into the dust near his feet. The sun began to shine strongly as noon came closer. In the restaurant, the truck driver paid his bill. He put his change into a small machine. The machine turned, but he did not win anything.
They fix it so people can't win, he said.
Someone won a big prize 2 hours ago. How soon will you come back?
Maybe in a week or 10 days. I have to drive to Tulsa first.
Don't let the flies in. Go out or stay in.
So long, he said and walked outside.
The screen door closed loudly behind him. He stood in the sun and took the paper off a piece of gum. He was a big man with strong shoulders and a thick body. His face was red, and his eyes were small and narrow from always looking at bright light. He wore army trousers and tall boots with laces. He held the gum in front of his mouth and called through the door, "Don't do anything you wouldn't want me to hear about." The waitress looked in the mirror and only made a small sound. The driver started chewing his gum slowly as he walked to his large red truck. The man sitting outside stood up and looked toward the truck.
"Could you give me a ride, mister?" he asked.
The driver looked back at the restaurant for a moment.
"Didn't you see the no riders sticker on the windshield?"
Sure, I saw it. But sometimes a man is nice even when a rich person makes him use that sticker.
The driver slowly climbed into the truck. He thought about what the hitchhiker said. If he said no, people would think he was not a good man. He would also look weak because he had to follow someone else's rule. If he said yes, he would look kind and strong. He knew the hitchhiker was smart and trying to trap him, but he wanted to be nice. He looked toward the restaurant once more. "Hide on the running board until we go around the turn," he said.
The hitchhiker dropped down, holding the door handle so no one could see him.
The motor started and got louder. The gears clicked one by one. The big truck moved away, first gear, second, third, and then fourth. The road ran fast under the hitchhiker's feet. After a mile, the truck slowed down and turned. The hitchhiker stood up, opened the door, and got into the seat. The driver looked at him carefully. He chewed slowly, as if he was thinking hard. He looked at the man's new cap, then at his clean clothes and shoes. The hitchhiker leaned back and looked pleased. He took off his cap and wiped sweat from his face.
"Thanks, friend," he said. "My feet were really tired."
"New shoes," said the driver quietly. "You shouldn't walk far in new shoes when it's hot."
The hitchhiker looked down at his dusty yellow shoes. "I didn't have any others," he said. "If you only have one pair, you got to wear them."
The driver looked at the road and pressed faster. "Going far?" he asked.
"No. I'd have walked more if my feet weren't so tired."
The driver asked questions like he was testing something. It felt like he was setting little traps with his words. "Looking for work?" he asked.
"No. My father has a farm. It's 40 acres. We've lived there a long time."
The driver looked at the dry fields beside the road. The corn was lying flat, covered with dust. Small pieces of rock showed through the dry ground. He spoke softly, a 40-acre farmer, and he hasn't lost his land yet.
"I haven't heard from him in a while," said the hitchhiker.
"Long time," said the driver. A bee came into the truck and buzzed near the glass. The driver gently waved his hand until the wind blew the bee out the window. "Farmers are losing land fast now," he said. "One tractor can push 10 families off their farms." Cats all over hell now. Push in and make the croppers move out. "How's your father doing?" He started to chew a piece of old gum. His tongue turned the gum over again and again. Every time he opened his mouth, the gum moved around inside.
"Well, I haven't heard from him lately," he said. "I was never good at writing letters, and my father wasn't either." Then he added fast, "But we can write if we want to."
Been working? Asked the driver in a quiet voice. He looked out at the hot fields. The air was shining in the heat. He moved the gum to his cheek and spat out the window.
"Yeah, I have," said the man who was hitchhiking.
"I thought so," said the driver. "I can tell by your hands. You've been using tools like a pick or a hammer. That makes your hands shine. I notice things like that. I like to take pride in noticing."
The hitchhiker watched him. The truck's tires made a soft sound on the road.
"You want to know something else?" said the hitchhiker. "I'll tell you. You don't have to guess."
"Don't get mad. I wasn't trying to be nosy," said the driver.
"I'll tell you anything." "I'm not hiding anything," said the hitchhiker.
"Don't be angry," said the driver again. "I just noticed things. It helps pass the time."
"I'll tell you my name," said the hitchhiker. "It's Joad. Tom Joad. My father's name is also Tom Joad."
He looked deeply at the driver's face.
"Don't get angry," said the driver softly. "I didn't mean anything."
"I'm not angry," said Joad. "I just try to live without pushing people around."
He stopped talking and looked out at the dry fields. A few weak trees stood in the hot distance. He took tobacco and paper from his pocket. He rolled a cigarette between his knees so the wind couldn't blow it away. The driver chewed slowly and calmly. He didn't speak for a while, waiting for the quiet to come back between them.
Then he said, "A man who never drove a truck doesn't know how it feels. The owners don't like us to stop for anyone. If we take riders, we can lose our jobs. I took a risk picking you up."
"Thanks," said Joad. "I've known drivers who did strange things while driving trucks."
The driver said he knew a man who liked to write poems. It helped him pass the time. He looked secretly at Joad to see if he was interested. Joad did not speak. He looked far ahead at the long white road. It moved softly like waves. The driver spoke again. He said the man once wrote a poem about himself and some friends. They traveled everywhere. They drank and made trouble. He wished he could still remember the words. The man used very strange words that few people would understand. One part talked about seeing a man with a gun and said many funny things about it. The driver explained that one big word in the poem meant nose. He said the man always carried a dictionary. He looked in it while eating pie and drinking coffee. After talking for a while, the driver felt lonely. He looked again at Joad. Joad stayed quiet.
The driver tried to make him talk. He asked if Joad ever knew someone who used big words.
Joad said, "A preacher."
The driver laughed a little. He said it was fine for a preacher to use big words because preachers are supposed to talk that way. But that man was different. He used big words for fun. He did not try to act important. The driver felt better because Joad was listening. He turned the truck fast around a corner. The tires made a loud sound. He said a truck driver must do strange things sometimes. If he didn't, he would go crazy sitting in the seat and watching the road move under the wheels. Someone once said truck drivers eat all the time in small restaurants along the road.
Joad said they sure seem to live there.
The driver answered that most drivers stop not because they are hungry. They stop because they are tired of driving. Those small restaurants are the only places where a driver can rest. When you stop, you buy coffee or pie so you can talk a little with the woman behind the counter. That talk makes you feel more human for a while. He moved his gum in his mouth slowly.
Joad said, "Must be hard." He said it quietly.
The driver looked at him, trying to see what he meant. Then he said quickly, "It's not easy." He explained that driving sounds simple, just sitting for hours. But the road changes a man. It makes him need to do something.
Some people sing or whistle while they work. The company does not let us have a radio. A few men bring a little bottle of whiskey, but they never stay long. He said this proudly.
"I never drink until my job is done," he said. "Really?" Joad asked. "Yes. A man must move forward in life. I am thinking about taking a class by mail. Mechanical engineering. It is easy. You just study a few lessons at home. Then I will not drive a truck anymore. I will tell other men how to drive them."
Joad took a small bottle of whiskey from his pocket. "Are you sure you don't want a drink?" he said with a smile.
"No, I don't," said the driver. "A man cannot drink all the time and study like I want to."
Joad opened the bottle and took 2 quick sips. Then he closed it and put it back in his pocket. The smell of whiskey filled the truck.
"You seem full of energy," Joad said. "What's wrong? Do you have a girlfriend?"
"Yes, but I still want to do better in life. I have been training my mind for a long time."
The drink made Joad feel more relaxed. He rolled another cigarette and lit it. "I don't have far to go now," he said. The driver spoke quickly.
"I don't need a drink," he said. "I always train my mind. I studied how to do that 2 years ago."
He touched the steering wheel with his right hand.
"When I drive past someone on the road, I look at him carefully. After I pass him, I try to remember everything about him, his clothes, shoes, hat, the way he walked, how tall or heavy he was, and if he had any marks. I'm pretty good at it. I can make a whole picture in my head. Sometimes I think about learning how to study fingerprints."
You'd be surprised how much a guy can remember. Joad took a small drink from his flask. He finished his cigarette and pressed the end with his rough fingers to stop the fire. He rubbed it until it was soft and threw it out the window. The wind pulled it from his hand. The truck tires made a singing sound on the road. Joad looked down the road with a quiet smile in his dark eyes. The driver waited and looked uncomfortable. At last, Joad smiled and laughed softly. His chest moved as he laughed.
You sure took a long time to get to it, buddy.
The driver didn't turn his head. He said, "Get to what? What do you mean?"
Joad's lips grew tight over his long teeth. He licked them quickly in both directions. Then his voice sounded rough. "You know what I mean," he said. "You looked me over when I got in. I saw you."
The driver kept his eyes on the road. He held the wheel so hard that his hands turned white.
Joad said, "You know where I come from."
The driver said nothing. Joad asked, "Don't you?" The driver said at last, "Well, sure. Maybe. But it's not my business. I take care of my own place. It doesn't matter to me." His words came out quickly.
I don't mind other people's business. Then he stopped talking and waited quietly. His hand stayed white on the steering wheel. A grasshopper came through the window. It landed on the dashboard and moved its wings. Joad reached out and pressed it with his fingers. He threw it out the window into the wind. He smiled and cleaned his fingers.
"You think wrong about me, mister," he said. "I'm not hiding anything. Yes, I was in McAllister prison. I stayed there 4 years. These are the clothes they gave me when I left. I don't care who knows it. I'm going to my father's place so I can try to find work honestly."
The driver said, "Well, that's not my concern. I'm not the kind of man who asks questions."
"You sure you are," said Joad. "Your big nose is always looking around. You were watching me too much."
The driver looked uncomfortable. "You misunderstood me," he said quietly.
Joad laughed. "You're a good guy. You gave me a ride. But yes, I was in jail. So what? You want to know why, don't you?"
"That's not my business," said the driver.
"Nothing is your business except driving this truck, and you don't look happy doing that either. Now look ahead. See that road?"
"Yes."
I get off there. I know you are curious about what I did. I'll tell you, I won't leave you guessing."
The motor became quieter, and the tires made a softer sound. Joad took out his bottle and drank a little again. The truck stopped where a small dirt road crossed the highway. Joad got out and stood by the window. A thin blue smoke came from the tall pipe beside the truck. Joad leaned closer to the driver.
"I killed a man," he said quietly. "I was in prison 7 years. I got out after 4 for good behavior."
The driver looked at Joad's face and tried to remember it. "I didn't ask you about that," he said. "I don't talk about other people's business."
Joad smiled. "You can tell everyone if you want," he said. "You're a nice guy. But listen, when you live in prison for a while, you know fast when someone wants to ask too much. You showed it the first time you opened your mouth." He hit the truck door gently with his hand. "Thanks for the ride," he said. "Goodbye."
Joad turned and walked onto the dirt road. The driver looked at him for a moment.
Then he called, "Good luck."
Joad waved his hand without turning around. The truck's motor started again. The gears made a clicking sound, and the big red truck moved slowly away. Chapter 3. The highway was beside a thick bed of dry, broken grass. The tops of the grass were full of small seeds and tiny hooks. They could stick to a dog's fur, a horse's legs, or a sheep's wool. Each seed waited for wind or animals to carry it away. Some seeds had little wings or sharp points to help them travel. The sun shone on the grass and made it warm. In the shadow under the grass, many insects moved around. Ants ran quickly. Grasshoppers jumped high and showed their yellow wings. Small bugs with hard shells walked slowly below. A land turtle crawled over the roadside grass. It did not stop or turn away. It pulled its round shell across the dry plants. Its strong legs and yellow feet helped it push forward. Seeds fell on its shell and then dropped to the ground. The turtle's mouth was half open. Its shiny eyes looked straight ahead. It moved through the grass and left a small path behind. Soon it reached the hill beside the highway. It paused and lifted its head. It looked around for a moment. Then it began to climb the hill. Climb the embankment. The turtle reached forward with its front feet, but they did not touch the ground. Its back legs pushed hard and moved the shell. The shell slid over grass and small stones. The hill became steeper, and the turtle worked harder. It pushed with its back legs, trying to climb. Its head stretched out as far as its neck could reach. Slowly the turtle moved up the hill. Then it came to a small wall beside the road. The back legs pushed the shell against the wall. The turtle lifted its head and looked over the wall. It saw the flat gray road above. The turtle pushed again, and the shell slowly rose until the front rested on the wall. It stopped to rest for a short time. A red ant ran into the shell, and the turtle quickly pulled in its head and legs. The ant was caught inside and did not move. A piece of wild oats also stuck under the turtle's front leg. After some time, the turtle started to move again. Its eyes looked around, and it stretched out its neck. The back legs pushed hard like strong pillars. The shell tilted, and soon the turtle was on the road. The wild oats were held around its front legs. It moved faster now. Its shell shook from side to side as it walked. A car driven by a middle-aged woman came near. She saw the turtle and turned quickly to avoid it. Her car made a loud sound and raised dust from the road. Then she drove on slowly. The turtle stayed still for a short time, hiding in its shell. Then it started to walk again because the road was hot. Soon a small truck came. The driver saw the turtle and turned his wheel toward it. The truck's wheel hit the shell and flipped the turtle over. It rolled to the side of the road and stopped on its back. The turtle stayed quiet for a long time. Then its legs moved in the air, trying to find something to help it turn. One leg touched a small stone. Bit by bit, the turtle turned over again and stood upright. The wild oats fell, and 3 seeds touched the ground. As the turtle walked down the hill, its shell pushed dust over the seeds. It reached a dusty road and kept going. Its shell made a line in the soft dirt. The turtle looked ahead with calm eyes. Its beak opened a little. Its yellow nails slipped in the dust. Chapter 4. When Joad heard the truck start and move away, he stopped. He turned and watched it until he could not see it anymore. Even after it was gone, he kept looking at the empty sky. He took a small bottle from his pocket. He opened it and took a sip of whiskey. He ran his tongue around the bottle edge and his lips to taste every drop. He tried to remember something but could not. Then he faced the dry road going across the fields. The sun was hot and the air was still. Fine dust lay on the ground and in the wheel marks. Joad walked slowly. The soft dust rose under his new yellow shoes, and they turned gray. He bent down, took off his shoes, and let his feet touch the warm earth. He moved his toes, and little clouds of dust came up. The dry dust made his feet feel tight. He wrapped the shoes in his coat and carried them under his arm. Then he walked on, pushing dust in front of him. Behind him, a small cloud followed his steps. The road was edged by a fence of 2 lines of barbed wire. The wire was tied to old wooden poles. The poles were rough and not straight. Sometimes the wire rested in a fork of a branch, and sometimes it was held with rusty wire. Past the fence, the corn plants were flat and dry because of heat and wind. Dust filled the spaces between their leaves. Joad walked on slowly, and the cloud of dust moved behind him. A little way ahead, he saw a land turtle moving slowly through the dust. Its legs moved in short, stiff motions. Joad stopped and watched it. His shadow fell across the turtle. Right away, the turtle pulled in its head and legs. Its short tail pressed against the shell. Joad picked it up and turned it over. The top was brown and grey, dusty like the ground. The bottom was light yellow and very clean. He lifted his bag under his arm and touched the smooth shell. He pressed it softly. It felt gentler than the hard back. The old turtle stuck out its head again to look at his finger. Its legs moved quickly. Then it made his hand wet and tried to escape. Joad laughed a little and put the turtle the right way up. He wrapped it in his coat with his shoes. He could feel it move and push under his arm. He walked faster now. Dust rose under his feet as he moved. Far in front of him, beside the road, he saw a thin willow tree covered in dust. Its broken branches gave small bits of shadow. The leaves looked old and torn. Joad was sweating hard. His blue shirt turned dark on his back and under his arms. He pushed the visor of his cap and bent it. The cardboard inside broke, and it could not look new again. He walked faster toward the shade. He knew the tree would give one strong line of cool shadow because the sun was past noon. The sun burned the back of his neck. He felt a soft buzzing sound in his head. He could not see the bottom of the tree because it grew in a small low place where water stayed longer than in the dry ground. Joad walked faster in the hot sun and went down the small hill. He moved carefully because the cool shade was already taken. A man was sitting under the tree, leaning against the trunk. His legs were crossed, and one bare foot was raised near his head. He did not see Joad coming because he was softly whistling a tune. His foot moved slowly up and down with the rhythm. After a moment, he stopped whistling and sang in a quiet, thin voice. Joad came closer and stepped into the weak shade of the tree before the man noticed him. The man stopped singing and turned his head. He had a long, thin face with tight skin. His neck was strong and narrow. His eyes were large, with red eyelids. His brown face had no hair, and his cheeks were shiny. His mouth was wide, and his nose was long and sharp. There was no sweat on his face, even on his high, pale forehead. Blue lines showed at his temples. His grey hair was messy and pushed back with his fingers. He wore old overalls and a blue shirt. On the ground beside him were a denim coat with yellow buttons and a brown hat. Dusty canvas shoes lay nearby. The man looked closely at Joad. The sunlight made his brown eyes shine. Joad stopped in the shade. He took off his cap and wiped his wet face. Then he dropped his cap and coat onto the ground. The man uncrossed his legs and moved his toes in the dirt.
Hi. It's hot on the road today.
The man looked at him carefully.
Aren't you young Tom Joad, old Tom's boy?
Yeah, said Joad. I'm going home now.
You might not remember me, the man said with a smile. His mouth opened wide, showing big teeth. Oh no, you wouldn't remember, he said. You were a little boy when I gave you the Holy Spirit. You were pulling a girl's hair that day. You both got baptized together in the water ditch while you were fighting and yelling.
Joad looked at him and then laughed. Why, you're the preacher, he said. I was talking about you just an hour ago.
I used to be a preacher, the man said seriously. Reverend Jim Casey. I preached loud about Jesus and baptized many people in the ditch. But not anymore, he said quietly. I'm just Jim Casey now. I don't feel the call to preach. I have many thoughts that people might call sinful, but they seem quite reasonable to me.
Joad said, "You get ideas when you think about things." He looked at the man and smiled.
I remember you, he said. You used to give good talks. One time you gave a whole speech while walking on your hands and shouting loud. Ma liked you best. Grandma said you were full of spirit.
Joad looked through his coat. He found the pocket and took out a small bottle. A turtle moved its leg under the coat, but Joad covered it again. He opened the bottle and held it out.
Want a drink? He asked. Casey took the bottle and looked at it for a moment. I don't preach much now, he said. People don't feel the Spirit anymore, and I don't either. Sometimes I say a prayer when they ask me, but I don't feel it in my heart. I just do it because they want me to.
Joad wiped his face with his cap.
You're not too holy to have a drink, are you? He asked. Casey looked at the bottle again. He took 3 big drinks. That's good, he said.
It should be, said Joad. Bought it from a store. Cost $1.
Casey drank again and gave the bottle back. Yes, that's good, he said.
Joad took the bottle. He didn't wipe it before drinking, to be polite. He sat down and put the bottle by his coat. With a small stick, he drew shapes on the ground. He cleared away some leaves and made circles in the dust.
I haven't seen you for a long time, he said. Nobody has, said Casey. I went away alone. I wanted to think. I still feel something strong inside, but it's different now. I don't know what's true anymore.
He sat up straight against the tree. He took a piece of tobacco from his pocket and cleaned it before biting off a little. He put it in his cheek and started to chew. Joad shook his head when Casey offered him some. The turtle moved again under the coat. Casey looked at it.
What's that? He asked. A chicken? You'll hurt it all wrapped up like that.
Joad rolled the coat tighter. It's just an old turtle, he said. Picked him up on the road. It was an old turtle. I thought I would take it to my little brother. Kids like turtles. The preacher nodded slowly. Every child has a turtle sometime. But no one can keep one for long. People try, but one day the turtle escapes and goes away. It is the same with me. The good word was ready for me, but I could not just take it. I worked at it and thought about it until I broke it apart. Now sometimes I feel the Spirit, but I have nothing to preach. I feel I should lead people, but I have no place to take them.
Lead them in circles, said Joad. Throw them in a ditch and tell them they will go to hell if they do not agree with you. Why do you want to lead them anywhere? Just lead them.
The shade of the tree grew long on the ground. Joad walked into it and sat down, feeling glad for the coolness. He made a smooth spot in the dust and drew lines in it with a stick. A yellow dog came down the road slowly, its tongue hanging out. Its tail hung loose, and it breathed hard. Joad whistled, but the dog only lowered its head and walked on quickly.
Going somewhere, Joad said, sounding a little annoyed. Maybe going home.
The preacher kept talking. Yes, he's going somewhere, he said. That's right. But me, I don't know where I'm going. I used to make people shout and speak with joy until they fell down from it. I would baptize some of them. And then, after that, I would go with one of the women outside in the grass. I did that every time. After, I always felt bad and prayed, but it didn't help. The next time the spirit came, I did it again. I thought there was no hope for me and that I was a false preacher. But I did not mean to be bad.
Joad smiled and licked his lips. Nothing makes it easier to get close to women than a hot church meeting, he said. I'd done that too.
Casey leaned forward, speaking fast. You see, he said, I started to think about it. He waved his hand up and down. I thought, here I am talking about grace, and they are feeling that grace so strong they shout. People say going with a woman comes from evil, but when a woman feels full of grace, she wants to go out to the grass even faster. Then I thought, how can evil be there if she is full of the Holy Spirit? You would think that would be the time evil could not get close. But it still happened. His eyes shone with energy. He moved his mouth and spat into the dust. The spit rolled and picked up dust until it looked dry and round. The preacher opened his hand and looked at it as if he was reading it. And there I was, he said quietly. Me, with all those people's souls to care for, feeling the weight of it, and every time, I went with one of those women. He looked at Joad and seemed lost. His eyes asked for help. Joad bent down and drew the shape of a woman in the dirt. He made her body with soft lines.
I was never a preacher. I always took what I could get. I didn't think too much about it. I was just happy when something good came my way. But you weren't a preacher. To you, a girl was only a girl. To me, she was special. I thought I was helping her soul. I wanted to save her. But when I preached and they felt the Spirit, I could not stop myself. I took them out into the grass.
Joad said, maybe I should have been a preacher. He took his tobacco and papers and made a cigarette. He lit it and looked through the smoke at Casey. He said, it's been a long time since I've been with a girl. I need to catch up.
It made me feel bad. I could not sleep. I told myself before every sermon that I would stop. But even when I said it, I knew I would do it again.
Joad said, you should have married a woman. A preacher and his wife stayed at our place once. They were Jehovites. They slept upstairs and held meetings in the yard. We kids listened. That preacher's wife had a hard time after every meeting.
I'm glad you told me that. I used to think I was the only one. It hurt me a lot, so I stopped preaching. Then I went away alone and thought deeply about it.
He bent his legs and rubbed between his dry toes. He said to himself, what's bothering me? Is it the work? Then he said, no, it's the sin. He asked, why is it that when a man feels full of faith, he still starts thinking about foolish things? He moved his fingers slowly on his hand while he talked.
He said, maybe it's not really sin. Maybe it's just how people are. Maybe we hurt ourselves for no reason.
He remembered some women who used to hit themselves with wire. He thought maybe they liked the pain, and maybe he liked to hurt himself too. He lay under a tree and thought about all this. He fell asleep. When he woke up, it was dark. He heard a coyote crying close by.
Then he said out loud, forget it. There is no sin and no goodness. There are only things people do. Some things are nice, and some are not. That's all anyone can say.
He stopped talking and looked down at his hand. Joad was smiling, but his eyes were watching him seriously.
You really thought a lot, Joad said. You figured it out. Cassie spoke again with a sad and confused voice. He said, I asked myself, what is this call, this spirit? Then I said, it's love. I love people so much sometimes that it hurts. Then I asked, don't you love Jesus? I thought about it and said, no, I don't know anyone named Jesus. I only know stories. I only love people. Sometimes I love them so much I want to make them happy. So I preached things that I hoped would help them.
He smiled a little.
I talk a lot. Maybe you wonder why I use bad words. They don't sound bad to me anymore. They are just words people say.
He looked at Joad and said, I will tell you one more thing I thought about. It's not something a preacher should say, and that's why I can't be a preacher anymore.
What is it? Joad asked. Cassie looked down shyly. If you don't like it, please don't be mad, he said. I only get mad when someone hits me, Joad said. What did you figure out? Cassie said, I thought about the Holy Spirit and about Jesus. I wondered why we say it is God or Jesus. Maybe it's not them. Maybe it's all men and women together. Maybe that's the Holy Spirit, the human spirit. Maybe everyone is part of one big soul. I sat there thinking this, and suddenly I knew it was true. I still know it now.
Joad looked down at the ground. He did not want to look into the preacher's eyes.
You can't have church with thoughts like that, he said. People would throw you out of town for thinking that way. They like jumping and shouting. It makes them feel happy. When Grandma started talking strange words, you couldn't stop her. She was strong enough to knock down a full-grown man. Cassie looked at him quietly. There is something I want to ask you, he said. It has been bothering me. Go ahead, said Joad. I'll listen. Well, said the preacher slowly, I baptized you once when I was feeling close to God. I spoke strong words that day. You might not remember because you were busy pulling a girl's hair. I remember, said Joad. That was Susie Little. She hurt my finger a year after that. Well, said Cassie, did that baptism help you? Did it make you better?
Joad thought for a moment.
No, I don't think it changed me, he said. Did it make you worse then? Think about it.
Joad took the bottle and drank. There was nothing in it, good or bad. It was just fun. He gave the bottle to the preacher.
The preacher sighed, took a small drink, looked at the bottle, and drank a little more. That tastes good, he said softly. I worry that maybe I hurt someone in my past.
Joad looked at his coat. The turtle was free and walking away on the path where Joad had found him. Joad watched for a while, then stood up slowly. He picked up the turtle and wrapped it again in the coat.
I have no gift for the kids, he said. Only this old turtle. That's strange, the preacher said. I was just thinking about old Tom Joad before you came. I wanted to go see him. I used to think he didn't believe in anything. How is Tom? I don't know, said Joad. I haven't been home for 4 years. Didn't he send you letters? Asked the preacher. Joad looked a bit shy. Well, Pa didn't like writing, he said. He never wrote much at all.
He could write his name well and always wet his pencil before he used it. But his father never wrote letters. He used to say that if he could not tell someone something by talking, it was not worth writing down.
Been traveling around? Asked Cassie.
Joad looked at him carefully. Didn't you hear about me? I was in all the newspapers.
No, I didn't. What happened?
Joad moved his leg over the other and sat lower by the tree. The afternoon was passing fast and the sunlight looked deeper.
Joad said in a quiet voice, I might as well tell you now. But if you were still a preacher, I wouldn't say it. You might start praying for me. He finished the last drink and threw the empty bottle away. It slid across the dusty ground. I was in McAllister for 4 years, he said.
Cassie turned to look at him. His face changed, and he frowned. You don't want to talk about it? I won't ask questions if it was something bad.
I would do the same thing again, said Joad. There was a fight at a dance. We had been drinking. The other man had a knife and hurt me. I hit him with a shovel that was on the ground, and he died.
Cassie looked at him again. You don't feel sorry?
No, said Joad. I don't. He had a knife, so I got 7 years in prison. But they let me out after 4 years.
Then you haven't heard from your family for 4 years? Asked Cassie.
I've heard a little, said Joad. Ma sent me a card 2 years ago. And last Christmas Grandma sent one too. The men in my prison cell laughed at it. It had a picture of a tree and shiny decorations. There was a little poem on it. I don't think Grandma read it herself. She probably bought the one that looked the prettiest. The guys in my cell almost laughed until they cried.
Jesus meek they called me after that. Grandma never said it to be funny. She thought it sounded nice. She had lost her glasses that year. Maybe she never found them again.
How did they treat you in McAllister? Cassie asked.
Oh, not bad, Joad said. You get food every day and clean clothes. You can take a bath too. It isn't so awful. But it's hard because there are no women there. He suddenly laughed. There was a man who got out on parole, he said. After about a month, he came back again for breaking the rules. Someone asked him why he did that. He said his father's place had nothing at all. No lights, no shower, no books, and bad food. So he came back where it was easier and he could eat every day. He said he felt lonely outside because he had to decide what to do next. So he took a car and came back.
Joad took out some tobacco. He blew a piece of paper free and rolled a cigarette.
That man was right, he said. Last night I started to worry about where to sleep. Then I thought about my bed in prison and wondered about the guy who shared my cell. We had a small band there. It was good, and someone said we could play on the radio. This morning I didn't even know when to get up. I just waited for the bell, but it never rang.
Cassie smiled. A person can really miss the noise from a sawmill, he said.
The afternoon light was soft and yellow. It made the land look golden. The corn plants looked golden too. Some swallows flew over their heads toward a pond. The turtle in Joad's coat tried to get out again. Joad pressed the front of his cap down. It looked like a crow's beak now.
I think I'll move on, he said.
I hate to hit the sun, but it ain't so bad now.
Cassie stood up straight. I haven't seen old Tom in a long time, he said. I was going to visit him anyway. I talked about Jesus to your family for many years, and I never asked for money or anything, only some food.
Come with me, said Joad. My papa will be happy to see you. He always said you were different for a preacher. Joad picked up his coat and tied it tight around his shoes and the little turtle he carried. Casey took his canvas shoes and pushed his bare feet inside.
I'm always worried there might be glass or wire under the ground, he said. I really don't like cutting my toes.
They waited at the edge of the shade. Then they walked quickly into the bright yellow sunlight. After a short time they began to walk slower and easier. The tall corn made gray shadows on the ground. The hot dust smelled strong in the air. Soon the cornfield ended, and they saw green cotton plants instead. There was dust on the leaves, and small cotton balls were growing. In the low places the plants were thick because water had stayed there. On the high places the plants were few. The plants looked tired under the sun. Far away, the color of the land turned light brown and then almost disappeared. The dusty road went up and down before them. They could see willow trees near a stream in the west. To the northwest, there was empty land with only small brush growing. The air was very dry. The dust smell was strong. Their noses felt dry inside, and their eyes made water to stop from drying out.
Cassie said, "See how well the corn grew until the dust came. It was going to be a good crop."
Every year, said Joad. Every year I can remember, the corn looked good, but we never got much. Grandpa said the land was rich only the first few times they farmed it, when wild grass was still in it. The road went down one hill and then up another.
Cassie said, "Old Tom's house can't be far now. Isn't it over that hill?"
Yes, said Joad. Unless somebody took it like my pa did.
Your dad took it?
Yes. He moved it from about 1.5 miles east of here. There was a family living there, but they moved away. Pa, Grandpa, and my brother Noah tried to take the whole house, but it broke apart. They only got half of it. That's why one end looks strange. They cut it in two and pulled one half with 12 horses and 2 mules. They wanted to come back for the other half and join it together, but before they could do that, Wink Manley and his boys took that part. Pa and Grandpa were angry at first, but later they and Wink got drunk and laughed about it. Wink said his house could have baby houses if we brought ours to stay with it. He was funny when he drank. After that, Pa and Grandpa were friends with him. They got drunk together many times.
Tom was a good man, Cassie said.
They walked slowly through the dust, down to the bottom of a small valley, then started up the other side. Casey wiped his forehead with his sleeve and put on his hat again.
Yes, he said, Tom was a good man. He didn't talk much about God, but he felt something strong inside. I saw him at church meetings when the Spirit touched him a little. He would jump high off the ground, maybe 10 feet or more. When Tom felt that Holy Spirit, people had to move fast so he didn't bump into them. He was full of energy, like a lively horse inside a fence.
They reached the top of the hill. The road dropped down into a dry, rough place where water had once run. There were small cuts in the sides of the road and a few stones in the way. Joad walked over with no shoes on his feet.
You talk about Pa. Maybe you never saw Uncle John when he was baptized at Polk's place. He started jumping and shouting. He jumped over a bush as big as a piano. He kept jumping back and forth, making loud noises like a wild dog. Pa saw him and thought he could do even better. So Pa found a bigger bush and ran at it trying to jump over. He made a loud cry and jumped, but he broke his leg. After that, Pa didn't feel like doing that kind of thing again. The preacher wanted to pray for him, but Pa said no, he wanted a doctor. There was no doctor, only a traveling dentist, and the dentist fixed his leg. The preacher still said a prayer after that.
They walked up the small hill on the other side of the stream. The sun was getting lower, and it was not as strong as before. The air was still hot, but it was less heavy now. Wires hung from old poles along the road. On the right side, a wire fence ran across the cotton field. The cotton looked dusty and dry, with dark green leaves. Joad pointed at the fence line.
That's our landline. We didn't really need a fence there, but we had the wire, and Pa liked it. He said it made him feel like the land was really his. We wouldn't even have the fence if Uncle John hadn't come one night with 6 rolls of wire in his wagon. He gave them to Pa for a small pig. We never knew where he got that wire.
They walked slowly up the hill. The dust was soft under their feet. Joad was thinking deeply. He smiled a little to himself.
Uncle John was a strange man. Like what he did with that pig. He laughed quietly and kept walking. Jim Casey waited for the story to continue. He waited a long time, but Joad said nothing more. Well, what did he do with that pig? Huh? Oh. He killed it right there. He told Ma to start the stove. He cut some meat and cooked pork chops. He put the ribs and one leg in the oven. He ate the chops until the ribs were ready, then ate the ribs until the leg was ready. Then he started on the leg, cutting big pieces and eating them fast. We kids were watching, waiting for some. He gave us a little, but he didn't give Pa any. He ate so much that he got sick and then fell asleep. When he slept, we kids and Pa finished the leg. In the morning, when he woke up, he put another leg in the oven. Pa said, "John, are you going to eat the whole pig?" Uncle John said, "I want to, but I'm afraid it will spoil before I can finish it. Maybe you should give me a plate and return a couple rolls of wire." Pa wasn't silly. He let Uncle John eat until he felt sick again. When he left, half the pig was still there. Pa salted the rest of the meat to keep it from spoiling. When I used to preach, I would have made a lesson about that story, but I don't do that anymore. Why do you think he did such a thing? I don't know. He just got hungry for pork. Talking about it makes me hungry too. I only had roast pork 4 times in 4 years, 1 piece every Christmas. Maybe Tom will have a big meal like the story in the Bible. Joad laughed in a dry, hard way.
Chapter 5. Theowners. The men who owned the land came to look at it. Sometimes they sent another man to speak for them. They came in cars with closed doors. They touched the dry ground and looked at the soil. Sometimes they took a bit of earth for testing. The families who rented the land watched from their yards. They did not feel comfortable when they saw the cars. The owner men stopped and stayed inside their cars. They talked from the windows. The tenant men stood near them. Then they sat down and drew lines in the dust with sticks. The women stayed in the doorways. The children stood behind them. The children had light hair and big eyes. They moved their toes while they waited. The families watched their men talk to the owners. No one spoke. Some of the owners were kind men. They did not like what they had to do. Some were angry because they hated being hard. And some were cold because that was the only way to keep power. All of them were caught in something too big for them. Some hated the numbers and money that controlled them. Some were afraid of it. Some believed in it because it helped them stop thinking or feeling too much. When the land belonged to a bank or a company, the owners said,
"The bank wants more. The company needs more."
It was as if the bank was a big living thing that could think. The owners could not fight against it. They had to obey. The banks were strong machines, and the men were only small workers for them. Some owners even felt proud to serve such a strong master. The owners explained,
"You know this land is getting poorer. You have worked it for years."
The tenant men nodded quietly. They drew in the dust. Yes, they knew it was true. If only the wind would not blow the topsoil away, it might be better. The owners kept talking.
"You know cotton hurts the land. It takes everything from it."
The tenant men nodded again. They knew. If they could grow different crops each year, the land might stay healthy. But now it was too late. The owners talked about money.
They said, "A man can keep his land if he eats and pays his taxes. But when crops fail, he must borrow money. Then the bank takes control. The bank does not live like people do. It needs profit to stay alive. If it does not get profit, it dies. That is just how it works."
The tenant men looked up.
Can we keep farming? Maybe next year will be better. Cotton might bring a good price. There are wars, they need uniforms and other things made from cotton. Maybe next year will be a lucky year.
The owners shook their heads. We cannot wait. The bank cannot stop. It must keep growing or it will die.
The owners tapped their fingers on the car window. The tenant men kept drawing lines in the dust. The women in the doorways moved their feet and sighed. The dogs came near and smelled the cars. The chickens lay in the warm dust and cleaned their feathers. Cleansing dust down to the skin. In the small pens, the pigs made soft noises as they looked for food in the mud. The men sat and looked down again.
What do you want us to do? One asked. We can't take less from the crop. We are already hungry. Our kids are hungry every day. Our clothes are torn and old. If other families were not the same, we would feel ashamed at church.
Then the owner men finally spoke clearly. The tenant system can't work anymore. One man with a tractor can replace 12 or 14 families. We can pay him a wage and take all the crop. We must do it. We don't like it, but the bank needs it. Something is wrong with the bank.
But you will hurt the land with cotton, said the tenants.
We know, said the owners, but we must plant cotton fast before the land dies. Then we will sell the land. Many families in the East want to buy land.
The tenant men looked up, worried. What will happen to us? How will we eat?
You'll have to leave, said the owners. The tractors will come through your yards.
Now the tenant men stood up, angry. Grandpa took this land, one said. He fought hard for it. Pa was born here and worked here. Then came a bad year, and he borrowed a little money. We were born here too. Our children were born here. The bank took the land, but we stayed and worked. It's not us, it's the bank.
A bank isn't like a person, said one owner. Or a man who owns 50,000 acres, it's something else. It's the monster.
But it's our land, cried the tenants. We measured it, worked it, lived, and died on it. Even if the land isn't good, it's still ours. We belong to it because we were born and worked here. That makes it ours, not a paper.
We're sorry, said the owners. It's the bank. The bank isn't like a man.
The bank is made of men, cried the tenants.
No, said the owners. The bank is something more. Every man in it hates what it does, but still it does it. It is the monster. Men made it, but now they can't stop it.
Our grandpa worked hard for this land, said the tenants. Pa worked hard too. Maybe we can fight the banks. Maybe we must fight to keep our homes.
The owner men grew angry. You must leave.
But it's our land, cried the tenants.
The bank owns it now, said the owners. You must go.
We'll get our guns like Grandpa did, said the tenants.
What will happen then? Asked the owners. First the sheriff will come, and then soldiers. If you stay, it's stealing. If you fight, it's killing. The bank forces everyone to do this.
But if we go, where will we go? Asked the tenants. We have no money.
We're sorry, said the owners. The bank and the big owner can't help you. You are on land that isn't yours. Maybe you can pick cotton somewhere else. Maybe you can get help. Why don't you go west to California? There's work there, and it's warm. You can pick oranges or other crops. Then the owner men started their cars and drove away. The tenant men sat down again in the dust, drawing lines with a stick. They thought hard. The sun burned their faces, and their eyes were tired. The women came out slowly and watched them. The children hid behind the women. Older boys sat near their fathers to look strong.
After a while, the women asked, "What did they say?"
The men looked up for a moment. Pain showed in their eyes. We must leave, they said. A tractor will take our place. It's like a factory now. Where will we go? Asked the women. We don't know, said the men.
The women quietly went inside and led the children away. They knew the men were angry and sad. It was better to stay away for a while. The men kept thinking in the dust.
Later, one man looked around, the water pump he built 10 years ago, the place where chickens were killed, the old hand plow, and the crib in the shed. The children stayed close to their mothers inside the house.
What will we do, Ma? They asked. Where will we go?
We don't know yet, said the mothers. Go play now, but don't bother your father. He might get angry.
The women went on with their work, but they kept watching the men outside, still sitting and thinking in the dust. The tractors came down the roads and into the fields. They were big machines that moved slowly like bugs. They were very strong. They crawled on the ground and made their own track as they moved. The diesel engines made a soft noise when still. When they started to move, they made a loud sound. Then the sound became steady and deep. The heavy machines raised dust and went straight across the land. They did not stop for fences, yards, or small hills. They moved in straight lines everywhere. They did not care about water, houses, or trees. They made their own way through everything. The man who drove the tractor looked more like part of the machine than a person. He wore gloves, goggles, and a mask over his nose and mouth. He sat on a seat made of metal and moved metal pedals with his feet. The loud noise of the engine spread through the air and ground. The driver could not stop the big machine. It went straight ahead, cutting through many farms before turning back. The man's hand stayed still on the controls. It seemed like the power of the machine had entered his body and mind. He could not think about the land or feel it anymore. He could not smell the earth or feel its warmth. He did not cheer or curse, he did not show any feeling. The land meant nothing to him now. He did not care if seeds grew or died. He cared only that the tractor was strong and clean. But it was not his tractor. He was proud, but not in a happy way. Behind the tractor, sharp metal discs cut the soil. They turned the earth to both sides and made it smooth. After that, more tools dragged behind to break the dirt into small pieces. Finally, the seeders dropped seeds into the new soil. No person touched the seeds or the earth with his hands anymore. People ate food grown this way, but no one felt close to the land. The land was quiet and tired under the iron. It slowly lost its life because no one cared for it. At noon the driver sometimes stopped near a small house. He opened his lunch wrapped in wax paper. He ate white bread sandwiches with pickle, cheese, and meat. He also had a piece of pie. He ate slowly without much feeling. The tractor engine kept running because fuel was cheap. It was easier not to stop it. Some families who still lived nearby came out to watch him. Children stood close, wearing torn clothes. They watched him open his food. They smelled the food and watched his hand bring it to his mouth. They did not talk, they just looked at the hand holding the sandwich. After some time, a man came from the house and sat in the shade.
He looked at the driver and said, "You're Joe Davis's boy." "Sure," the driver said. The man asked, "Why are you doing this kind of work? You are working against your own people."
The driver answered, "I get $3 a day. I was tired of begging for food and not getting any. I have a wife and children. We need to eat. $3 a day, and I get it every day."
The man said, "That's true. But because you earn those $3, many families lose their homes. Nearly 100 people have to go away because of your work. Do you think that's right?"
The driver said, "I can't think about that. I must think of my family. $3 a day, and it comes every day. Times are changing, don't you know?
You can't make a living on the land unless you have many acres and a big tractor. Small farmers like us can't grow crops anymore. It's just how things are now. You can't cry because you can't build cars or because you don't own a phone company. Farming is the same way now. There's nothing we can do. You have to try to find work and earn $3 a day. That's the only choice we have. The tenant thought quietly.
He said, "It's strange how things work. When a man owns a small piece of land, it becomes part of him. He loves it and feels happy when the rain helps the soil. Even if he doesn't make money, the land makes him feel strong." He thought again and said, "But if a man owns land he never sees, land he never touches or walks on, that land controls him. He can't think freely because the land owns him now. Then he becomes small, not big. His property becomes bigger than he is, and he only works for it."
The driver ate a piece of pie and threw away the crust. He said, "Things have changed, don't you see? Thinking like that won't feed your children. Just earn your $3 each day and take care of your own family. Big men won't hire you if you talk too much. They only care about their business and your work."
The tenant said softly, "There are almost 100 people on the road looking for that same work. Where can we go?"
The driver said, "You should leave soon. I'll drive through your yard after lunch."
The tenant replied, "You filled up the well this morning."
The driver said, "Yes, I did."
Had to keep the line straight. After dinner, I go through the yard. I must keep the lines even.
You know Joe Davis, my husband, so I'll tell you this. I was told that if I have an accident when people still live in a house, if I push the walls in a little, I might get a few dollars. My youngest child still has no shoes. I built this house myself. I fixed old nails to put the wood on. I tied the roof pieces with wire. It belongs to me. I made it. If you push it down, I'll stand in the window with my rifle. If you come too close, I'll shoot you like a rabbit.
It's not my fault. I can't stop it. I will lose my job if I don't do it. And think, if you shoot me, they will hang you. But before that, someone else will take the tractor and knock down the house. You're not fighting the right man."
That's true, said the tenant. Who gave you the orders? I'll go after him. He's the one who should be stopped.
"You're wrong," said the driver. "He got his orders from the bank. The bank told him, move those people or lose your job."
Then the tenant said, there must be a bank president and some directors. I'll load my rifle and go to the bank.
The driver said, "Someone told me the bank gets orders from people far away in the east. They said, make the land bring profit or we will close you down."
But where does it end? Asked the tenant. Who can we fight? I won't die hungry before I stop the man who makes me starve.
"I don't know," said the driver. "Maybe there's no one person to fight. Maybe it's not people at all. Maybe, as you said, it's the land itself that is doing this."
Chapter 6. Reverend Casey and young Tom stood on the hill. They looked down at the Joad family's place. The small wooden house had no paint. One corner was broken, and the house had moved from its base. It now leaned to one side, and its front windows faced the sky. The fences were gone. Cotton plants grew everywhere, even near the house and shed. The outhouse was lying on its side. Cotton grew next to it too. The yard, where children once played and horses walked, was now full of cotton. The plants were dark green and dusty. Tom looked for a long time at the old willow tree near the dry water trough. He could still see the stone where the water pump had stood before. He walked fast down the hill. Casey followed him. Joad looked into the barn. It was empty. Only a little straw lay on the floor. The mule stall in the corner was worn and dusty. He heard a small sound and saw mice run under the straw. Joad stopped at the tool shed. There were no tools left. Only an old plough piece, some wire, a dirty metal wheel, a rabbit-chewed mule collar, a rusty oil can, and torn overalls on a nail.
Jesus, he said. It looks like trouble came here. Nobody lives here now. There's nothing left, said Joad. We had good tools before. Now there's nothing. We never planted cotton here, he said. We kept this place clear. Now you can't walk here without stepping on cotton. She was a good well, he said quietly. I can't hear any water. Maybe they're all gone, he whispered. But someone would have told me. I'd have heard somehow. I don't know, said Joad. No, I guess not. I didn't know I was coming until a week ago. The doorstep's still here, he said. But they're gone, or maybe Ma is dead. If Ma was here, that gate would be closed. She always closed it. Ever since the time a pig got into Jacobs's house and hurt the baby. Millie Jacobs went wild after that. Ma never forgot. She always kept the gate shut when she was home. No, they're gone, or worse. Children did this, he said. If I was still a preacher, I might say it was God's work. But I don't know what happened. I was gone. I didn't hear anything. Maybe they left a letter in the house, Cassie said. Would they know you were coming? Let's look inside the house, said Cassie. She looks broken. Something hit her hard.
They walked to the well. Cotton plants grew all around it. Joad looked at the plants. They stopped by the old trough. No weeds grew there now. The wood was dry and cracked. Joad looked at the well top. The bolts were rusty, and the nuts were gone. He looked down into the well and spit. He dropped a dirt clod and listened. He didn't want to go to the house yet. He dropped more clods into the well. They walked slowly to the old house. Part of the porch roof had fallen. One corner of the house was smashed. They could see into the room through the broken wood. The front door hung open. A small wooden gate across the door swung loose. Joad walked onto the porch and looked inside the kitchen. The windows were broken. Small rocks lay on the floor. Dust covered the boards. The walls leaned and sagged. Joad looked at the broken glass and rocks. They'll go 20 miles to break a window. I did the same thing before. Kids always know when a house is empty. That's the first thing they do after people move away. The kitchen had no furniture. The stove was gone, and the hole in the wall where the pipe had been let in the light. On the sink shelf was an old bottle opener and a broken fork with no handle. Joad walked slowly into the room. The floor made a long, sad sound under his feet. A yellow, old newspaper was on the floor by the wall. He went to the bedroom and looked inside. There was no bed and no chairs. On the wall was a picture of an Indian girl with the name Redwing. A broken piece of bed stood near the wall. In a corner lay a woman's small shoe with buttons. It was bent and broken.
I remember this, he said. It was Ma's shoe. It's all worn out now. Ma liked these shoes. She had them for many years. Now they are gone and took everything too.
The sun was low, and light came into the house through the side windows. Broken glass shined in the light. Joad turned and walked outside. He crossed the porch and sat down. He put his bare feet on the big step. The evening light lay across the fields. The cotton plants made long, thin shadows on the ground. The willow tree also made a long shadow. Casey sat beside Joad.
"Did they ever send you any letters?" he asked. "No," Joad said. "Like I told you, they were not people who wrote letters. Pa could write, but he didn't like to. It made him nervous. He could fill out a store order, but he wouldn't write a letter just for fun."
They sat quietly together, looking far away. Joad put his rolled coat beside him. He made a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. He blew the smoke out through his nose.
"Something's wrong," he said. "I can't say what, but I feel it. This house is broken, and my folks are gone." Cassie said, "Over there was the ditch where I used to do the baptisms. You weren't bad, but you were strong. You held that little girl's hair tight. We baptized you both, and you still held on. Old Tom said, 'Hold him under water,' so I did until you started to bubble and let go. You weren't mean, just tough. Sometimes tough kids grow up with strong spirits."
A thin gray cat came out of the barn. It moved slowly through the cotton plants to the porch. It jumped up quietly and walked close to the men. Then it stopped behind them and sat down. Its tail was straight on the floor, with the end moving a little. The cat looked into the distance where the men were looking. Joad turned and saw it.
"Well, look who's here," he said. Someone stayed.
He reached his hand toward the cat, but it jumped away and sat down again. It started to clean its paw. Joad watched it, thinking hard.
Then he said, "Now I understand what's wrong." Cassie said, "There's a lot wrong." "No, it's not just the house," Joad said. "Why doesn't that cat live with the neighbors? Why didn't anyone take wood from this place? No one's been here for months, and nobody has taken any boards. The barn and the house have good wood in window frames, but everything's still here. That's not normal." That's what I was trying to figure out. Cassie took off his shoes and moved his toes on the step. "I don't know. Seems like maybe there ain't any neighbors. If there was, would all them nice planks be here? Why, Jesus Christ." Albert Rance took his family, kids and dogs and all, into Oklahoma City one Christmas. They was gonna visit with Albert's cousin. Well, folks around here thought Albert moved away without saying nothing, figured maybe he got debts or some woman squaring off at him. When Albert come back a week later, there wasn't a thing left in his house. Stove was gone, beds was gone, window frames was gone, and 8 feet of planking was gone off the south side of the house so you could look right through her. He come driving home just as Muley Graves was going away with 3 doors in the well pump. Took Albert 2 weeks driving around the neighbors 'fore he got his stuff back. Cassie scratched his toes luxuriously. Didn't nobody give him an argument? All of 'em just give the stuff up? Sure. They wasn't stealing it. They thought he left it, and they just took it. He got all of it back, all but a sofa pillow, velvet with a picture of an engine on it. Albert claimed Grandpa got it. Claimed Grandpa got engine blood, that's why he wants that picture. Well, Grandpa did get her, but he didn't give a damn about the picture on it. He just liked her. Used to pack her around and he'd put her wherever he was gonna sit. He never would give her back to Albert. Says, if Albert wants this pillow so bad, let him come and get her. But he better come shootin', 'cause I'll blow his goddamn stinkin' head off if he comes messin' around my pillow. So finally Albert give up and made Grandpa a present of that pillow. It give Grandpa $8, though. He took to Savon chicken feathers. Says he's gonna have a whole damn bed of feathers. But he never got no feather bed. One time Pa got mad at a skunk under the house. Pa slapped that skunk with a 2x4, and Ma burned all Grandpa's feathers so we could live in the house.
I don't know. Maybe there aren't any people living close by. If there were neighbors, those good wooden boards wouldn't still be here. Albert Rance took his family and dogs to Oklahoma City one Christmas to visit his cousin. People near here thought he had moved away without telling anyone. Some said he had debts. Some thought he had problems with a woman. When Albert came home a week later, everything in his house was gone. The stove was gone. The beds were gone. The window frames were gone. Part of the wood on the side of the house was gone, and you could see right through. He saw Muley graves leaving with 3 doors and the water pump. Albert spent 2 weeks visiting the neighbors to get his things back. Casey moved his feet slowly and said, "Nobody argued with him? They all just gave his things back." "Yes, they did," the other man said. "They weren't stealing. They thought Albert had left and didn't want his stuff. He got everything back except one soft pillow. It was velvet with a picture on it. Albert said his grandpa had taken it. Grandpa liked it very much. He carried it everywhere and put it down before he Saturday. He never wanted to give it back. He said Albert could come take it if he really wanted it, but Grandpa would fight to keep it. So Albert stopped asking and said Grandpa could keep the pillow. After that, Grandpa started saving chicken feathers. He said he would make a whole bed full of feathers one day. But he never made it. One time there was a skunk under the house, and Pa got angry and hit it with a piece of wood. Then Ma burned all Grandpa's feathers so the house would smell clean again. He laughed.
"Grandpa is a tough old man," he said. He sat on that Indian pillow and said, "Let Albert come get her. I'll take that kid and shake him like a wet cloth."
The cat moved close between the men again. Its tail lay flat, and its whiskers moved sometimes. The sun started to go down, and the dusty air looked red and gold. The cat slowly put out a gray paw and touched Joad's coat. Joad turned around.
"Oh, I forgot the turtle," he said. "I don't want to carry it everywhere."
He took the land turtle out and pushed it under the house. But soon it came out again, walking toward the southwest like before. The cat jumped at the turtle and hit its head and feet. The turtle pulled its head inside and hid its tail under the shell. When the cat got tired and went away, the turtle started moving southwest again. Tom Joad and the preacher watched it go. Its legs waved as it pushed its hard, round shell along the ground. The cat followed for a short time, then it stopped and stretched, yawning. It came quietly back to sit near the 2 men again.
"Where do you think it's going?" Joad asked. "I've seen turtles all my life," he said. "They always walk somewhere. They always want to get there."
The gray cat sat between them again. It blinked slowly. The skin on its back moved when a flea bit it. Then it moved smoothly again. The cat lifted one paw and looked at it. It stretched its claws out and pulled them in again. Then it licked its paw with a pink tongue. The red sun touched the edge of the land and spread wide. The sky above looked brighter and more full of life. Joe took out his new yellow shoes from his coat. He brushed the dust from his feet with his hand and put the shoes on. The preacher looked across the fields.
"Someone is coming," he said. "Look! Through the cotton." Joad looked where Cassie pointed. "Someone walking," he said. "I can't see him well because of the dust." "Who is coming here?" he asked.
They watched the person coming closer as the evening got darker. The moving dust looked red from the setting sun.
"That's a man," Joad said. When the man came near the barn, Joad said, "I know him." "You know him too. That's Muley Graves." Then Joad called, "Hey, Muley. How are you?"
The man stopped when he heard the call. Then he came closer quickly. He was thin and not very tall. He moved fast and sharp. He carried a small sack in his hand. His jeans were light-colored at the knees and seat. He wore an old black coat, dirty and torn. The sleeves were loose on the back, and there were holes at the elbows. His black hat was also dirty, and the band hung down as he walked. Muley's face was smooth and had no lines. He looked angry, like a stubborn child. His mouth was small and tight. His eyes looked hard and unhappy.
You remember Muley, Joad said quietly to the preacher.
Who's that? The man walking toward them asked.
Joad didn't answer. Muley came closer until he could see their faces clearly.
Well, I'll be. It's Tommy Joad, he said. When did you get out, Tommy? He dropped his sack on the ground.
2 days ago, Joad said. I took a little time to travel home. And now I find this place like this. Where are my family? Why is our house broken and cotton planted in the yard?
You're lucky I came by, Muley said. Old Tom worried a lot. When they were getting ready to move, I was sitting in the kitchen with him. I told him I wasn't going to leave. I told him that, and Tom said, I worry about Tommy. What if he comes home and no one is here? What will he think? I said, why don't you write him a letter? Tom said, maybe I will. I'll think about it. But if I don't, you look out for Tommy if you're still around. I said, I'll be here. I'll be here forever. No one can make a man named Graves leave this country. And they haven't made me leave.
Joad said quickly, where are my family? You can tell me the rest later. I want to know where they are.
Well, Muley said, they tried to stay when the bank started using the tractor on their land. Your grandpa stood here with a gun. He shot the lights off that tractor, but it still moved forward. He didn't want to hurt the man driving it. The driver was Willie Feely, and Willie knew it. So he kept driving and pushed the house down. Old Tom just stood there cursing, but it didn't help. When he saw that machine break through the house and shake it hard, it broke something inside him. It changed him. He was never the same again.
Where are my family? Tommy asked.
Joad spoke with anger. He said he took 3 trips with Uncle John's wagon. They carried the stove, the water pump, and the beds. He told how the children and Grandma and Grandpa sat against the headboard. His brother Noah sat there and smoked a cigarette. He sometimes spit over the side of the wagon. Joad started to talk again. Muley spoke fast.
They are all at your Uncle John's, he said. Oh, all at John's, said Joad. Well, what are they doing there? Wait just a moment, Muley. Then you can go your own way. What are they doing there?
Muley answered. They have been cutting cotton, every one of them. Even the children and your grandpa work. They are saving money to go west. They want to buy a car and move to a place where life is easier. There is nothing left here. People get 50 cents for every clean acre of cotton they cut. Everyone begs for work.
Joad asked, and they haven't gone yet?
No, said Muley. Not that I know. The last time I heard was 4 days ago. I saw your brother Noah hunting rabbits. He told me they plan to leave in about 2 weeks. John got a notice to leave his land. Go about 8 miles to John's house. You will find your family there. They are all staying close together.
Okay, said Joad. Now you can go your own way. You haven't changed, Muley. When you want to talk about something northwest, you point your nose southeast.
Muley looked upset. You haven't changed either, he said. You were a proud kid, and you still are. You're not going to tell me how to live, are you?
Joad smiled. No, I'm not, he said. If you want to hurt yourself, nobody can stop you. You know this preacher, don't you, Muley? Reverend Casey.
Muley said, of course. I remember him well. Cassie stood up and shook hands with Muley. Good to see you, Muley said. It's been a long time. I've been away asking questions, said Cassie. What happened here? Why are people being sent away from their land? Muley's mouth closed tight, and he looked angry. They're bad men, he said. They're dirty and unfair. I'll stay here. They won't make me leave. If they push me off, I'll come back. If they ever make me go underground, I'll not go alone.
He touched something heavy in his coat pocket. I'm not leaving, he said quietly. My pa came here 50 years ago. I will not leave this land.
Joad asked, why are they making people go away?
The man said, they explained it nicely. We have had bad years. Dust has ruined everything. No one could grow enough crops. Everyone owes money at the store. The landowners said they cannot pay people to stay on the land anymore. They said the share that tenants get is too much for them to lose. They said if they keep all the land together, they can maybe still make a small profit. So they drove all the tenants away. Only I am still here, and I will not go. You know me, Tommy. You have known me all your life.
Joad said, yes, all my life.
The man said, you know I am not stupid. I know this land is not very good. It was never good except for animals to feed on. It should not have been used for crops. Now it is almost dead from growing cotton too long. If they had not told me to go, I might be in California now. I could eat grapes and pick oranges. But they told me I must leave. It's hard for a man to go when someone forces him.
Joad said, yes. I don't understand how Pa went so quietly. I don't understand how Grandpa didn't get angry. No one ever told Grandpa where he could walk. And Ma doesn't let anyone push her around. Once I saw her fight a tin peddler. She was angry because he argued with her. She had a chicken in one hand and an axe in the other. She meant to go after him with the axe, but she forgot which hand was which. So she chased him with the chicken instead. She couldn't eat that chicken afterward. She only had 2 legs left in her hand. Grandpa laughed so hard he hurt his hip. How did my folks go so easy?
The man said, the person who came talked very nice. He said, you have to leave. It's not my fault. I asked, whose fault is it then? I will go find the man. He said, it's the Shawnee Land and Cattle Company. I just follow orders. I asked, who is the Shawnee Land and Cattle Company? He said, it's not a person. It's just a company. That makes a person crazy. There's no one you can fight or talk to. Many people gave up trying to find someone to blame. But not me. I am angry at everything. I will stay.
A large red sun hung over the edge of the land. It slowly dropped down and disappeared. The sky was bright where the sun had been. A torn cloud stayed over the place, red like blood. The dark grew across the sky from the east. Soon the land became quiet and full of night. The evening star shone in the dark sky. A gray cat moved quietly to the barn and went inside.
We won't walk 8 miles to Uncle John's place tonight. My feet hurt. Let's go to your place, Muley. It's only a mile away.
Muley looked uncomfortable.
It won't help, he said. My wife, kids, and her brother went to California. There was no food here. They were not as angry as me, so they left.
The preacher moved nervously.
You should have gone too. You shouldn't have stayed alone, he said.
I couldn't, Muley answered. Something just stopped me.
I'm really hungry, said Joad. I used to eat every day at the same time in prison. Now my stomach hurts. What do you eat, Muley?
Muley looked shy.
Sometimes I ate frogs and small animals. I had to. But now I put wires in the dry brush near the stream. I catch rabbits, and sometimes birds. Sometimes other animals get caught too. He opened his bag and dropped it on the porch. 3 soft rabbits fell out on the floor.
Wow, said Joad. It's been more than 4 years since I ate fresh meat. Cassie picked up 1 rabbit. Will you share with us, Muley? He asked.
Muley looked embarrassed. I have to, he said, then stopped. I don't mean it like that. I mean, if one person has food and another is hungry, he must share. If I take my rabbits and eat alone, that wouldn't feel right.
I understand, said Cassie. Muley sees something important. It's big. Tom rubbed his hands. Who has a knife? Let's get these rabbits ready to eat.
Muley took out a knife and gave it to Tom. Tom opened it, smelled it, and cleaned it in the dirt. He wiped it on his pants and checked the blade. Muley pulled out a bottle of water and put it down.
Careful with the water, he said.
Tom looked at the old well. He said it was full and no good now. He picked up a dead rabbit from the ground. He told the others to get some wire from the barn. He said they could make a fire with broken wood from the house. Tom looked at the rabbit again. He said it was easy to get a rabbit ready to cook. He took a knife and cut the skin. He pulled the skin off quickly with his hands. Then he cut off the head and feet. He opened the body and took out the inside parts. He threw the waste away in the field. The rabbit was clean and ready. He cut the legs and back into pieces. When he picked up another rabbit, Casey came back with the wire.
Tom told him to build a fire and put in some steaks. He said he was very hungry.
They cleaned the rest of the rabbits and put them on the wire. Muley and Casey took broken boards and started the fire. They put stakes in the ground to hold the wire.
Muley told Tom to check the rabbit for sickness. He didn't like eating bad meat. He took a small cloth bag from his pocket and put it on the porch.
Tom said the rabbit looked fine and asked if Muley had salt. He laughed and asked if Muley also had plates and a tent in his pocket. He put salt on the rabbit pieces.
The fire grew and made shadows on the house. The dry wood cracked in the heat. The sky was almost dark, and stars were shining. A gray cat came from the barn and walked toward the fire. But it stopped and went to some rabbit parts on the ground. It ate and licked its mouth. Casey sat by the fire, feeding it with pieces of wood. Bats flew quickly in and out of the firelight. The cat sat down, cleaned its face, and washed its whiskers. Tom lifted the wire with the rabbit pieces and walked to the fire. He told Muley to hold one end and wrap it around the stake. They pulled the wire tight.
Tom said they should wait for the fire to calm, but he was too hungry. He put the wire over the fire. The flames touched the meat and made it brown and shiny. Tom sat by the fire and turned the meat with a stick. He said it felt like a party. He was happy they had salt, water, and rabbits. He wished Muley also had some hominy to eat.
Muley looked at the fire and said people might think he was strange.
Tom said he didn't think that at all.
Muley said something changed in him when he had to leave his land. At first, He was so angry he wanted to hurt people. Then his family left for the West. He stayed and began walking everywhere. He did not go far. He slept wherever he was. He said he planned to sleep there that night. He told himself he was watching over the place until his family came back. But deep down, he knew that wasn't true.
There ain't anything to take care of. The people are never coming back. I just walk around like an old ghost.
It's hard to leave a place when you get used to it, said Cassie. It's hard to stop thinking the same way too. I'm not a preacher now, but sometimes I still pray without thinking about it.
Joad turned the meat over the wire. Juice fell from it and made small flames in the fire. The meat started to look brown and smell good. Smell it, said Joad. Just smell how good it is.
Muley said, I keep walking around the places where things happened. There's a small bush near our old land. That's where I was with my first girl when I was 14. I went there again and lay on the ground. I remembered everything that happened before. And down by the barn is where my pa died after the bull hurt him. His blood is in that ground. No one washed it away. I touched that dirt, and I felt close to him again. He stopped and looked at them. You think I'm crazy?
Joad kept turning the meat and looked silent. Casey sat with his feet up, watching the fire. A cat sat nearby, its tail around its paws. An owl flew over them and gave a loud cry. Its wings showed in the firelight.
No, said Cassie. You're not crazy. You just feel alone.
Muley's face was tight and still. I put my hand on that ground with my pa's blood. I remembered him falling and shaking. Then he stopped moving. I was just a small boy, sitting there quiet. He shook his head.
Joad kept turning the meat over and over.
Then I went into the room where Joe was born. The bed was gone, but it was still the same place. All those things really happened there. That's where Joe came into the world.
He took a deep breath and made a loud cry that everyone could hear. His grandmother stood there and said again and again, "That's a daisy, that's a daisy." She felt so proud that she broke 3 cups that night. Joad cleared his throat.
I think we should eat her now, he said.
Let her cook a little more until she's brown, Muley said in a tired voice. I want to talk. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. I feel like a ghost from a graveyard, walking from one house to another in the night. The houses are all dark and look old, but I remember good times there. There were dances, church meetings, and weddings. Then I wanted to go to town and fight people, because they took the land away from us with their machines. They said it was for their money and profit. But what did they really get? They got my father dying on the ground. They got children born in pain. They got hearts broken. The land is no good now. No one can get crops from it. Those men in offices did not care. They only cared about money and numbers. They broke people's lives apart. When they pushed folks off their land, those people lost everything. A place is nothing without the people who live there. Now they are sad and lonely on the road with their cars. They have no home. Those men killed their spirit.
He stopped talking. His lips still moved for a moment. He breathed fast and looked down at his hands in the firelight.
I haven't spoken to anyone for a long time, he said quietly. I've been hiding like a ghost.
Cassie put long pieces of wood into the fire. The flames jumped high and touched the meat again. The old house creaked as the cold night air touched the wood. I need to see the people who went out on the road. I feel I must see them. They need help that a preacher cannot give. Hope of heaven means little when life feels empty. They need help to live first. Only after that can they think about dying.
Joad said quickly, let's eat this meat before it burns away. Look at it, smell it. He stood up and pulled the meat off the fire. He took Muley's knife and cut a piece free. This one's for the preacher, he said.
I told you I'm not a preacher, Kazi replied.
Well, then it's for the man, Joad said. He cut another piece. Here, Muley, have some if you're not too upset to eat. It's jackrabbit. Tough stuff. He sat back and bit into the meat hard. Listen to that crunch, he said as he chewed quickly.
Muley looked at his meat in silence. I shouldn't have talked like that, he said. Maybe a man should keep those thoughts inside. Kazi looked at him with his mouth full of rabbit. He swallowed and said, No, you should talk. Sometimes a sad man can speak his sadness and feel lighter. Sometimes a man with anger can talk it out and not hurt anyone. You did the right thing.
He took another big bite of cooked rabbit. Joad threw the bones into the fire. He stood up and cut more meat from the wire where it cooked. Muley ate slowly now. His small quick eyes moved from one friend to the other. Joad ate with a hard look, like a wild animal. His mouth was shiny with grease. Muley watched him for a long time, almost shy. He put down the meat in his hand.
Tommy, he said.
Joad looked up but kept chewing.
Yeah, he said with his mouth full. Tommy, you're not angry with me for talking about people getting hurt, are you? You're not mad, Tom?
No, said Tom. I'm not mad. It's just something that happened.
Everyone knew it wasn't your fault, Muley said. Old man Turnbull said he wanted to go after you when you got out. He said no one could harm one of his boys. But people talked him out of it.
We were drunk, said Joad quietly. At a dance. I don't really know how it started. Then I felt the knife cut me, and that made me sober again. The next thing, Herb came at me with his knife. There was a shovel near the schoolhouse, so I grabbed it and hit him on the head. I never hated Herb. He was a good man. When he was young, he liked my sister, Rosashan. No, I liked Herb.
Well, people told his father that, and it helped calm him down. Someone said old Turnbull had Hatfield blood in his family and needed to act tough. I don't know about that. He and his people went to California 6 months ago.
Joe took the last piece of rabbit from the wire and passed it around. He leaned back and ate more slowly now. He chewed calmly and wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve. His eyes were dark and half closed as he looked at the weak fire. Everyone's going west, he said. I can't go. I have to stay here because of my parole.
Parole? Muley asked. I heard of that. How does it work?
Well, they let me out 3 years early. I must follow some rules or they'll send me back. I have to report every so often.
How was it in McAllister? My wife's cousin was there and said it was hard.
It wasn't so bad, said Joad. It's like anywhere else. If you make trouble, they give you trouble. If you stay quiet, you're fine unless some guard doesn't like you. Then you get lots of trouble. I was fine. I kept to myself like anyone would. I learned to write really well. I drew birds too. Not just letters. My dad will be surprised when he sees me draw a bird in one quick move. He doesn't like fancy things. He doesn't even like writing. It makes him nervous. Every time he saw writing, someone took something from him.
They didn't hit you or anything like that? No, I only looked after my own business. You get really tired when you do the same thing every day for 4 years. If you did something bad, you might think about it a lot. But if Herb Turnbull came at me right now with a knife, I'd still stop him with a shovel.
Anyone would do that, said Muley.
The preacher looked into the fire. His white forehead shone in the dark. The firelight showed the lines on his neck. His hands were around his knees. He moved his fingers slowly. Joad threw the last bones into the fire. He licked his fingers and wiped them on his pants. He stood up and brought the bottle of water from the porch. He drank a little, then gave the bottle to the others before sitting down again.
He said, "The hardest thing for me was that it didn't make sense. You don't try to find meaning when lightning kills a cow or when a flood comes. Those things just happen. But when men lock you up for 4 years, it should mean something. Men are supposed to think about what they do. They kept me and gave me food for 4 years. That should make me change or make me afraid to do it again. But if Herb or anyone came at me, I'd do the same thing again. I'd act before I could think. Especially if I was drunk. That kind of thing makes a man feel troubled."
Muley said, the judge told you that your prison time was short because it wasn't all your fault.
Joad said, "There's a man in McAllister who will stay in prison for life. He works for the warden and writes his letters. He is very smart and reads a lot about law. I talked to him once about it. He said reading doesn't help. He said he read everything about prisons, old and new, but now it makes even less sense to him. He said the whole system started long ago, and nobody knows how to stop it or fix it. He told me not to read about it. He said it will only make you confused and also make you lose respect for the people who work in government."
Muley said, I don't respect them much now. The only kind of government we have cares about the safe profit for rich people. One thing really makes me think, Willie Feely drives that tractor and will be boss on land his own family used to farm. That makes me sad. I understand if a man comes from far away and doesn't know better, but Willie grew up here. It worried me so much that I went to talk to him. He got angry right away. I have 2 little kids, he said. I have a wife and her mother. They need food. He got even angrier and said, the first and only thing I must think about is my own family.
Jim Casey sat close to the fire. He was quiet and looked into the weak flames. His eyes were open wide, and his neck was tense. Then he suddenly shouted, I understand now. I feel it. I really feel it inside me. He stood up fast and walked around the fire. His head moved from side to side as he talked.
"I used to have a big tent," he said. "Every night about 500 people came to listen to me."
He stopped walking and looked at the other men.
"You know, I never asked people for money when I talked in barns or outside," he said.
Muley smiled and said, "That's true. People got used to hearing you for free. Some even got angry when other preachers asked for money."
Casey nodded. "I only took food when I was hungry," he said. "I took old pants or shoes when mine were broken. But it was different when I had the tent. Sometimes I got $10 or $20 in a night. I was not happy then, so I stopped and felt better for a while. But now I think I understand again. Maybe there is still work for a preacher. Maybe I can speak to people who are lonely or traveling. They have no land and no house. They need to feel they belong somewhere."
Casey looked down at the fire. The light shone on his face and in his eyes. He stood very still now. His hands, which were moving all the time before, became quiet and slowly went into his pockets. The bats moved in and out of the weak firelight. A night bird made a soft sound across the fields. Tom quietly put his hand in his pocket. He took out his tobacco and rolled a cigarette. He looked at the coals while he worked. He did not listen to the preacher's words. It seemed like something private that he should not hear.
Every night in my bed I thought about home. I wondered what it would be like when I got back. Maybe Grandpa or Grandma would be gone. Maybe there would be new children. Maybe Pa would not be so hard. Maybe Ma would rest and let Rosasharn do more work. I knew things would be different. We'll sleep here tonight, and in the morning we'll go to Uncle John's. At least I will. Are you coming with me, Cassie? The preacher looked at the fire for a long time. Then he said slowly, "Yes, I'm going with you. When your family goes on the road, I'll go too. When people are traveling, I want to be with them. You'll be welcome. Ma always liked you. She said you were a good preacher." Rosasharn was still young then. He turned to Muley. "Muley, are you coming with us?"
Muley looked toward the road they had walked. "Will you come, Muley?" Tom asked again. "No, I don't go anywhere, and I don't leave anywhere. See that light moving over there? That's probably the man in charge of this cotton field. Maybe someone saw our fire."
Tom looked and saw the light coming closer over the hill. "We are not hurting anything," he said. "We'll just stay here. We're not doing anything bad."
Muley laughed softly. "Yeah, but just being here is something. We are not allowed here. We can't stay. They've been looking for me for 2 months. If that's a car coming, we must go hide in the cotton plants and lie down." "Don't go far," Muley said. "They can try to find us if they want. They will need to look all over. Just keep your head down."
Joad looked at him. "What's wrong with you, Muley? You never used to hide from anyone. You were brave."
Muley looked at the lights coming closer. "Yeah," he said. "I used to be strong like a wild animal. Now I'm small and careful. When you look for someone, you feel powerful. No one can stop you. But when people try to find you, everything changes. You stop feeling strong. You only feel wild and scared." "I have been hiding for a long time now," he said. "I don't hunt anymore. Maybe I could hurt someone if it was dark, but I don't do that now. It's no use pretending. That's just how things are."
"Go hide then," Joad said. "Let me and Cassie talk to those men."
The light came closer. It moved up toward the sky, then went away, then came back again. The 3 men watched it.
Muley said, "When you feel hunted, you start thinking about danger. When you are the hunter, you don't think about it, and you don't feel scared. You told me if I get in trouble, they will send me back to finish my time in McAllister." "That's right," said Joad. "They told me that. But just sitting and resting on the ground is not trouble. That's not wrong. That's not like drinking or causing a fight." Muley laughed. "You'll see. You just sit here, and soon a car will come. Maybe it's Willie Feely. He is a deputy sheriff now. He'll say, 'What are you doing here?' You know Willie always liked to talk big, so maybe you say, 'Why do you care?' Then he gets mad and says, 'Leave or I'll take you in.' You don't want him to tell you what to do. He gets upset, and you get upset too. It's better just to hide in the cotton field and let them look for you. It's even funny because they are angry and can't find you. But if you start fighting or hit Willie, they will take you back to McAllister for years." "You're right," said Joad. "Everything you say makes sense. But I still hate when people push me. I'd rather hit Willie." "He has a gun," said Muley. "He might use it because he's a deputy. So then one of you gets hurt, and that's no good. Come on, Tommy. Let's move. You can tell yourself you are just fooling them by hiding. It's all about what you tell yourself.
Strong lights moved up into the sky. They heard the motor of a car.
Come on, Tommy, said Muley. We don't have to go far, maybe 15 rows over. We can watch what they do.
Tom stood up. You're right, he said. I've got nothing to win anyway. Come on this way.
Muley went around the house and walked into the cotton field. He stopped after they had gone about 50 yards. This place is good, he said. Now lie down. If they use the light, just keep your head low. It's almost fun.
The three men lay flat and leaned on their elbows. Muley ran to the house and came back with coats and shoes. They would have taken these things, he said. The car lights came over the hill and shone on the house. Joad said, will they come with flashlights and look for us? I wish I had a stick.
Muley laughed softly. No, they won't. I told you, I'm sneaky. Willie tried that one night, and I hit him from behind with a fence post. He fell and later said 5 men attacked him.
The car stopped near the house. A bright light came on. Hide, said Muley. The white light moved across the field. The men stayed still. They heard a car door close and voices talking. They're scared to come into the light, Muley whispered. Sometimes I shot at the car lights, just to make Willie careful. He got someone with him tonight. They heard feet on wood. Then they saw a light from a small lamp inside the house.
Should I shoot inside? Muley whispered. They can't see where it comes from. It will make them think. Sure, do it, said Joad.
Don't, said Cassie softly. It won't help. It's only a waste. We need to think about doing something that really matters.
They heard scratching near the house.
They are putting out the fire, Muley whispered. They're kicking dust over it.
Then car doors closed loudly. The headlights turned and pointed at the road again.
Hide, said Muley.
They bent their heads down. The light went over them, crossed back and forth across the field, and then the car moved away. It climbed a small hill and was gone.
Muley sat up. Willie always shines that last light, he said. He does it every time. I can tell when it's coming. He still thinks it's smart.
Cassie said, maybe they left some men at the house. They might catch us if we go back.
Maybe, said Muley. You wait here. I know how they work. He walked off quietly. Only a soft sound from his feet on the dry ground could be heard. Joad and Cassie tried to listen, but he was gone. Then they heard his voice from the house. They didn't leave anyone. Come back.
Casey and Joad stood up. They walked toward the dark shape of the house.
Muley met them near the dusty place where their fire had been. I didn't think they'd leave anyone, he said proudly. I knocked Willie down once and shot at the lights a few times. That makes them careful. They don't know who it is, and I won't let them catch me. I never sleep near a house. If you want to come with me, I'll show you a safe place to sleep. No one will find us there. Go ahead, said Joad. We'll follow you. I never thought I'd need to hide on my father's land.
Muley walked across the fields. Joad and Casey followed him. They brushed the cotton plants with their legs as they went.
You'll need to hide from many things, Muley said.
They walked one after another across the fields. They came to a dry water path. They slid down into it easily. By God, I bet I know, cried Joad.
Is it a cave in the bank?
That's right. How did you know?
I made it, said Joad. My brother Noah and I dug it. We said we were looking for gold, but we were just making caves for fun.
The walls around them were now higher than their heads.
We should be close, said Joad. I think I remember it being near here.
Muley said, I covered it with branches. No one could find it.
The ground became flat, and the sand felt soft under their feet. Joad sat down on the clean sand.
I'm not sleeping in that cave, he said. I'll sleep right here.
He rolled up his coat and used it as a pillow. Muley pulled away the branches and crawled into his cave.
I like it in here, he said. It feels safe.
Jim Casey sat on the sand next to Joad.
Get some sleep, said Joad. We'll go to Uncle John's when the sun comes up. I can't sleep, said Cassie. I have too many thoughts in my head.
He sat with his knees close to his chest and looked up at the bright stars. Joad yawned and put his hand under his head. They became quiet. Small animals started to move again. Gophers crawled out. Rabbits searched for grass. Mice ran over the dirt. Birds flew quietly above them. Chapter 7. In the towns, at the edges of the towns, in the fields, and in empty lots, there were many used car yards. There were wrecking yards and garages with big signs that said, used cars, good used cars, cheap transportation, 3 trailers. 27 Ford, clean. The car is checked and ready to go. Every car here is tested. You get a free radio and even one car with free gas. Come and see our used cars. There is no fancy office, just a small lot with a house. Inside there is a desk, a chair, and a book for prices. There are some old contract papers held with clips and a neat pile of new ones. A pen is always ready because a deal was lost once when the pen didn't work. The owner watches people who come in. Some visitors only look and never buy. They waste time and don't care about it. The owner sees 2 families there. He tells the salesman to try selling to them. Start at $200 and go down. They look like they will buy for $125. Get them into a car and start talking. The men selling cars have rolled up sleeves. Their eyes are sharp. They look for what people want. They watch the woman first. If she likes the car, the man will agree to buy it. Start showing the nice Cadillac, then go down to the older Bic. If you start with the Bic, they will end up with a Ford. Roll up your sleeves and get working. It will not last forever. Show the people that Nash while I fix the tire on the old Dodge. I will call you when it is ready. People want simple transportation, not fancy words. Yes, the seats look bad, but seats do not make the wheels move. The cars stand close together, rusty and old. There are Fords, Bics, Nashs, and DeSotos. Some are very old and strange. We are not selling new cars, we sell old ones that still run. I need more cheap cars. I want cars for $25 or $30. We sell them for $50 or $75, which gives good profit. You cannot make much money on new cars. Old cars sell faster. Nothing should cost more than $250. Jim, talk to that old man on the sidewalk. Try to sell him the old Apperson. Is it sold already? If we don't get more old cars, we have nothing to sell. There are red, white, and blue flags along the curb. They say, used cars. Good used cars. We have a special car on the platform, but we never sell that one. It makes people come in. If we sold it cheap, we would lose money. We just tell people it was sold a moment ago. Remember to take out the lot's battery before delivery and put in the regular one. What can people expect for so little money? Work hard, roll up your sleeves. If I had enough old cars, I would retire in 6 months. Jim, I heard a problem in that old Chevy. It sounds bad. Put in some sawdust to quiet the gears. We must sell that car for $35. The man who sold it to me asked for 15 instead of 10, and he even took the tools out. I wish I had 500 old cars to sell. This good time in business will not last. If he does not like the tires, tell him they still have 10,000 miles left. Take off $1.50 and make the sale. Piles of old broken cars stood near the fence. Metal parts covered with black grease lay on the ground. A tall weed grew between the car pieces. Long pipes and rods were thrown together. The air smelled of oil and gasoline. Someone looked for a spark plug that was not broken.
A man said he could make good money if he had 50 trailers to sell cheap.
Another man asked what the customer was angry about. He said they sold cars but did not take them home for the buyers. That was fair, he thought. He told his helper to write that idea in the newspaper ad. If a customer did not look like he would buy, they should send him away. They had too much work to waste time. He told someone to take off the tire from the right front side of the Graham car. He said to turn the fixed side down because the rest looked nice. The tire had good tread. He said the car still had many miles left if it got enough oil. He wished his coworker good luck.
A salesman spoke to another person. He asked if he wanted a car and what kind. He asked if anything looked good to him.
The sun was hot on the old metal. Oil made dark spots on the ground. People walked around slowly, looking confused. They wanted to buy a car. A man told them to wipe their feet and not lean on the cars because they were dirty. They wondered how to buy and how much it would cost. They told their children to be careful. They talked quietly about one car and planned to ask the price. They needed a car to go to California but could not pay more than $75.
Many used tires stood in tall stacks. Some were red, some gray. Tubes hung down like long ropes. A salesman offered many small things: patches, cleaners, spark pills, and paint that made parts look new. He said buyers could get many miles for just a small price. Another man told his helper to bring customers and he would make the deals. He said not to bring poor buyers because he wanted good business. He greeted a man and said he had a car for $80. The buyer said he could pay only $50. The salesman said that was too low because he paid $78.50 for it before. He said his helper was crazy to sell so cheap. He finally said maybe he could take $60. The salesman tried to hurry the buyer. He said he was honest and did not want to cheat anyone. He asked if the man had a trade. The man said he had 2 mules to offer. The salesman laughed. He said nobody used mules anymore. The buyer said his mules were big and strong. He wanted to look around more. The salesman got angry. He said people came in, wasted time, and left. He called his helper to listen. The buyer said he was not poor. He needed a car to go to California. The salesman said he wanted to help. He said he could sell the mules for dog food for $5 each. The buyer said he did not want that. The salesman said maybe he could give $7 or $10 for them. He finally offered $20 for the pair. He asked if the wagon came with them. Then he told the buyer to pay $50 and sign a paper to send $10 each month until it was paid. The buyer said he thought the car cost $80. The salesman said the rest was for insurance and other costs. He said the man would finish paying in a few months. He told him to sign the paper. The buyer was unsure, but the salesman pushed him to sign. He said he had no time and needed to make other sales. The buyer signed. The salesman told his helper to fill the car with gas.
After the buyer left, the salesman laughed. He said they had bought the car for only $30 or $35. He got 50 in cash and a contract for 40 more plus the mules. He said if he could not make 75 from that team, he was not a businessman. He said most buyers paid later as promised. Sometimes a man even sent money years after. He thought this man would also send the rest. Christ, if I could only get 500 old cars. Roll up your sleeves, Joe. Go talk to people and make them feel ready to buy, then bring them to me. You made $20 on the last deal. You're doing fine. The flags hang loose in the hot sun. Today's bargain. A 1929 Ford pickup that still runs well. What do you want for $50, a luxury car? The seats have torn covers, and the metal parts are bent and beaten. The bumpers hang loose. There's a fancy Ford Roadster with small colored lights on the front and a painted picture of a girl named Cora on the back. The sun shines on the dusty windshields. I've been so busy I haven't eaten all day. Joe, send someone for a hamburger. Old engines make loud, uneven sounds. See that man looking at the Chrysler. Find out if he has any money to buy it. Some of those farm boys are clever. Talk nice to them and bring them to me, Joe. You're doing well. Yes, we sold it. A guarantee. We said it was a car, not a baby to take care of. You bought it, now you complain. I don't care if you don't pay. We don't keep your papers. The finance company does, and they'll come after you. We only sell cars. What's that? No, we didn't change the tires. Show him out, Joe. He bought a car but now he wants his money back. That's not how business works. Can you imagine that, Joe? Hey, look! That man has a fancy tooth charm. Go show him the 1936 Pontiac. Yeah, show him that one. There are cars of every kind, square fronts, round fronts, rusty ones, smooth ones. Big cars with soft seats that you can cut and make into trucks. Old trailers with rusty parts shining in the sun. Used cars. Good used cars. Clean, runs well. Look at that one. Someone took good care of it. Cadillacs, Bics, Chevrolets, Fords, Pontiacs, all in a long row. Their headlights shine in the afternoon sun. Good used cars. Make the customers ready, Joe. I wish I had 1,000 old cars. Prepare them for a deal, and I'll finish it. Going to California. This car is what you need. It looks old, but it still runs far. They stand side by side. Good used cars. Great prices. Clean and strong. Chapter 8. The sky started to turn grey, and the thin moon looked weak and pale. Tom, Joad, and the preacher walked fast on a rough road through a cotton field. The sky showed the coming morning. There was no clear line to the west, just a light one in the east. The two men said nothing and smelled the dust as they walked.
I hope you're sure of the way, Jim Casey said. I'd hate to be lost when morning comes.
In the field, small animals began to move. Birds fluttered and looked for food. Rabbits jumped over the clumps of dirt. The sound of the men's steps mixed with the quiet noises of dawn.
Tom said, I could walk there with my eyes closed. The only way I'll get lost is if I start thinking too much. This place is home to me. I was born near here and ran around as a boy. See that tree? One time my father hung a dead coyote there. It stayed until it dried out and dropped down. I hope Ma is cooking something now. I'm so hungry. Me too, said Cassie. Want some chewing tobacco? It helps with hunger. Maybe we should have waited for light before we started. He stopped to bite off a piece. I was sleeping fine before Muley woke me up, said Tom. That crazy Muley made me nervous. He said, Tom, I'm leaving. I have places to go. Then he told me, you better go too, before the sun comes up. He's got strange ideas now, living alone like that. He thinks someone's after him.
Think he's nuts?
Well, I'm not sure. You saw that car last night by the fire. You saw how the house was broken. Something bad is happening. Muley is a bit crazy, yes. He moves around like a wild animal. That kind of life makes a man strange. Maybe he will hurt someone one day, and then people will catch him. It's almost like I can see his future. He will get worse with time. He wouldn't go with us, right?
No, said Joad. I think he's afraid to meet people now. I'm surprised he came to us at all. We'll reach Uncle John's place by sunrise. They walked quietly for a while. The night owls flew to the barns and trees to hide from the sun. The sky in the east grew lighter. Tom could see the cotton plants and pale ground. I wonder how they all sleep at Uncle John's, he said. He only has one room, a small kitchen shed, and a tiny barn. There must be many people there now.
The preacher asked, did John have any family? I think he was alone, wasn't he?
Yeah, Joad said. He's maybe the loneliest man in the world. And he's a bit strange, like Muley, but even more. You might find him anywhere, drunk in town or visiting some widow far away, or working at night with a light. He's always doing something odd. People once thought he wouldn't live long. A man that alone usually doesn't. But Uncle John is older than Pa now. Each year he gets harder and meaner. Meaner even than Grandpa.
Look how the light comes now, said the preacher. It looks silver. Did John never have a wife?
Yes, he did. That shows the kind of person he is. Pa told me about it. Uncle John married a young woman. They were married only 4 months. She was going to have a baby. One night she got a pain in her stomach and said, "Go get the doctor." But John said, "You just ate too much. Take some medicine and rest." The next day she got very sick and died in the afternoon.
What was wrong with her? Cassie asked.
Something inside broke, maybe her appendix. John was always a quiet man, but he took her death very hard. He thought it was his fault. For a long time he didn't talk to anyone. He walked around without seeing anything and prayed a lot. It took him 2 years to act normal again, but he was never the same. He became wild. He tried to do good things all the time. If one of us kids got sick, John would go get a doctor. Pa told him to stop because kids often get stomach pain. But John thought it was his sin that made his wife die. He keeps trying to make it up. He gives food or small gifts to people. He gives away almost everything but is still not happy. He takes long walks alone at night. He's still a good farmer. His land always looks nice.
Poor man, said the preacher. Such a lonely man. Did he go to church after his wife died?
No, he didn't. He didn't want to be close to people. He liked being alone. All kids loved him, though. Sometimes he came to our house at night. When we woke up, there was a pack of gum beside each of us. We thought he was something holy.
The preacher walked with his head down. He didn't say anything. The morning light touched his face and hands as he moved. Tom was quiet too. He felt he had said too much. He walked faster and the preacher kept pace. They could see farther ahead now through the gray air. A snake slowly crossed the road from the cotton rows. Tom stopped and looked at it. Gopher snake, he said. Let him go.
They walked around the snake and kept going. The sky in the east started to show a little color, and the morning light slowly touched the land. The cotton plants looked green, and the ground was gray-brown. The men's faces began to look less pale. Joad's face looked darker as the light grew.
This is a good time, Joad said softly. When I was a boy, I used to get up and walk by myself when it looked like this. What's that up ahead?
A group of dogs stood in the road near a female dog. 5 male dogs of mixed kinds were together, sniffing and moving around her. Each dog smelled her, then walked to a cotton plant, lifted a leg, and came back. Joad and the preacher stopped and watched. Suddenly Joad laughed with joy.
By God, he said.
The dog started to growl and stood still, waiting to see if any would fight. One dog climbed on the female, and then the others stopped and only watched. The 2 men walked on.
By God, Joad said. I think the dog on top is Flash. I thought he was dead. Come here, Flash. He laughed again. Well, if someone called me now, I wouldn't hear them either.
He smiled and said, "That makes me think of a story about Willie Feely when he was young." Willie was very shy. One day he took a young cow to the Graves farm to meet their bull. Everyone was gone except Elsie Graves. She wasn't shy at all. Willie turned red and couldn't talk. Elsie said, "I know why you came. The bull's behind the barn." They took the cow there and sat on the fence to watch. Soon Willie started to feel brave. Elsie looked at him and asked, "What's wrong, Willie?" Willie could hardly sit still. He said, "By God, I wish I was doing that." Elsie said, "Why not, Willie? It's your cow."
The preacher laughed quietly. You know, he said, it's good not to be a preacher anymore. When I was 1, people didn't tell stories like that around me, and if they did, I couldn't laugh. I couldn't say bad words either. Now I can say what I want, and it feels good.
The sky turned red in the east, and birds began to sing.
Look, said Joad. Right ahead, that's Uncle John's water tank. You can't see the windmill, but there's his tank. See it against the sky? He started to walk faster.
I wonder if everyone is home. The big tank stood on a small hill. Tom Joad walked quickly, and dust rose around his knees.
I wonder if Ma, he said.
They could see the tank's legs now and the little house near it. The house was small, square, and not painted. Next to it was a low barn. Smoke came from the tin chimney of the house. In the yard there was a lot of furniture piled together, chairs, tables, beds, and parts of a windmill.
Goodness, they're getting ready to leave, Tom said.
A truck stood in the yard. It looked strange. The front part was a car, but the top was cut off, and a truck bed was built onto it. The men heard hammering sounds. The sun was rising, and its light fell on the truck. They saw a man working, raising and lowering his hammer. The sun also shone on the house windows and the old wooden boards. 2 red chickens walked on the ground in the bright light.
Don't shout, Tom said. Let's go quietly.
He walked fast and made the dust rise high around him. They came near the cotton field. Now they were in the yard, where the dry earth was hard and shiny. A few weeds grew there. Tom slowed down as if he was nervous. The preacher walked slower too, staying beside him. Tom moved toward the truck. It was an old Hudson Super 6 car made into a truck. An older man, Tom's father, was standing in the truck bed. He was nailing the top side rails of the truck. His beard was gray, and nails stuck out of his mouth as he worked. He hit a nail with his hammer. From the house came the sound of a stove lid and the cry of a child. Tom moved close to the truck and leaned on its side. His father looked at him but did not notice who he was. He set another nail and hit it in. A group of pigeons flew up from the tank house, circled, and landed again, walking around. There were white, blue, and gray pigeons with shiny feathers. Tom put his fingers on the lowest rail of the truck side. He looked up at his father, who was getting older. Tom wet his lips and spoke quietly.
Pa, he said.
What do you want? His father asked with nails still in his mouth.
He wore a black, old hat and a blue shirt with no buttons on his vest. His jeans were held by a thick leather belt with a brass buckle. His shoes were worn and cracked from many years of hard use. His shirt sleeves were tight around his strong arms. His body was lean, his legs short but heavy and strong. His face was brown and wrinkled, and his beard was mixed gray and black. His eyes were dark brown, but he had to look close because they were weak. His lips were thin and red, and his mouth held the nails. He raised the hammer but stopped when he saw Tom's face. He looked closely, still not sure. Then he lowered the hammer slowly and took the nails from his mouth.
It's Tommy, he said softly. It's Tommy come home. Tommy, you didn't run away, did you? You don't have to hide, he asked.
No. I'm paroled. I'm free. I have my papers.
The old man put down his hammer carefully and put the nails in his pocket. He climbed down from the truck with an easy movement. Standing beside his son, he looked shy and excited. Tommy, he said, we're going to California. We were going to write and tell you. But you're back. You can come with us. You can really go.
From inside the house, a coffee pot lid closed with a loud sound.
The old man looked toward the door. Let's surprise them, he said with shining eyes. Your ma was afraid she'd never see you again. She looked sad, like someone died. She almost didn't want to go to California because she thought she would never see you anymore. The stove lid sounded again in the house.
Le surprise M, old Tom repeated. Let's go in like you never been away. Let's just see what your ma says.
At last he touched Tom on the shoulder and quickly moved his hand away. He looked at Jim Casey.
Tom said, you remember the preacher, Pa. He come along with me.
Pa asked, he been in prison too?
Tom said, no, I met him on the road. He been away.
Pa shook hands in a serious way. He said, you're welcome here, sir.
Casey said, I'm happy to be here. It's good to see a boy come home. It's a good thing to see.
Pa said, home.
The preacher quickly added, to his family. He said, we stayed at the other place last night.
Pa looked down the road for a moment. Then he turned to Tom. He asked excitedly, how will we do it? Maybe I go in and say, here are some men who want breakfast, or maybe you just walk in until she sees you. How's that? His face showed he was very excited.
Tom said, don't give her a shock. Don't scare her.
Two thin sheepdogs walked up happily. When they smelled strangers, they moved back slowly and watched carefully. Their tails moved a little, but their eyes and noses were alert. One dog stretched his neck and came closer to Tom. He sniffed around Tom's legs, then stepped back and looked at Pa for a sign. The other dog was less brave. He looked around and saw a red chicken walking by. He ran after it. The chicken made a loud noise and some feathers flew up. Then the hen ran off fast, flapping her short wings. The pup looked at the men with pride. Then it sat down in the dust and wagged its tail happily.
"Come on," said Pa. "Come inside now. She has to see you. I want to see her face when she sees you. She'll call for breakfast soon. I heard her cooking the meat a while ago."
He started walking across the dusty ground. The house had no porch, only one step and then the door. There was a chopping block near the door. Its top was rough and soft from many years of use. The wood walls looked hard and dry from the dust. The air smelled like burning willow. When the three men walked closer, they smelled fried meat, fresh biscuits, and strong coffee from the pot. Pa stood in the doorway. His wide body filled the space.
He said, "Ma, there are a couple of fellows on the road. They want to know if we can share some food."
Tom heard his mother's calm and kind voice.
"Let them come," she said. "We have enough. Tell them to wash their hands. The bread is ready. I'm just taking the meat from the pan."
The hot pan hissed on the stove. Pa moved inside, and Tom looked in at his mother. She was lifting pieces of pork from the pan. The oven door was open. A big pan of brown biscuits waited there. She looked toward the door, but the sun was behind Tom. She saw only his dark shape in the bright light. She smiled.
"Come in," she said. "It's good I baked plenty of bread this morning."
Tom stood at the door looking at her. Ma was strong and heavy from years of work and raising children. She wore a loose gray dress that used to have colored flowers. The color was gone now, and only a small, faint pattern showed. The dress reached her ankles. Her bare feet were quick and sure on the floor. Her thin gray hair was tied in a small knot behind her head. Her arms were strong and freckled, and her hands were soft and round. She looked into the light. Her face was full and kind. Her hazel eyes looked like they had seen much sadness, but they were calm and wise. She seemed to understand everything. She accepted her place as the strong center of the family. Because her husband and children could not be afraid unless she was afraid, she had learned to hide her pain. When there was joy, they looked to her first, so she had learned to smile even when joy was small. What she gave most was calm and peace. Everyone could trust that she would stay steady. Her calm made her beautiful and proud in a simple way. Her hands were sure and gentle because she healed others. Her judgment was fair and quiet because she kept the family together. She knew that if she lost hope, the family would fall apart. She looked out and saw the man standing in the sun. Pa was beside her, shaking with excitement.
"Come in," he said. "Come in, mister."
Tom stepped inside, feeling shy. Ma looked up from her pan. Then her hand slowly dropped, and the fork fell to the floor. Her eyes grew wide, and she breathed hard. She closed her eyes.
"Thank God," she said softly. "Oh, thank God." Then her face looked worried. "Tommy, are you in trouble? Did you run away?"
No, Ma. I'm on parole. I have the papers right here." He touched his chest.
She moved to him quietly on her bare feet. Her face showed wonder. She touched his arm and felt his strong muscles. Then she put her fingers on his cheek like she could not believe he was real. Her happiness made her eyes wet. Tom bit his lip. She saw the small red line where he bit it. Then she understood everything. Her face became calm again, and she dropped her hand. She let out her breath fast.
"Well," she said.
"We almost went on without you. We were wondering how you could find us." She lifted the fork and moved the hot fat. She took out a small piece of fried pork. Then she put the pot of coffee on the back of the stove. Old Tom laughed.
We fooled you, Ma. We planned it that way. You looked so surprised. I wish Grandpa was here to see you. You looked like someone hit you right between the eyes. Grandpa would laugh so hard he'd hurt himself again, like that time he saw Al shoot at that big army plane. It was huge, like half a mile long. Al grabbed his rifle and shot at it. Grandpa yelled, "Don't shoot the baby ones, Al. Wait for a grown one." Then he laughed and hurt his hip again.
Ma smiled and took some tin plates from the shelf.
Tom asked, "Where's Grandpa? I haven't seen him."
Ma put the plates on the table and stacked the cups beside them. She said quietly, "He and Grandma sleep in the barn now. They wake up many times in the night, and they used to trip over the children."
Pa said, laughing, every night Grandpa would get angry. He'd fall over Winfield, then Winfield would cry. Grandpa got upset, and it made him even angrier. Soon everyone was shouting. We had noisy nights. One time, your brother Al told Grandpa, "Why don't you go and be a pirate?" That made Grandpa very angry. He went to get his gun, so Al had to sleep outside in the field that night. Now Grandpa and Grandma sleep in the barn, and it's easier for everyone.
Ma said, "They can go outside whenever they need to. Pa, go tell them Tommy's home. Grandpa will be happy."
Pa said, "Sure. I should have done it before."
He walked out the door and crossed the yard, swinging his arms. Tom watched him go. Then his mother spoke again while she poured coffee. She didn't look at him.
"Tommy," she said softly.
"Yeah," he answered.
Both of them felt shy. They knew it and grew even more shy.
Ma asked gently, "Tommy, I have to ask you something. You're not angry, are you?"
"Angry, Ma?" he asked.
"You don't hate anyone, do you?" she said. "They didn't make you crazy or bitter in that jail, did they?"
He looked at her from the side. He watched her carefully. His eyes seemed to ask how she could know so much.
"No," he said slowly. "I was angry for a short time. But I'm not proud like some men. I let things go." "What's wrong, Ma?"
She was looking at him now with her mouth open. She wanted to hear better. Her eyes searched his face. She was trying to understand his words.
She said quietly, "I knew Pretty Boy Floyd. I knew his mother too. They were good people. He was full of spirit, like a young man should be." She stopped for a moment. Then her words came quickly. "I don't know everything, but I know this. He did one small wrong thing, and they hurt him. They caught him and hurt him. After that he was angry. Next time he did something bad, it was because he was still mad. They hurt him again. Soon he became very angry. They started shooting at him, and he shot back. Then they chased him like an animal. He fought back, wild and mean. He wasn't a boy or a man anymore. He was only anger walking around. But the people who knew him didn't hurt him. He wasn't angry at them. At the end, they caught him and killed him. The newspapers said he was bad, but that's not the real story." She stopped again. She licked her dry lips. Her face showed pain and questions. "I need to know, Tommy. Did they hurt you like that? Did they make you that angry too?"
Tom pressed his lips together. He looked down at his big hands. "No," he said. "I'm not like that." He looked at his broken nails. I kept away from trouble in prison. I didn't stay angry.
She closed her eyes and whispered, "Thank God."
He looked up fast. Ma, when I saw what they did to our house.
She came close to him. She stood near and spoke with strong feeling. "Tommy, don't fight them alone. If you do, they'll chase you like an animal. Tommy, I keep thinking and dreaming. They say there are 100,000 of us pushed out. If all of us were angry in the same way, Tommy, they couldn't chase anyone."
She stopped talking. Tom looked at her. His eyes slowly closed until only a little light showed.
Do many people feel like that? He asked. I don't know. They're just kinda stunned. Walk around like they was half asleep.
From outside and across the yard came an old, creaking sound.
Praise God for victory. Praise God for victory.
Tom turned his head and smiled.
Grandma heard I'm home, he said.
"Ma, you never used to act like this."
Her face became tight, and her eyes looked hard.
"I never had my house knocked down before," she said. "I never had my family forced to live on the road. I never had to sell everything. Here they come now."
She went back to the stove. She put big round biscuits on 2 metal plates. She poured flour into the hot fat to make gravy. Her hands were white with flour. Tom watched her for a moment. Then he walked to the door. Across the yard came 4 people. Grandpa walked first. He was old and thin and wore torn clothes. He moved quickly, but he walked unevenly because one leg hurt him. He tried to button his pants, but his hands were shaking. He put one button in the wrong hole and could not fix it. He wore dark, ragged trousers and a ripped blue shirt. The shirt was open, and you could see his old gray underwear. His chest was thin and covered with soft white hair. He could not fix his clothes, so he left them open and pulled up his brown suspenders. His face was thin and lively. His small bright eyes looked wild and full of energy. He often argued, laughed, and played tricks. He liked to tell rude jokes. He was still the same cheerful old man. Vicious and cruel, Grandpa often acted like a wild child. He tried to make everything sound like fun, even when it wasn't. He liked to drink too much and eat too much when he could. He talked all the time and never stopped. Grandma walked slowly behind him. She had lived so long because she was as tough and mean as her husband. She always argued, shouting about her strong faith. One time, after a church meeting, she got very angry. She fired a gun at Grandpa and hurt him. After that, Grandpa respected her. He did not tease her anymore. As Grandma walked, she lifted her long dress so she could move faster.
She cried out loudly, "Praise God for victory."
Grandma and Grandpa tried to beat each other across the big yard. They fought about everything. They needed the fighting, and it made them feel alive. Pa and Noah came behind them, walking slower but steady. Noah was the oldest son. He was tall and strange, always looking calm and surprised. He never got angry. When he saw people get angry, he looked at them with quiet wonder. He spoke very slowly and rarely. Some people thought he was not smart, but he was not stupid. He was just different. He felt peace inside and did not care much about normal things. He worked and slept in his own way and was happy with it. He cared about his family but didn't show his feelings. People thought something was wrong with his body or his mind, but no one could say what. Pa thought he knew the reason but was ashamed to tell it. When Noah was born, Pa was very scared. He was alone with his wife, and she screamed in pain. Pa did not know what to do. He used his hands to pull the baby out. He held too hard and twisted the baby. When the midwife came, the baby's head and neck looked wrong. She fixed the baby as best she could. Pa never forgot that night and always felt sorry. He was kinder to Noah than to the other children. When he looked at Noah's wide face and gentle eyes, he remembered that time. Noah could read, write, and work, but he did not care much about life. He was quiet and calm, living in his own world. He did not feel lonely, even though he was different. The four came across the yard together.
Grandpa shouted, "Where is he? Where's that boy?"
He tried to find the buttons on his pants but forgot and put his hand in his pocket. Then he saw Tom standing at the door. Grandpa stopped, and the others stopped too. His eyes looked sharp and full of mischief.
"Look at him," he said. "A jailbird. No, Joad has been in jail for a long time." Then he frowned. "They had no right to lock him up. He only did what I would do. They had no right." He started talking again. "That man Turnbull said he'd shoot you when you came out. Said he had Hatfield blood. Well, I sent him a message. I told him, don't mess with a Joad. Maybe I got McCoy blood myself. I said, you point your gun near Tommy, and you'll regret it." That scared him.
Grandma didn't understand what they were saying. She shouted again, "Praise God for victory."
Grandpa walked to Tom and slapped him on the chest. His eyes were bright with happiness and pride.
"How are ya, Tommy?" "I'm okay," said Tom.
"How are you doing?" "Full of energy," said Grandpa.
He spoke fast. "I told them they can't keep a Joad in jail. I said, Tommy will break out like a strong bull. And you did it. Move away, I'm hungry." He pushed past and sat down. He filled his plate with pork and 2 big biscuits. He poured thick gravy over everything. Before anyone else could eat, his mouth was already full. Tom smiled at him.
"He's something, isn't he?" Tom said.
Grandpa could not speak because his mouth was full. But his eyes looked happy, and he nodded fast.
Grandma said proudly, "No one curses more than he does. He'll go to hell, praise God. He wants to drive the truck," she said sharply. "Well, he is not going to." Grandpa coughed and dropped food into his lap. He coughed again, weakly. Grandma smiled at Tom. "He's messy, isn't he?" she said.
Noah stood on the step and looked at Tom. His eyes were calm and far apart. His face showed little feeling.
"How are you, Noah?" Tom asked.
"Fine," Noah said. "How are you?" That was all they said, but it felt pleasant.
Ma waved the flies away from the bowl of gravy. "We don't have enough seats," she said. "Just take a plate and sit where you can. Out in the yard or somewhere."
Suddenly Tom said, "Hey."
"Where's the preacher? He was here a moment ago. Where did he go?"
Pa said, "I saw him, but now he's gone."
Grandma's voice was loud and sharp. "Preacher. You have a preacher. Go get him. We need him to say grace."
She pointed at Grandpa.
"It's too late for him, he's already eaten. Go get the preacher."
Tom walked out onto the porch. "Hey, Jim. Jim Cassie," he called. He stepped into the yard. "Oh, Cassie." The preacher came out from under the water tank. He sat up, then stood and walked toward the house. Tom asked, "Were you hiding?" Cassie said, "No, not hiding. Sometimes it's better not to walk in when a family has family talk. I was just thinking for a bit." "Come in and eat," Tom said. "Grandma wants you to say grace." Cassie said, "But I'm not a preacher anymore." Tom answered, come on. Say the grace for her. It won't hurt you, and she likes it.
They went into the kitchen together.
Ma said softly, "You're welcome here."
Pa said, "You're welcome. Have some breakfast."
Grace first, Grandma said loudly. Grace first.
Grandpa looked hard at Cassie until he knew who he was. "Oh, that preacher," he said. "He's all right. I always liked him."
He gave a small wink, and Grandma frowned. "Be quiet, you naughty old man," she said.
Cassie moved his hand through his hair. He looked nervous and shy.
"I want to tell you something," said the preacher.
I am not a preacher anymore. If being happy to be alive and thankful for good people is enough, then I can say a simple prayer for that. But I am not a preacher.
"Say the prayer," said Grandma. "And ask for help with our trip to California."
The preacher bent his head. Everyone else did the same. Ma put her hands together on her stomach and bowed her head. Grandma bent so low that her face was close to her plate of biscuits and gravy. Tom leaned on the wall with a plate in his hand and bent a little. Grandpa turned his head sideways so he could still watch the preacher with one eye. The preacher did not look like he was praying. He looked like he was thinking deeply. His voice sounded serious and calm.
I have been thinking, he said. I stayed alone in the hills for some time. I wanted to understand life, maybe like Jesus went alone into the desert.
"Praise God," cried Grandma.
The preacher looked at her with surprise.
I think Jesus also had many troubles, he said. Maybe he felt lost and tired. Maybe he started to wonder if anything was worth it. So he left everything and went into the desert to find peace.
"Amen," said Grandma softly. She had said that word so many times in her life that it came naturally without thought.
I am not saying I am like Jesus, the preacher continued. But I got tired too. I felt confused. I went into the hills without any camping things. At night I lay there and looked at the stars. In the morning I watched the sunrise. At noon I looked out at the dry land. In the evening I watched the sun go down again. Sometimes I prayed. But I did not know who I was praying to or why. It felt like I was part of the hills, and the hills were part of me. We were one thing. And that one thing felt good and pure."
"Hallelujah," said Grandma. She moved back and forth, happy and excited.
I kept thinking, said the preacher quietly. Not really thinking, but feeling deep in my heart. I felt that people are good when they are together as one. People become unhappy when one person breaks away and only thinks of himself. When we all work together, not one above another, that is right. That is good.
He stopped for a moment, then smiled a little. "And now," he said, "I don't even know what the word holy means anymore." He stopped talking for a moment. The people at the table kept their heads bowed. They waited for the word Amen before they could lift them.
He said quietly, I can't say grace like I used to. I'm thankful for breakfast and for love in this house. That is enough.
The people still kept their heads down. The preacher looked around the table.
He smiled and said, Your breakfast is getting cold. Then he remembered and said, Amen.
Everyone lifted their heads.
"Amen," said Grandma, and she started to eat.
She broke her soft biscuits with her old gums. Tom ate fast. Pa filled his mouth with food. No one talked while they ate. Only the sound of chewing and sipping coffee could be heard. Ma looked at the preacher while he ate. Her eyes seemed to study him deeply. She looked at him as if he was not a man anymore but a quiet spirit. When the men finished eating, they put down their plates and drank the last of the coffee. Then Pa, the preacher, Noah, Grandpa, and Tom went outside. They walked to the truck. They stepped around old furniture, bed frames, a windmill, and a plow lying near them. They stood near the truck and touched the new wooden sides. Tom opened the hood and looked at the big oily engine.
Pa came close to him. He said, "Your brother Al checked it before we bought it. He said it was fine."
Tom asked, "What does he know?"
Pa said, "He worked for a company last year and drove trucks. He knows engines well. He can fix one too." Tom asked, "Where is he now?" Pa answered, "He's wandering around. He likes girls and cars. He hasn't come home for a week." Grandpa laughed while he tried to button his shirt. Some buttons went into the wrong holes, but he didn't care. He said happily, "I was worse when I was young. I was wild. When I was just a bit older than Al, I went to a big camp meeting in Sallisaw. There were hundreds of people there, and lots of young girls."
Tom smiled. "You still look wild, Grandpa," he said.
Grandpa laughed. "Maybe I am, but not like I used to be. Just wait until we get to California. I want to eat fresh oranges and grapes. I never had enough grapes. I'll pick a big bunch and press them on my face and let the juice run down."
Tom then asked, "Where's Uncle John? Where's Rosa Sharn? Where's Ruthie in Winfield?"
Nobody said anything about them yet.
Pa said, "Nobody asked. John went to Sallisaw early this morning to sell our things. He took pumps, tools, chickens, and all the small stuff we brought. Ruthie and Winfield went with him."
Tom said, "Strange, I didn't see him."
Pa answered, "Well, you came down from the highway, right? He took the back road near Cowlington. And Rosa Sharn is staying with Connie's family. You should know that Rosa Sharn is married to Connie Rivers now. You remember Connie. He's a nice young man. Rosa Sharn is going to have a baby in about 4 or 5 months. She looks happy."
Tom said, "Wow. Rosa Sharn was just a little girl before. Now she'll have a baby. So many things change in 4 years. When are you thinking to go west, Pa?"
Pa said, "We need to sell this stuff first. When Al gets back from running around, I want him to load the truck and take everything in. Maybe we can leave tomorrow or the day after. We don't have much money, and people say it's almost 2,000 miles to California. The sooner we leave, the better chance we have to make it. We're losing money every day. Do you have any money?"
Tom said, "Only a couple of dollars. How did you get yours?"
Pa said, "We sold everything from the old place, and all of us worked picking cotton, even Grandpa." Grandpa said, "Yes, we did. We got about $200 altogether. We paid $75 for this truck. Me and Al cut it in half and built this back part. Al wanted to fix the valves, but he's been too busy fooling around. When we start, we'll have maybe 150 left. The tires are old and won't last long. We have 2 extra worn-out ones. We'll pick up more stuff along the way if we can."
The sun was hot and bright. The truck's shadow made dark lines on the ground. The truck smelled like hot oil, paint, and cloth. The chickens had left the yard and hid in the tool shed to escape the heat. The pigs lay by the fence where there was a small shadow, breathing hard and making little noises. The 2 dogs rested under the truck, their tongues hanging out and covered in dust. Pa pulled his hat down to cover his eyes and squatted close to the ground. He looked carefully at Tom, his new but worn cap, his suit, and his clean shoes.
Pa asked, "Did you spend money on those clothes? They'll only bother you."
Tom said, "They gave them to me when I came out."
He took off his cap, looked at it proudly, wiped his head, and put it back on at an angle.
Pa said, Those are fine-looking shoes they gave you.
Tom said, "Yeah, they're nice, but not good for walking in the heat."
He crouched beside his father. Noah said slowly, "Maybe we can put the sideboard straight and start loading things. If Al comes back soon."
Tom said, "I can drive if you want. I drove trucks at McAllister."
Pa said, "Good," then looked down the road. "If I'm right, that young fellow is coming home now," he said. "He looks tired."
Tom and the preacher looked up the road. And Randy L. saw that people were looking at him. He stood up straight and walked into the yard with proud steps, like he wanted everyone to watch him. He walked close before he saw Tom. When he knew it was his brother, his proud smile went away. He looked at Tom with respect and surprise. He stopped showing off. His jeans were rolled up high to show his boots. He had a wide belt with shiny copper designs on it. He wore a blue shirt with red bands on the arms and his hat was turned to one side. But even with all of that, he did not look as strong or serious as his brother. Tom had done something big that people would always remember. Everyone knew that Tom had killed a man. Al knew that people sometimes looked at him with respect because of Tom. In Sallisaw, he had heard them say, "That's Al Joad." His brother killed a man with a shovel. Al felt proud and shy at the same time. Now, when he walked closer, he saw that his brother was not walking proudly like he had thought. Tom's eyes looked dark and serious. His face was calm and hard. It looked like he had learned to show no feelings in prison. Al changed quickly when he saw this. He started to stand like Tom, quiet and thoughtful. He had forgotten how his brother really was.
"Hello, Al. You're getting tall. I almost didn't know you."
Al smiled in an awkward way, ready to shake Tom's hand. Tom reached out, and Al quickly took his hand. They both smiled a little. They liked each other.
"They tell me you can drive a truck pretty good."
Al didn't want to sound proud, so he said, "I don't know much about it."
He's been driving around the country. He looks tired. We need him to take a load of stuff into Sallisaw to sell.
Al looked at Tom. He asked, "Want to come with me?" He tried to say it in a calm way.
"No, I can't. I'll help here. We'll be together on the road later."
Al wanted to ask a question carefully. He said, "Did you escape from jail?"
"No. I got out on parole."
"Oh," said Al. He felt a little let down.
Chapter 9. In the little houses, the people who rented them looked through their things and the things of their fathers and grandfathers. They looked through their things for the long trip to the west. The men acted hard and cold because their past was already broken. The women felt sad because they knew they would miss that past soon. The men went into the barns and sheds. They looked at old tools and machines. They remembered when they used them to plant crops long ago. Someone had once told them they could get rich growing special plants. Now they just wanted a few dollars for what was left. They brought out the plow and the harrow. They brought out the harnesses, carts, and seeders. They gathered the hoes and carried everything to the wagon. They would take it to town and sell it for whatever they could get. They even sold the horses and the wagon because they would not need them anymore. The money they got was too little. Good tools were selling for only a few cents. They could not take everything back, so they sold it with heavy hearts. All those things were not only junk, they were pieces of their lives. They sold them with sadness. The man showed the 2 bay horses. He talked about how strong and beautiful they were. They looked the same and worked well together. In the mornings, light shone on their brown coats. His daughter used to braid their manes and tie red ribbons in their hair. She loved those horses. He thought about how she used to stand beside them, smiling and touching their soft noses. Now those happy memories were gone too. The buyer did not just take animals and tools. He took the pain of losing them. He took the sadness that would stay in their hearts. The tenant men walked back slowly. Their hands were in their pockets and their heads were down. Some drank to forget their troubles, but no one laughed. No one sang or played music. They walked through the red dust in silence. They told themselves they could begin again in California. There, fruit grew on every tree. Maybe life would be better there. But deep inside, they knew it was not easy to start again. The land, the hard years of flood and drought, it was part of who they were. Even if they sold everything, they still carried the feeling of loss. They would always remember what the owner men said when they were forced to leave. They would always remember when the tractor came and broke their homes. That was their story now. Until we're dead. To California or any place. Everyone feels hurt inside and walks forward carrying their sadness. One day all the sad people will move in the same direction. They will walk together like one silent group. The tenant men walked through the red dust back to their farms. They sold everything they could sell: stoves, beds, chairs, tables, cupboards, tubs, and tanks. Still, many things were left. The women sat among their old things, touching them softly and looking far away. There were pictures, glasses, and a vase. They knew what they could take and what they had to leave. They would live outside like campers. They would take a few pots, mattresses, some warm blankets, a lantern, buckets, and a piece of canvas for a tent. A kerosene can was now the stove. They packed clothes. They also took a rifle. Even when shoes, clothes, food, and hope were gone, they would keep the rifle. Grandpa came long ago with just pepper, salt, and a rifle. He had nothing else. They also packed a bottle for water. Soon the trailer was full. The children would ride in it, and Grandma would lie on a mattress. They packed tools, a shovel, saw, wrench, pliers, and an axe that was used for 40 years. They added ropes. The rest of the things had to stay or be burned.
Mary takes her doll, so I must take my bow, said one child.
Another said, I need my stick. I have kept it for a long time.
They talked about California. The women sat with the old things, touching them one last time.
One said, this book belonged to my father. He liked reading it.
Another held a pipe and remembered its smell. Someone looked at an old picture of an angel. They found a china dog from Aunt Sadie and a letter from a brother who had died. They held hats and feathers but could not take them. Everything could not fit. They asked themselves how they could live without their memories. How would they still feel like themselves without the past? They looked at each object for a long time and kept the pictures in their minds. They wondered what it would be like to wake up and not see their old land or their willow tree. They could not imagine life without it. The tree felt like part of them. The pain they felt on the mattress belonged to them too. The children each wanted to take something small.
Sam gets his bow and stick, said one.
I choose the soft pillow, said another.
Suddenly they felt nervous. They had to leave quickly. They could not wait anymore. They gathered all the things they could not take and burned them. They watched the flames and then loaded the cars. They drove away through the noisy dust. The dust stayed in the air for a long time after they left. Chapter 10. When the truck finally went away, full of tools, beds, and everything that could be sold, Tom stayed behind. He walked around the place. He went into the barn and looked at the empty stalls. He kicked at the broken things left on the ground. He walked to places he remembered, the red hill where birds made nests and the willow tree near the pig pen. 2 small black pigs lay in the sun and looked at him through the fence. Then he went back to the house and sat on the doorstep where the shade had just come. Behind him, Ma was washing the children's clothes in a bucket. Her arms were strong and covered with soap bubbles. She stopped to look at Tom when he sat down. She watched him for a while and then started washing again.
She said, "Tom, I hope things will be good in California."
Tom turned his head. "Why do you think they might not?" he asked.
Ma said, "I don't know. It sounds too good. I saw the papers and the signs. They talk about jobs, high pay, and picking fruit." She smiled a little. "That sounds nice, Tom, picking peaches and oranges under the trees. Even if we couldn't eat any, maybe we could sneak one small fruit sometimes. It would be cool and quiet under the trees." She sighed. "I get scared when things sound too nice. I don't believe it will really be that good."
Tom said, "If you don't hope too high, you won't fall too low."
Ma nodded. "You're right," she said. "That sounds like something from the Bible."
"I guess so," said Tom. "I never could remember the Bible right after I read a book called The Winning of Barbara Worth."
Ma laughed softly. She moved the clothes in and out of the bucket. She wrung the shirts and pants, and the muscles in her arms were strong. "Your pa's father always said Bible verses," she said. "But he mixed them up too. He got them mixed with Dr. Miles' almanac. He used to read every word from that book out loud, letters from people who couldn't sleep or had sore backs. Then he would tell those stories like they were from the Bible. Your pa and Uncle John used to laugh and make fun of him." She put the washed clothes in a pile on the table. "They say it's 2,000 miles to where we are going." "How far is that, Tom?" "I saw it on a map. There are big mountains like in a postcard, and we have to go through them." "How long do you think it will take, Tommy?"
"I don't know," he said. "Maybe 2 weeks, maybe 10 days if we're lucky." "Look, Ma, don't worry too much. When you're in prison, you can't keep thinking about when you'll get out. That makes you crazy. You just think about today, and then tomorrow, and maybe something fun like the ball game on Saturday. The old prisoners do that. The young ones hit their heads on the doors because they think too much about the time. Why don't you try that? Just take one day at a time."
"That's a good idea," said Ma. She filled her bucket with hot water from the stove. She put in dirty clothes and pushed them down into the soapy water. "Yes, a good way," she said. "But I like to dream about California. It's never cold. There's fruit everywhere. People live in nice small white houses among the orange trees. Maybe, if we all find jobs and work hard, we can get one of those houses. The little ones will pick oranges right from the trees. They'll be so happy they'll shout."
Tom watched her work, and his eyes looked warm. "Thinking about that makes you feel better," he said. "I knew a man from California. He talked different from us, like he came from far away. But he told me many people are looking for work there now. He said the fruit pickers stay in dirty camps and don't get enough food. He said the pay is low and hard to get."
Ma's face changed. "Oh, that can't be true," she said. "Your father got a paper that said they need workers. They wouldn't print that if there wasn't plenty of work. It costs them money to make those papers. Why would they spend money to lie?"
Tom shook his head. "I don't know, Ma," he said. "It's hard to understand why they do it." He looked out at the hot sun shining on the red earth.
Maybe what?
"Maybe it's nice, like you say. Where did Grandpa go? Where did the preacher go?"
Ma came out of the house with her arms full of clothes. Tom moved so she could pass.
The preacher says he wants to walk around, said Tom. Grandpa is sleeping in the house. He comes in here sometimes during the day to rest.
Ma went to hang the clothes on the line. She put blue jeans, shirts, and long gray underwear on the wire. Tom heard slow footsteps behind him and turned to look. Grandpa was coming from the bedroom, trying to fix his buttons.
I heard people talking, he said. Nobody lets an old man sleep.
He managed to open 2 buttons on his pants. Then he forgot what he was doing and scratched himself calmly. Ma came back with wet hands from washing clothes.
Thought you were sleeping, she said. Let me help you button up.
Grandpa tried to pull away, but she held him and fixed his clothes. You look better now, she said and let him go. Grandpa spoke angrily. A man should be free to button his own pants, he said.
Ma smiled. In California, people don't walk around with open clothes, she said.
They don't, huh? Grandpa said. Well, I'll show them. I'll do what I want out there.
Ma said softly, his words get rougher every year. I think he likes to show off.
The old man lifted his chin and looked at Ma with bright, sharp eyes.
Well, he said, we'll be leaving soon now. They say there are grapes in California, right beside the road. I'm going to pick a big tub full and sit in them. I'll move around and let the juice run down my pants.
Tom laughed. If he lives to be 200, you'll never teach Grandpa to behave in a house, he said. You really want to go, don't you, Grandpa?
Grandpa sat down on a box. Yes, I do, he said. And it's about time. My brother went there 40 years ago. We never heard from him again. He ran off with my old gun. If I meet him or his children, I'll ask for it back. But I bet someone else had to raise his kids. I'll be happy to get out there. I feel it will make me a new man. I'll go work with the fruit.
Ma nodded. He means it, she said. He worked until 3 months ago when he hurt his hip again.
That's right, said Grandpa.
Tom looked out from the door. Here comes the preacher. He's walking from behind the barn.
Ma said, that prayer he said this morning was the strangest I ever heard. It didn't sound much like a prayer at all.
Just talking, but the sound of it was like a grace.
He's a funny man, said Tom. He talks in a strange way. It sounds like he is talking to himself. He doesn't try to fool anyone.
Look at his eyes, said Ma. They look calm and clean. He has the look of a man who feels at peace inside. And he walks with his head down, looking at the ground. That's how a man looks after a change in his heart.
She became quiet when Casey came closer to the door.
You'll get too much sun walking like that, said Tom. Cassie answered, maybe so.
Then he looked at Ma, Grandpa, and Tom.
I need to go west, he said softly. I must go. Do you think I could travel with you?
After speaking, he looked shy and unsure.
Ma turned her eyes to Tom, waiting for him to speak first.
He said nothing.
She let him have his chance but then said, we'd be glad to have you. I can't promise right now. Pa said all the men will talk tonight and plan when to start. It's better to wait until everyone is here. John, Pa, Noah, Tom, Grandpa, Al, and Connie will make the plan. But if there is space, I think we'll be pleased to take you.
The preacher sighed. I'll go anyway, he said. Something is happening. I looked around. The houses are empty. The land is empty. The whole place feels empty. I cannot stay here. I must go where people are going. I'll work in the fields. Maybe I will find some happiness. And you won't preach anymore? Tom asked. I won't preach, said Cassie.
And you won't baptize? Asked Ma.
I won't baptize. I will work in the green fields with people. I won't teach them anything. I will try to learn from them. I'll learn how people live in the grass. I'll listen to them talk and sing. I'll hear children eating their food. I'll listen to husbands and wives talking at night. I'll eat with them and learn from them.
His eyes were wet and bright.
I'll lie in the grass and be open and friendly with anyone who wants me there. I'll talk plain and free. I'll listen to the beauty in people's voices when they speak.
All that's holy, all that's what I didn't understand. All those things are good things.
Ma said, Amen.
The preacher sat quietly on the wooden block near the door. He said, I wonder what there is for a man who feels so lonely. Tom coughed softly. He said, for a man who doesn't preach anymore. Cassie smiled and said, I like to talk, can't stop that. But I don't preach now. Preaching means telling people what's right. I just ask questions. That's not really preaching, is it? Tom said, I don't know. Preaching is a kind of voice. It's how you look at people. It's being kind even when others hate you for it. He paused and said, last Christmas in McAllister, the Salvation Army came. They played music for us for hours. They were good to us. But if one of us tried to leave, we'd go to a cell alone. That's preaching, doing good to someone who can't fight back. You're no preacher. But don't play music like that around here.
Ma put some sticks into the stove. She said, I'll get you something to eat, though it's not much.
Grandpa carried his box outside and sat on it against the wall.
Tom and Cassie sat back against the house. The afternoon shadows slowly moved away.
Later, the truck came back through the dust. It rattled and bumped along the road. Dust covered the bed and the hood. The headlights were covered with red dirt. The sun went down as the truck arrived. The ground looked red in the evening light.
Al sat behind the wheel, proud and serious.
Pa and Uncle John sat beside him like they were the leaders of the family.
In the back stood the others. Ruthie was 12 and Winfield was 10. Their faces were dirty and their eyes looked tired but excited. They had black marks around their mouths from licking candy sticks they got in town.
Ruthie wore a pink dress that went below her knees. She felt grown up and acted very proper.
Winfield was still silly and wild. He liked to stay alone sometimes and collect little leftover cigarettes. Ruthie felt proud of her new womanly body, but Winfield acted like a restless young boy.
Next to them stood Rose of Sharon. She held the side bars and moved carefully with the shaking of the truck. She was pregnant and tried to keep her balance. Her hair was braided and wrapped around her head like a light crown.
Her face was round and gentle. A few months ago, it looked lively and inviting. Now it showed the calm look of a woman carrying a baby. Her smile was quiet and sure. She looked peaceful and wise. Her body had changed too. It was still soft, but her walk and movements were more careful. She thought only about the baby growing inside her. Each step she took was for its safety. Everything in her life now was about being a mother. Connie, her 19-year-old husband, felt confused and a little scared. He had married a lively, fun young woman. Now she was calm and serious. There were no more playful moments in bed, no laughter and teasing. Instead, she was gentle and quiet. Connie admired her and was also afraid of losing her closeness. He often touched her arm or stood near her. He wanted to feel connected to her. He had a sharp face and a thin body. His light blue eyes could look kind or anxious. He worked hard and tried to be a good husband. He sometimes drank but stayed in control. He was brave when he needed to be. He did not show off, but people noticed him.
Uncle John sat beside the driver. He did not like being there, but he was older and it was his place. He wished Rose of Sharon could sit there instead. But she was younger, and women did not take that seat. Uncle John sat stiffly. His body was strong but tense. His eyes looked lonely and troubled. He often stayed apart from others. He ate very little and never drank now. He stayed alone most of the time. Still, his deep feelings sometimes became too strong. Then he would eat too much, drink too much, or look for comfort with someone for a short time. After that, he always felt sorry and weak again.
He was known for going to Shawnee once and spending time with 3 women. After that, he felt sad, ashamed, and very lonely again. He started to stay away from other people. He tried to be kind and give small gifts to make people like him. Sometimes he went into houses and left pieces of gum under pillows for children. He cut wood for others and refused to take money. He gave away anything he owned, a saddle, a horse, or new shoes. No one could talk to him then because he always ran away. If someone spoke to him, he looked scared and quiet. The death of his wife and being alone for many months made him feel guilty and full of shame. He could not stop feeling lonely. Still, he had things he must do. He was one of the family leaders and had to help make decisions. He now had to sit beside the driver in the front seat of the truck. The 3 men on the seat were silent and serious as they drove home on the dusty road. Al leaned forward over the wheel and watched the road and the control panel. He looked at the ammeter needle moving nervously. He checked the oil gauge and the heat indicator. In his mind, he noticed all the weak points and strange sounds in the truck. He heard the high noise from the back and thought some parts might be too dry. He listened to the small pieces in the engine lifting and falling. He kept one hand on the gear lever and felt the gears turning inside. He pressed the clutch and brake to see if the clutch was working right. Sometimes he could act wild, but he knew this truck was his duty. He had to make sure it worked well and was safe. If something broke, it would be his fault, and everyone would know it even if they said nothing. He understood that. So he watched carefully and listened closely. His face looked calm but serious. Everyone respected him for how careful and responsible he was. Even Pa, who was the leader, worked with a wrench and listened to Al's directions. Everyone on the truck felt tired. Ruthie and Winfield were worn out from seeing so many places and faces. They were tired from fighting to get candy. They were also excited because Uncle John gave them gum without telling anyone. The men on the seat felt tired, sad, and angry. They had sold everything from the farm for $18. The horses, the wagon, the tools, and the furniture were all gone. $18 was all they got. They tried to argue with the buyer. But when he said he didn't want the things anymore, they gave up. Then they sold the stuff for $2 less. Now they felt weak and scared because the system was too hard to understand. They knew their wagon and horses were worth more. They knew the man who bought them would make more money. But they didn't know how to sell things in the right way. Al looked at the road and the truck's dashboard.
That man didn't sound like he was from here. His clothes looked different too.
I talked to some men at the store. They said other men are coming from far away to buy what we have to sell when we leave. They're making good money. But we can't do anything about it. Maybe Tom could have done better.
But the man didn't want to buy at all. We couldn't take everything back.
Those men told me this always happens. The buyers scare people and get things cheap. We don't know how to handle that. Ma will be sad and angry.
When do you think we will go, Pa?
I don't know. We'll talk tonight and decide. I'm glad Tom is back. That makes me happy. Tom is a good boy.
Pa, some people were talking about Tom. They said he is on parole.
And they says that means he can't go outside the state, or if he goes, and they catch him, they send him back for 3 years. Pa looked surprised.
They said that? You think they know for sure? Not just guessing.
I don't know, said Al. They were just talking, and I didn't tell them he's my brother. I just listened.
Pa said, I really hope that's not true. We need Tom. I'll talk to him about it. We already have enough problems. I hope no one tries to chase us. We should talk about it openly.
Uncle John said, Tom will know.
They became quiet while the truck went on. The motor made loud and rough noises. The brakes banged and knocked. The wooden wheels creaked. A little steam came out of a hole in the radiator cap. Behind the truck, a big cloud of red dust followed. They drove up the last small hill. The sun was half down, and they could still see it over the land. Then they stopped by the house as it began to fade from sight. The brakes made a long squealing sound. Al thought about that noise. There was no brake lining left. Ruthie and Winfield jumped over the side of the truck and ran down shouting.
Where is he? Where's Tom?
Then they saw him standing near the door. They stopped quickly. They felt shy. They walked slowly to him and looked at him quietly.
Tom said, "Hello, how are you kids doing?"
They said softly, "Hello. We're fine."
They stood apart and watched him secretly. He was their big brother, the one who had killed a man and gone to prison. They remembered how they used to play prison in the chicken house and argue about who would be the one in jail. Connie Rivers lifted the truck gate and climbed down. He helped Rose of Sharon get to the ground. She smiled proudly and looked happy.
Tom said, "Well, it's Rosa Sharon. I didn't know you were coming with them."
We were walking, she said. The truck came and picked us up. Then she added, "This is Connie, my husband." She said it like it meant something important.
Tom and Connie shook hands. They looked at each other carefully. After a short moment, they both felt okay. Tom said, "I see you've been busy."
She looked down. "You don't see it yet. Ma told me."
When's it gonna be?
"Oh, not for a long time. Not until next winter."
Tom laughed. Gonna get him born on an orange farm, huh? In one of those white houses with orange trees around it.
Rose of Sharon touched her stomach with both hands. "You can't see," she said. She smiled proudly and walked into the house.
The evening was hot. Soft light came from the west as the sun went down. Without anyone saying anything, the family went to the truck. They stood together to talk about what to do. The light made the red earth bright. The ground seemed deeper and stronger than in daytime. A stone, a post, or a house looked more real and solid. Each thing looked separate, not part of everything else. Each plant seemed its own plant, not part of the big crop. The old willow tree stood alone and clear. The earth gave its own light in the evening. The front of the grey house shined softly. Even the dusty grey truck looked special in that light. The people grew calm in the evening. They moved quietly and didn't talk much. It seemed like they worked together without thinking. Their eyes looked still and gentle. The soft light showed on their dusty faces. The family met beside the truck. The house and the fields were silent now. The truck was alive. It was the center of the family. It was half car and half truck, old and scratched but strong. Pa walked around it slowly. Then he sat down in the dust and found a stick. He started to draw on the ground. One foot was flat, the other back a little. One knee was higher than the other. He rested one arm on his knee and his chin on his hand. Pa sat quietly, looking at the truck and thinking. And Uncle John walked toward him and sat down beside him. They looked at each other quietly. Grandpa came out of the house and saw them sitting there. He moved over and sat on the edge of the truck, facing them. That was how the family's small group began. Tom, Connie, and Noah came over and sat down too. They made a half circle with Grandpa sitting in the open space. Then Ma came out and Grandma walked beside her. Rose of Sharon followed behind them, walking slowly. They stood behind the men who were sitting. They put their hands on their hips and waited. The children, Ruthie and Winfield, stood beside the women. They moved their feet in the red dust but stayed quiet. Only the preacher was not with them. He stayed behind the house and sat on the ground because he wanted to give the family privacy. He was a kind man and understood them well. The light of the evening grew soft. For a while, everyone stayed silent. Then Pa spoke to the group, not to one person.
He said they lost money on the things they had sold. The man who bought their things knew they were in a hurry. Pa said he only got $18.
Ma moved a little but said nothing.
Noah, the oldest son, asked how much money they had in total.
Pa drew some numbers in the dust and whispered to himself. Then he said they had $154. He added that Al said they needed better tires because the ones they had would not last.
It was the first time Al had talked in this kind of family meeting. Before this, he had always stayed behind with the women. Now he spoke seriously and gave his own report.
He spoke slowly.
She's old and a bit hard to handle, he said. I checked everything before we bought her. I didn't listen to that man who said she was a great deal. I looked at the gears and there was no sawdust. I tested the clutch and rolled the wheels to see if they lined up. I went under the car. The frame looked straight. She was never rolled over. I saw one broken part in the battery, so I made that man put in a good one. The tires are bad, but they are a usual size and easy to find. She rides a bit rough, but she doesn't leak oil. I said by her because she's a common car. You can find parts for her cheap. We could have bought a bigger, nicer car for the same money, but parts for those are costly and hard to get. That's how I figured it.
He finished and waited for the family to speak. Grandpa was still the head, but he didn't give orders anymore. Everyone waited for him to talk first.
You did good, Al, Grandpa said. When I was young, I was wild too. But I worked when there was work. You've grown up fine.
Al smiled a little with pride.
Pa said, sounds right to me. If we had horses, it wouldn't be on Al, but Al is the only one who knows cars.
Tom said, I know some too. Worked with cars in McAllister. Al's right. He did well.
Al looked happy from the praise.
Then Tom said quietly, I want to say something. That preacher wants to go with us. The group was silent. He's a good man, Tom added. We've known him for a long time. He talks strange sometimes, but he makes sense. Then he stopped talking and waited.
The light was fading. Ma went inside the house. They heard the stove clang. Soon she came back to the group.
Grandpa said, Some folks used to think having a preacher along was bad luck.
Tom said, he says he isn't a preacher anymore.
Grandpa shook his hand. Once a man's a preacher, he's always a preacher, he said. Some folks think it's good luck and respectful to have one. If someone dies, he can bury them. If there's a wedding, he can marry them. If a baby comes, he can bless it. There are good preachers and bad ones. You have to pick them right. I kind of like this man. He's easy to talk to. Pa drew in the dust with a stick. There's more to think about than luck, he said. We must count close. There's Grandpa and Grandma, that's 2. Me, John, and Ma, that's 5. Noah, Tommy, and Al, that's 8. Rosa Sharn and Connie make 10. Ruthie and Winfield make 12. We have the dogs too, that's 14.
Noah said, and some chickens and 2 pigs.
Pa said, I want to dry the pigs with salt so we have meat for the trip. We'll carry the salt barrels. But I don't know if we can all ride and take the preacher too. Can we feed one more mouth? He turned to Ma. Can we, Ma? He asked.
Ma said, it's not can we, it's will we. We can't stop now or change what's coming. But we can do what we choose to do.
And as far as will, it's been a long time our family has lived here and in the East before. I never heard of any Joads or Haslets saying no to someone who needed food, a place to stay, or a ride. There have been tough Judes, but never cruel ones.
Pa said, but what if there isn't enough space?
He turned his head to look up at her, feeling embarrassed. Her voice made him feel bad.
What if we just can't all fit in the truck?
There isn't much room, she said. There's space for 6, and 12 are already going. One more person won't matter. A man who is strong and healthy is never a problem. And if we have 2 pigs and more than $100, we shouldn't worry about feeding one more person.
She stopped talking, and Pa looked down, feeling hurt by her words.
Grandma said, it's nice to have a preacher with us. He said a good prayer this morning.
Pa looked at everyone to see if anyone disagreed. Then he said, Tommy, do you want to call him over? If he's coming with us, he should be here to help us plan.
Tom stood up and walked toward the house, calling, Cassie, oh, Cassie.
A quiet voice answered from behind the house. Tom went around the corner and saw the preacher sitting against the wall, watching the bright evening star in the sky.
You calling me? Cassie asked. Yeah, said Tom. We think if you're going with us, you should come over and help us decide things.
Casey stood up. He understood how families worked, and he knew they had accepted him. He felt proud when Uncle John moved over and made space between himself and Pa for the preacher. Casey sat down with the others, facing Grandpa who was sitting on the running board. Ma went back into the house. There was the sound of the lantern being lit, and a soft yellow light filled the dark kitchen. When she opened the big pot, the smell of cooking meat and greens came out through the door. Everyone waited for her to return across the dark yard because Ma was strong and respected among them.
Pa said, we have to decide when to start. The sooner, the better. Before we leave, we need to take care of the pigs, put the meat in salt, pack our things, and get going. We should move fast.
Noah agreed. If we all help, we can be ready tomorrow. Then we can leave early the next day. Uncle John said, we can't keep meat cold during the hot day. This is not the right season to cut animals. The meat will go bad if it doesn't cool.
Tom answered, then let's do it tonight. It'll be cooler after dark. As soon as we eat, we'll start. Do we have salt?
Ma said, yes, plenty. I have 2 good barrels of it.
Tom said, good. Let's get to work then.
Grandpa pushed himself up and tried to stand. It's getting dark, he said. I'm hungry. When we reach California, I'll always have grapes in my hand, eating them all the time. He stood up, and the other men stood too. Ruthie and Winfield jumped around excitedly in the dust.
Ruthie whispered to Winfield, "We're killing pigs and going to California. Both things are happening now."
Winfield laughed and made funny faces. He pointed to his neck and said in a squeaky voice, "I'm an old pig. Look, Ruthie, look at the blood." He fell down, moving his arms and legs weakly.
Ruthie, who was a little older, looked at him seriously. "And we're going to California," she said again. She knew this was a very important moment in her life.
The grown-ups walked to the bright kitchen through the evening darkness. Ma gave them greens and meat on tin plates. Before she sat down, she put a big round tub on the stove and made the fire hot. She carried buckets of water until the tub was full. More full buckets were placed around it. The kitchen felt very hot, and everyone ate quickly. Then they went outside to sit by the door while waiting for the water to boil. They looked out into the night at the small light from the kitchen lantern shining on the ground. Grandpa's shadow sat in the middle of that light. Noah cleaned his teeth with a piece of straw. Ma and Rose of Sharon washed the dishes and set them on the table. Then the family started moving again. Pa lit another lantern. Noah took a knife from a box and made its blade sharp on a stone. He put the knife and a scraper on a chopping block. Pa brought 2 strong sticks, each about 3 feet long. He sharpened one end of each stick and tied ropes tightly around the middle. He grumbled, "We should not have sold all those single trees." Steam rose from the pots of water. Noah asked, "Should we take the water down to the pigs or bring the pigs here?"
Pa said, "Bring the pigs here. You can drop a pig, but you can hurt yourself with hot water. Is the water ready now?"
Just about, said Ma. All right. Noah, Tom, and Al, come with me. I'll carry the light. We'll do the work down there and bring the pigs here.
Noah took his knife, and Al took the axe. The 4 men walked toward the pig pen, their legs moving in the dim lantern light. Ruthie and Winfield ran after them, jumping over the hard ground. At the pen, Pa leaned over the fence and held up the lantern. The young pigs woke and made quiet sounds. Uncle John and the preacher came down to help.
Pa said, "Let's get started. We'll take care of them and bring the meat to the house."
Noah and Tom went inside the pen. They worked quickly and carefully, making sure the pigs were calm. When they finished, Uncle John and the preacher helped to carry the pigs. Pa walked ahead with the lantern. Dark marks appeared in the dust where the pigs had been. At the house, Noah used his knife to cut around the legs. The men tied the legs so the pigs could hang from the wooden beams on the side of the house. Then they brought boiling water and poured it over the pigs. Noah cut open the bodies, letting the inside fall to the ground. Pa used sticks to keep the bodies open, so air could reach them. Tom and Ma cleaned the skin together, taking off the bristles. Al brought a bucket, moved the waste away from the house, and dumped it far off. 2 cats ran after him, calling loudly. The dogs followed too, making soft growls at the cats. Pa sat on the doorstep and looked at the hanging pigs in the lantern light. The work was mostly finished now. Only a few drops of blood fell to the ground. Pa got up and touched the pigs to check them. Then he sat down again. Grandma and Grandpa walked toward the barn to sleep. Grandpa carried a candle lantern. The others sat quietly near the door, Connie, Al, and Tom on the ground against the wall, Uncle John on a box, Pa in the doorway. Ma and Rose of Sharon kept moving around, finishing small jobs. Ruthie and Winfield were tired but didn't want to sleep. They argued softly in the dark. Noah and the preacher sat beside each other, facing the house. Pa looked uneasy. He scratched himself and ran his fingers through his hair.
He said, "Tomorrow we'll salt the meat early and load the truck. Next morning we'll go. That's not much work for a whole day."
Tom said, "We'll just be sitting around all day, waiting for something to do." The group shifted, feeling restless. Tom said, "We could be ready by daylight and leave then."
Pa rubbed his knee and stayed silent. The uneasy feeling spread to everyone. Noah said, "It won't hurt the meat to put it in salt tonight. If we cut it up now, it'll cool faster anyway."
Uncle John spoke strongly. "Why are we waiting? I want to be done. If we're leaving, let's go."
The others began to agree. "Let's go now. We can sleep on the way." The feeling of hurry grew among them.
Pa said, "It's about 2,000 miles. That's really far. We should start soon. Noah, you and I can finish cutting the meat and pack everything into the truck."
Ma looked out the door. "What if we forget something because it's dark?" she asked.
"We can check again after sunrise," said Noah. They sat quietly for a moment, thinking. Then Noah stood up and started to sharpen his knife. He said, "Ma, please clear the table." He went to one of the pigs and cut a line along the back, slowly pulling the meat away from the ribs.
Pa stood up quickly and said, "We need to get everything together now."
"Come on, you fellas." Everyone moved fast now that they were ready to leave. Noah carried the meat to the kitchen and cut it into small pieces for salting. Ma put coarse salt on each piece and packed them in barrels so none touched another. She laid the pieces carefully and filled the spaces with salt. Noah worked on the side meat and legs. Ma kept the fire burning while Noah cleaned the ribs and bones. She roasted the bones in the oven for later eating. Outside, lanterns moved around the yard and barn. The men gathered everything they needed and stacked it by the truck. Rose of Sharon brought out all the clothes the family owned. She packed overalls, strong shoes, rubber boots, old suits, sweaters, and warm coats into a box. She stepped into the box and pushed the clothes down with her feet. Then she brought dresses, shawls, stockings, and the children's clothes. She packed those too and pressed them tightly inside. Tom went to the tool shed and got the last tools to take. He found a saw, wrenches, a hammer, nails, pliers, and files. Rose of Sharon spread a large tarpaulin behind the truck. She carried out the mattresses, 3 double and 1 single, and laid them on it. Then she brought old blankets and piled them on top. Ma and Noah kept working with the meat. The smell of roasting pork bones came from the stove. The children grew tired and fell asleep. Winfield slept outside near the door in the dust. Ruthie sat on a box in the kitchen watching, but she soon slept with her head against the wall. Her mouth was slightly open, and she breathed softly. Tom finished with the tools and came into the kitchen with his lantern. The preacher came after him.
"Got in a buckboard," Tom said. "Smell that meat. Hear how it cracks."
Ma packed the salted meat in layers and poured more salt over it. She looked at Tom and smiled a little, but her face showed how tired she felt.
"Nice to have pork bones for breakfast," she said.
The preacher stepped near her. "Let me salt this meat," he said. "I can do it. You've got other things to do."
She looked at him in surprise. Her hands were covered with salt and pink from the meat.
"That's women's work," she said.
"It's all work," said the preacher. "There's too much of it to say what's for men or women. Go do your other things. I'll finish this."
She stood still for a moment and then poured water into a basin and washed her hands. The preacher salted the meat while she watched him. He packed it in the barrels as she had done. Only when he finished a layer and patted down the salt did she seem pleased. She wiped her pale, swollen hands dry.
Tom asked, "Ma, what stuff are we taking from here?"
She looked quickly around the kitchen. "The bucket," she said. "All the eating things, plates, cups, spoons, knives, and forks. Put them in the drawer and take the whole drawer. We'll need the big fry pan, the big pot, and the coffee pot. When it cools, take the oven rack too. It's good for cooking over a fire. I'd like to take the wash tub, but there's no room. I'll wash in the bucket instead. Don't bother with small stuff. You can cook small food in a big pot, but not big food in a little one. Take the bread pans, they fit inside each other." She looked around the kitchen again. "Just get what I told you, Tom. I'll pack the rest, the pepper, the salt, the nutmeg, and the grater."
She took the lantern and walked slowly into the bedroom. Her bare feet made no sound on the floor.
"She looks tired."
Women are always tired. That's how women are, except sometimes when we go to church.
"Yes, but she's more tired than that. She looks really tired, like she's sick."
Ma was just coming through the door and heard what he said. Her face changed. The soft look went away, and her face became strong again. Her eyes looked bright, and she stood straighter. She looked around the room. It was empty except for trash. The mattresses were gone, and the dressers had been sold. On the floor she saw a broken comb, an empty powder can, and some dust. Ma put the lantern on the floor. She reached behind one of the boxes that had been used as chairs. She took out an old box for letters. It was dirty and broken at the corners. She sat down and opened the box. Inside were letters, newspaper pieces, photographs, earrings, a small gold ring, and a chain made of hair with little gold ends. She touched the letters softly with her fingers. She smoothed the newspaper that talked about Tom's trial. She held the box for a long time and looked at it. She moved the letters around and then put them back in order. She bit her lip and thought deeply. She remembered things from the past. And at last she decided what to do. She chose the ring, the watch charm, and the earrings. She looked again and found one gold cuff link. She took a letter from an envelope and dropped the small things inside it. She folded the envelope and put it in her dress pocket. Then she closed the box softly and smoothed the top with care. Her mouth opened a little. She stood up, took her lantern, and went back to the kitchen. She lifted the lid of the stove and put the box gently on the coals. The heat quickly made the paper brown. A small flame grew and moved over the box. She put the stove lid back. The fire made a quiet sound and covered the box with warm light. Outside in the dark yard, Pa and Ul worked near the truck. They loaded the tools first so they could reach them if the truck broke down. Next came the boxes of clothes and a sack with kitchen things inside. Plates, forks, and knives went into another box. A gallon bucket was tied on the back of the truck. They made the bottom of the load flat and even. They filled empty spaces with rolled blankets. Then they put the mattresses on top to make the truck level. At the end, they covered everything with a big tarpaulin.
"If it rains," he said, "we'll tie it higher so people can sit underneath and stay dry."
In the front, we'll be dry enough.
And Pa clapped his hands.
He said, "That's a good idea."
Al smiled. He said, "That's not all. As soon as I can, I'll find a long piece of wood and make a ridge pole. Then I'll put the cover over it. That way, people can stay under it and keep out of the sun."
Pa nodded. He said, "That's a good idea. Why didn't you think of that before?"
Al answered, "I didn't have time." Pa raised his eyebrows. "You didn't have time?" he asked. "Al, you had time to run all over the country. Where have you been these last 2 weeks?" Al looked down. "There are things a man must do when he's leaving home," he said quietly. Then his voice changed. "Pa," he asked softly, "are you happy we're leaving?"
Pa looked surprised. "Huh? Well, sure," he said. "At least, I think so. Life has been hard here. Out there it'll be different. There will be plenty of work and nice green land. Little white houses, and oranges growing around them."
Al asked, "Are there oranges everywhere?"
Pa laughed a little. "Maybe not everywhere," he said. "But there are lots of places with them."
Far away, the sky began to grow light. The work was finished. The barrels of pork were ready. The chicken box was ready to go on top. Ma opened the oven. She took out bones that were brown and crisp, still with some tasty meat on them. Ruthie woke up a little. She slipped down from her box and went back to sleep again. The grown-ups stood near the door. They shivered a little and ate bits of the warm pork.
Tom said, "Maybe we should wake Grandma and Grandpa. It's almost morning."
Ma looked at the sky. She said, "I don't want to wake them yet. Let them sleep as long as they can. Ruthie and Winfield haven't had much rest either."
Pa said, "They can all sleep on top of the truck. It'll be nice and comfortable there."
Suddenly the dogs jumped up from the dust. They listened for a moment. Then they started barking loudly and ran off into the dark. "Now what in hell is that?" Pa asked. Soon they heard a calm voice talking to the barking dogs. The dogs stopped barking so hard. Then they heard steps. A man came closer. It was Muley Graves. He wore his hat low. He walked slowly to them.
"Morning, folks," he said.
"Why, Muley," said Pa. He waved the ham bone in his hand. "Come in and eat some pork, Muley."
"Well, no," said Muley. "I'm not really hungry."
"Oh, take it, Muley, take it. Here," said Pa. He went into the house and brought out some spare ribs.
"I didn't mean to eat any of your food," Muley said. "I was just walking around. I wanted to see you before you went and say goodbye."
"We're leaving soon," said Pa. "If you came an hour later, you would have missed us. See, we're all packed."
Muley looked at the truck full of things. "Sometimes I wish I'd go find my family," he said.
Ma asked, "Did you hear from them in California?"
"No," Muley said. "I didn't hear anything. I haven't been to the post office. I should go sometimes."
Pa said, "Al, go wake Grandma and Grandpa. Tell them to come and eat. We're leaving soon."
As Al walked toward the barn, Pa said, "Muley, do you want to come with us? We could try to make space for you."
Muley took a bite of meat and chewed slowly. "Sometimes I want to go," he said. "But I know I won't. I always hide at the last minute."
"You'll die out in the field someday," said Noah.
"I know," Muley answered. "I thought about that. Sometimes it feels lonely. Sometimes it feels good. It doesn't matter much. But if you see my family out in California, please tell them I'm fine. Tell them I'm okay. Don't tell them how I live. Say I'll come to them when I get enough money."
Ma asked, "Will you really come?"
"No," Muley said quietly. "No, I won't. I can't go away. I must stay here now."
The dawn light was brighter now. It made the lanterns look pale. Al came back with Grandpa walking slowly beside him.
He wasn't sleeping, said Al. He was sitting behind the barn. Something is wrong with him.
Grandpa's eyes looked dull. He didn't look angry anymore.
There's nothing wrong with me, he said. I'm just not going. Not going? Asked Pa. What do you mean you're not going? We are ready. We have no place to stay. I'm not telling you to stay, said Grandpa. You go ahead. But I will stay. I thought about it all night. This is my land. I belong here. I don't care if there are fruits and fields somewhere else. I'm not leaving. This land may be poor, but it's mine. Go ahead without me. I'll stay here.
They stood close around him. Pa said, "You can't stay, Grandpa. The tractors are coming soon. Who will cook for you? How will you live? You can't stay alone. You will not have food."
Grandpa said, I'm an old man, but I can take care of myself. Muley stays here too, and he manages. I can do the same. I said I'm not going, and that's it. Take Grandma if you want, but you can't take me. Pa looked tired and said softly, Please listen to me, Grandpa. Just listen for a minute.
Ain't I gonna listen? I told YA what I'm a gonna do.
Tom touched his father's shoulder.
Pa, come in the house. I want to tell you something. As they walked to the house, Tom called, Ma, come here for a minute, please.
In the kitchen, one lantern gave light. A plate full of pork bones was still on the table.
Tom said, Listen, I know Grandpa can say he does not want to go, but he really cannot stay. We all know that.
Pa said, Yes, he can't stay.
Tom said, If we try to catch him and tie him down, he might get hurt, and he will be very angry and might hurt himself. We can't fight or argue with him. If he could get drunk, it would be easier. Do you have any whiskey?
Pa said, No. There is no whiskey in the house. And John never has whiskey when he isn't drinking.
Ma said, Tom, I still have half a bottle of soothing syrup I bought for Winfield when he had earache. Do you think that could help? It used to make Winfield sleep when his ear hurt.
Tom said, Maybe. Get it, Ma. Let's try it anyway.
Ma said, I threw it out on the trash pile. She took the lantern and went outside. Soon, she came back with a bottle half full of dark medicine.
Tom took the bottle and tasted it. It doesn't taste bad, he said. Make a cup of black coffee, strong coffee. The label says 1 teaspoon, but we should use more, maybe 2 tablespoons.
Ma opened the stove and put a kettle near the hot coals. She poured water and coffee into it to make the drink.
Have to give it to him in a can, she said.
We got the cups all packed.
Tom and his father went outside. Grandpa said, a man can say what he wants to do.
So, who's eating spare ribs?
We already ate. Ma is making you a cup of coffee and some pork.
He went into the house. He drank his coffee and ate the pork. The family outside watched him quietly through the door. They saw him yawn and move slowly. He put his arms on the table, laid his head on them, and fell asleep.
He was tired anyway. Let him rest.
Now the family was ready to go. Grandma looked confused and said, What's happening?
What are you doing so early?
But she was dressed and calm. Ruthie and Winfield were awake but still sleepy and quiet. The morning light spread quickly across the land. The family stopped moving. They stood together, not ready to leave yet. They felt nervous now that it was time to go. They felt the same kind of fear that Grandpa felt. They looked at the shed in the growing light. The lanterns faded until they gave no yellow glow. The stars slowly disappeared in the west. Still the family stood silently, half like dreamers, not seeing small things but feeling the whole dawn and the land around them. Only Muley Graves walked around restlessly. He looked through the bars at the truck. He hid the spare tires to check them. Finally Muley came to Tom.
Are you going across the state line? Are you going to break your parole?
Tom shook off his sleepy feeling.
It's almost sunrise. We have to go now.
And the others slowly came out of their shock and walked toward the truck.
Come on, Tom said. Let's get Grandpa on.
Pa, Uncle John, Tom, and Al went into the kitchen. Grandpa was sleeping there with his head on his arms. A little coffee had dried on the table. They each took hold of his arms and helped him stand up. He made angry sounds and spoke roughly, like someone who had drunk too much. They helped him out through the door. When they reached the truck, Tom and Al climbed up. They leaned down and took his arms carefully. They lifted him and put him on top of the load. Al untied the cover. They rolled Grandpa under it and placed a box beside him. The box helped keep the heavy canvas from pressing on him.
I need to fix that pole, Al said. I'll do it tonight when we stop.
Grandpa made little sounds and moved a bit, trying to wake up. Then he slept deeply again.
Pa said, Ma, you and Grandma sit inside with Al for a bit. We'll change around later, but start like that.
They got into the front of the truck. The others climbed up on top of the load: Connie, Rose of Sharon, Pa, Uncle John, Ruthie, Winfield, Tom, and the preacher. Noah stayed on the ground and looked at all of them sitting high up. Al walked around and looked under the truck.
Wow, those springs are very flat, he said. Good thing I blocked under them.
Noah said, What about the dogs, Pa?
Oh, I forgot the dogs, Pa said. He whistled loudly.
Only one dog came running. Noah caught it and lifted it onto the truck. The dog sat still and shook because it was scared of the height.
Have to leave the other two, Pa said. Muley, can you take care of them? Make sure they get food.
Yes, said Muley. I like having 2 dogs. I'll take them.
Take the chickens too, Pa said.
Al sat down in the driver's seat. The engine made a turning sound, caught, and turned again. Then came a loud noise from the 6 cylinders and a little blue smoke behind.
So long, Muley, Al called.
The family called, Goodbye, Muley. Al put the truck in low gear and slowly started moving. The truck shook and pulled across the yard. Then he changed to second gear. The truck climbed the small hill. Red dust rose all around them. Chapter 11. The houses stood empty on the land. Because they were empty, the land also felt empty. Only the tractor sheds made of shiny metal were still busy. They were full of noise from engines and smell from oil and gasoline. The farming machines shone in the sun. The tractors had bright lights that worked all the time. They did not stop for night or day. The metal plows turned the soil in the darkness and also in the light. They glittered as they worked. When a horse finishes its work and goes into the barn, it still feels alive. You can hear it breathing. You can feel its warmth. You can see its feet move in the straw and hear it eat the hay. Its eyes and ears move softly. There is life and heat in the barn. It smells of animals and work. But when a tractor stops, it becomes cold and still. It feels dead, the way cold metal feels. The heat disappears quickly. Then the metal doors of the shed are closed. The man who drives the tractor goes back to town. He may live 20 miles away. He might not return for a long time. The tractor waits, silent and lifeless. It is easier this way. It is more efficient, but it has no life. Chapter 12. Highway 66. The land and the people started to change. Work became too easy. Machines did everything fast and strong. The people stopped feeling wonder about the land. They no longer felt close to it or understood it deeply. The man who drives the tractor feels he does not belong. He does not know the land well. He only sees it as numbers and parts. He thinks the land is nitrates, phosphates, and fibers. But these things are not the land. He thinks a man is just carbon, salt, water, and calcium. But a man is much more than that. And the land is also much more than its parts. A true farmer walks on the soil. He turns his plow around stones. He eats his lunch in the fields. He knows the land and loves it. But the machine man drives a heavy tractor on land he does not understand. He feels nothing for it. When his work ends and he closes the iron doors, he goes home. His home is not the land. Empty houses stand quiet. Their doors swing open in the wind. Groups of boys come from town. They break old windows and look for things to keep. They find a broken knife and think it is good. They laugh at the smell inside and the words written on the walls. When the families first left, cats came from the fields in the evening. They sat on the porch and called softly. No one answered them. The cats went inside the houses and walked through empty rooms. Then they returned to the fields. They became wild again. They hunted small animals and slept in ditches during the day. At night bats flew into the empty houses. They stayed there in the dark corners. They folded their wings and hung down from the beams. The smell of bat droppings filled the rooms. Mice moved into the houses and hid seeds in corners and boxes. Weasels came to catch the mice. Brown owls flew in and out, calling loudly. After some days a small rain came. Weeds grew by the doorstep. Grass started to come up through the porch boards. The houses were falling apart. Wood split near the old nails. Dust covered the floors. Only small animal tracks marked it. One night the wind lifted a roof shingle and threw it to the ground. The next wind took more. Sunlight came through holes in the roof and made bright spots on the floor. Wild cats still came from the fields, but they did not wait at the door. They moved softly through the rooms and hunted mice. On windy nights, doors hit against the walls. Broken curtains moved in the windows. Highway 66 is the main road for travelers. It is a long road that crosses the country from Mississippi to Bakersfield. It goes over red land and gray land. It rises up through the mountains. It crosses the high ground and goes down into the dry desert. Then it climbs again to new mountains and runs into the green valleys of California. Highway 66 is the road for people who are leaving their homes. They run from dust and from land that no longer gives food. They escape the noise of machines that take their farms. They leave the dry winds from Texas and the floods that destroy the soil. All these people come together on Highway 66. They come from small roads, from wagon tracks, and from farm paths. Highway 66 is called the Mother Road. It is the road of people moving west. They pass towns in Arkansas, Clarksville, Ozark, Van Buren, and Fort Smith. Then they reach the end of Arkansas. They travel into Oklahoma City. Roads join from Tulsa and McAlester. Travelers come from Wichita Falls and Enid. They move through Edmond, McLeod, Purcell, and continue on 66 westward, El Reno, Clinton, Hydro, Elk City, and Texola. That is the end of Oklahoma. Highway 66 crosses Texas, through Shamrock, McLean, Conway, and Amarillo. Then Wildorado, Vega, and Boise mark the end of Texas. The road goes on to Tucumcari and Santa Rosa. It climbs the New Mexico mountains to Albuquerque. There it connects with the road from Santa Fe. Then it follows the Rio Grande River down to Los Lunas, and west again on Route 66 to Gallup, where the border of New Mexico appears. Then come the tall mountains. Holbrook, Winslow, and Flagstaff all sit high in the mountains of Arizona. After that is a wide flat land that goes up and down gently. There are towns like Ash Fork and Kingman, and there are rocky hills where people must bring and sell water. Then out of the dry, broken mountains of Arizona to the Colorado River. There are green plants near the water, and that is the end of Arizona. Across the river is California and a nice little town called Needles. The river looks strange in this hot place. From Needles the road goes up over burned hills, and then there is the desert. Route 66 goes across the long hot desert where the air shines and the far mountains look dark and heavy. At last comes Barstow, then more desert, and finally new mountains rise again. They are good green mountains, and Route 66 goes through them. Then suddenly there is a mountain pass. Below lies a beautiful valley with farms, trees, and small houses. Far away a city waits. The long journey is over. Many people travel on Route 66. Sometimes one car alone, sometimes a few cars together. All day the cars move slowly on the road. At night they stop near water. In the daytime old cars get too hot, and steam comes out of broken parts. Loose engines make loud sounds. The men driving watch and listen carefully. They worry about how far it is to the next town.
What if something breaks? Then we stop and one man walks to town for a new part and comes back. Do we have enough food? Listen to the motor. Listen to the wheels. Feel the steering wheel and the gear lever. Feel with your feet on the floor. The car makes many noises. If the sound changes, it could mean trouble. This light rattle is safe. But if the car shakes or thuds, maybe the oil cannot reach the right place. Maybe something inside is wearing down. If that happens, what can we do? Money is leaving fast. Why is the car so hot today? We are not climbing hills. Let's check. The fan belt is gone. Let's make one from this piece of rope. We tie the ends together. Now drive slow until we find a town. The rope belt won't last long. If only we can reach California, where oranges grow. Just if we can.
The tires are almost gone. The fabric shows through. We might get 100 miles more if we drive carefully. Should we risk it? We have some patches. When the tire breaks, maybe it only leaks a little. Maybe we can fix it and go a few hundred more miles. Let's keep going until it breaks. We need a new tire, but the price is too high. The seller looks at us. He sees we must go on. He knows we cannot wait. So he raises the price. He says, take it or leave it. He says, I sell tires, not give them away. He does not care what happens to us. He only thinks of himself.
How far is the next town? He says he saw many cars like ours go by yesterday. He asks, where are you all from? Where are you all going? He says California is large but not that large. He says there's not enough space for poor and rich people together. He says there's not enough room for hungry and full people, for thieves and honest men. He says, why don't you go back where you came from?
Someone answers, this is a free country, people can go where they want.
But the man laughs. He says, Maybe you have heard about the border police in California. They stop people and turn them back. They say, if you cannot buy land, we don't want you. They ask for your driver's license. They tear it up. Then they say, you cannot enter without it. So, is it really a free country? You are only as free as the money you have.
Someone says wages are high in California. He shows a paper that says so. The man says it is not true. He saw people come back, sad and tired. He says, someone fooled you. Then he asks, do you want that tire or not? The traveler says, yes, we must take it, but it costs too much. We don't have much money left.
Chapter 13. The man looked at the tire. He said he was not running a charity. He told them to take the woman with them. They had to, he guessed. He wanted to check the tire. He opened it and looked inside. He was angry. Someone had said the tire casing was fine. It was almost broken. The second man didn't believe it. The first man showed him.
He said, look, it's true.
The other man got upset. He said the seller had seen it before. He didn't want to pay for a broken tire. He was angry and wanted to hit the seller.
The seller told him to calm down. He said he had not noticed the damage. Then he said, I'll sell you this one for $3.50.
The man said no. He didn't want it. They decided to go on and try to reach the next town. They hoped the tire would last. They had no choice. He said he would rather drive on the rim than give money to that man.
Another man said people in business weren't kind. They only cared about money. That was business, he said. He asked what they had thought it was. He pointed to a sign near the road. It read, Service Club, Lunch Tuesday, Colmado Hotel, Welcome Brother. He said he heard a story about a man who went to one of those meetings. The man told a funny story about his father. When he was a boy, his father gave him a young cow and told him to take it for service. The boy did what he was told. Now, when he hears the word service from a businessman, he thinks someone is being fooled. He said businessmen lie and cheat, but they use polite words. That's how business works. If you steal a tire, people call you a thief. If a seller tries to take your money for a broken tire, they call that business. Danny was sitting in the back seat. He wanted a drink of water. They had none. He had to wait. Someone asked if the rear part of the car was making a noise. They listened. The sound moved through the frame. Something broke, maybe a gasket. They had to keep going. The car whistled as it ran. They would stop soon and fix it. They were tired and worried. Their food was running out. Their money was running out. They asked what they would do when they couldn't buy gas anymore. Danny asked again for water. He was thirsty. The car made strange noise. Then, the tire finally broke. It was ruined. They had to fix it. They could save the rubber to make boots later. They would cut pieces from it to strengthen weak spots. Many cars were stopped by the road, with engines open and tires being fixed. Old cars were crawling along Highway 66 like tired animals. They were hot and weak. Danny was thirsty again. People kept moving west on Highway 66. The sun made the road shine like glass. Far ahead, the heat looked like water. Danny still wanted his drink. He had to wait. He was hot and tired. They looked for the next service station. There were many people on the road, hundreds of thousands, traveling in old cars. Many cars were broken and left behind. People wondered what happened to those families. Did they walk away? Where did their courage come from? Where did their strong hope come from? Then there was one family, 12 people. They had lost their farm. They had no car. They built a small trailer out of old wood and metal. They put all their things on it. They waited beside Highway 66. A car stopped and helped them. 5 rode in the car. 7 rode on the trailer with their dog. They reached California after 2 main trips. The driver gave them food. It was all true. People were amazed at their courage and kindness. Not many things could create such hope. These travelers had lost so much, but they kept believing in good. On that hard road, sad things happened, but also beautiful things. Their faith grew strong again.
The ancient Hudson groaned as it moved onto the highway near Sallisaw and turned west. The sun was bright and hard to look at. I'll push the car faster because the old springs were not in danger anymore. The car went from Sallisaw to Gore, 21 miles. It ran at 35 miles an hour. Then it went 13 miles to Warner. After that, 14 miles to Checotah. From Checotah to Henrietta was a long drive, 34 miles, but Henrietta was a real town. Then the car went 19 miles to Castle. The sun was high now, and the hot red fields made the air shake. Al drove with a serious face. His eyes moved quickly from the road to the dashboard. He listened carefully to every sound the car made. He wanted to catch any small noise that could mean trouble later. He felt as if he was part of the car. Grandma sat next to him. She half slept and sometimes made a quiet sound. She opened her eyes for a moment, looked ahead, then slept again. Ma sat beside her. Her arm was on the open window, and the sun made her skin red. She looked forward too, but she seemed tired. She did not really see the road, the fields, the gas stations, or the small food places they passed. Al moved on the broken seat and held the steering wheel in a different way. He sighed.
Makes a lot of noise, he said. But I think she's okay. I don't know how she'll do if we have to go up hills with all this weight. Are there any hills between here and California, Ma?
I think there are hills, she said. Maybe even big mountains. I'm not sure, but I remember hearing that.
Grandma made a long tired sound in her sleep.
Al said, we'll get too hot if we have to climb. Maybe we'll have to throw some things away. Maybe we shouldn't have brought the preacher.
You'll be glad you brought him before we're finished. He'll help us.
She looked at the bright road again. Al drove with one hand and touched the gear lever with the other. He found it hard to speak. His mouth moved before he said the words aloud.
Ma, he said quietly. She turned her head a little, moving with the car. Ma, are you scared to go? Are you scared to move to a new place?
Her eyes softened. A little, she said. It's not really being scared. I'm just sitting and waiting. When something happens, I'll deal with it then.
Aren't you thinking about what it will be like when we get there? Aren't you afraid it won't be as good as we want it to be?
No, she said quickly. I can't think that way. It's too heavy to think about all the different lives we could have. There are so many choices ahead, but we will only live one of them. If I try to think about all of them, it's too much. You should think about the future because you're young. But for me, it's just the road passing by. It's just how soon they'll want to eat more pork bones. Her face looked tight and serious. That's all I can do, she said. I can't do any more.
All the rest would get upset if I did any more than that. They all count on me, and I think about that a lot. Grandma yawned loudly and opened her eyes. She looked around in fear.
I need to get out, thank God, she said. There's a bunch of bushes ahead, said Al.
Bushes or no bushes, I need to get out, said Grandma. She began to cry and say, "I need to get out. I need to get out."
Al drove faster. When he reached the low bushes, he stopped the truck. Ma opened the door and helped Grandma out to the side of the road. She held Grandma close so she would not fall when she sat down. The others on top of the truck started to move. Their faces were red from the sun. Tom, Casey, Noah, and Uncle John climbed down slowly. Ruthie and Winfield climbed down the side and ran into the bushes. Connie helped Rose of Sharon down carefully. Under the canvas, Grandpa woke up. His head was out, but his eyes looked sleepy and confused. He watched the others, but it seemed he did not really know them.
Tom asked, "Want to come down, Grandpa?"
Grandpa looked at him without interest. "No," he said. For a short moment, his eyes looked strong. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here like Muley." Then his eyes turned dull again.
Ma came back, helping Grandma up the hill toward the road.
Tom, she said. Get the pan of bones from under the canvas. We need to eat something.
Tom took the pan and passed it around. The family stood near the road, eating the small bits of meat from the pork bones.
"We're lucky we brought these," said Pa. "I get so stiff up there that I can barely move." "Where's the water?"
Didn't you take it? Ma asked. I set out the big jug.
Pa climbed up and looked under the canvas. "It's not here. We must have left it behind."
They all began to feel thirsty right away.
Winfield started to cry softly. "I want a drink."
"I want a drink." The men looked at each other and felt very thirsty. They began to feel worried. Al felt fear growing inside him.
"We'll get water at the first service station we find," he said. "We need gas too."
Everyone climbed onto the truck. Ma helped Grandma climb up and sat beside her. Al started the motor and they drove away. It was 25 miles from Castle to Paydin. The sun was high and then began to move down. The radiator cap started to shake and steam came out. When they got near Paydin, they saw a small shack beside the road. 2 gas pumps stood in front. Beside a fence, there was a water tap and a hose. Al drove the truck close to the hose. As they arrived, a big man with a red face and arms stood up from a chair behind the pumps. He walked toward them slowly. He wore brown pants with suspenders, a polo shirt, and a shiny cardboard hat. Sweat ran down his nose and neck. He looked serious and unfriendly.
"Are you folks buying something? Gas or anything?" he asked.
Al was already outside, opening the hot radiator cap carefully. He pulled his fingers back quickly when steam came out. He looked at the fat man.
"Need some gas, mister," he said.
"Got any money?" asked the man.
"Sure," Al said. "Do you think we're beggars?"
The man's hard look went away. "That's fine, folks," he said. "Use the water if you want." Then he added quickly, "Many people come here. They use my water, make a mess, steal things, and don't buy anything. They have no money and beg for a little gas so they can go on."
Tom jumped down from the truck, angry. "We're paying our way," he said in a strong voice. "You have no reason to treat us like that. We didn't ask you for anything."
"I didn't mean that," said the man quickly. His shirt was now wet with sweat. "Go ahead and use the water, and you can use the toilet too."
Winfield took the hose. He drank from it and then poured water over his head and face. He was dripping wet. "It's not cool," he said.
The fat man kept talking. "I don't understand what's happening," he said. "Every day, 50 or 60 cars full of families drive west with their children and everything they own. Where are they going? What will they do when they get there?
Doing the same as us, said Tom. Going somewhere to live. Trying to get by. That's all.
I don't know what this country is turning into, said the fat man. I just don't know. I'm trying to get by too. Do you think any of those shiny new cars stop here? No, sir. They go to the big painted company stations in town. They never stop in places like this. Most people who stop here have nothing.
Al opened the radiator cap, and steam jumped out with a loud bubbling sound. On top of the truck, the tired dog crawled carefully to the edge and looked down, whining for water. Uncle John climbed up and lifted the dog down by his neck. The dog stood on stiff legs for a moment, then walked to drink from the wet mud under the faucet. Cars rushed fast down the highway, shining in the sun. Their hot wind blew across the station yard. Al filled the radiator with water from the hose.
It's not that I want fancy folks to buy my gas, said the fat man. I just want anyone to buy some. The people who stop here beg for gas. They give things for gas or oil. In my back room, I have beds, baby wagons, pots, and pans. One family gave me a doll for a gallon of gas. What can I do with all that stuff? Open a junk store? One man wanted to give me his shoes for a gallon. If I were that kind of man, I bet I could get. He looked at Ma and stopped talking.
Jim Casey had wet his head. Water ran down his forehead, neck, and shirt. He walked over to stand by Tom. It's not the people's fault, he said. How would you feel if you had to sell your bed just to buy gas for your car?
I know it's not their fault, said the fat man. Everyone I talk to is moving for a good reason. But what's happening to this country? People can't make a living anymore. Farmers can't keep their farms. What's happening? Nobody can understand it. A man wants to give up his shoes just to drive another 100 miles. I don't understand it.
He took off his shiny hat and wiped his forehead with his hand. Tom took off his cap and wiped his forehead too. He went to the hose, made his cap wet, squeezed it, and put it back on his head. Ma pushed a tin cup through the bars on the side of the truck. She went to give water to Grandma and Grandpa on top of the load. She stood on the bars and gave the cup to Grandpa. He only wet his lips and shook his head. He did not want more water. His eyes looked up at Ma for a moment with pain and confusion. Then his mind seemed to fade again.
Al started the motor and drove the truck back to the gas pump. He said, "Fill it up. It will take about 7. Then he said, "Get it 6 so it won't spill."
The fat man put the hose in the tank. He said, "No, sir. I just don't know what this country is turning into. So much help and trouble everywhere."
Casey spoke quietly. He said, "I have been walking around the country. Everyone asks that same thing, what's happening to us? It feels like we never get anywhere. We keep moving all the time. People don't stop to think about why. They move because they must. They want something better than what they have. That is how people try to make life better. It is pain that pushes them to fight and change things. I hear many people talk like you."
The fat man kept pumping gasoline. The needle moved on the meter to show how much was going in. He asked again, "Yeah, but where is it all going? What will it come to?"
Tom felt angry. He said, "You will never know. Cassie tries to tell you, but you keep asking the same thing again. I've met men like you before. You are not really asking a question. You just keep saying the same words, what's coming? You don't want to understand. The country is moving, people are going places. Many are dying too. Maybe you will die soon, and you still won't know anything. I've seen too many men like you. You don't want the truth. You just talk to yourself until you fall asleep saying, "What's coming?"
Tom looked at the old gas pump. It was rusty and worn out. Behind it stood a small shack made of used wood. The nail holes showed through the old yellow paint. The paint had tried to look bright and clean, like the big gas stations in town. But it could not hide the cracks or marks. The paint could not be fixed. It was only trying to copy the others, and everyone knew it. Inside the open door, Tom saw 2 oil barrels. He saw a small counter with old candy and brown licorice that had gone bad. There were also cigarettes on the shelf. He saw the broken chair and the fly screen with a rusty hole. He looked at the messy yard that should have had gravel. Behind it, the cornfield was dry and dying in the hot sun. Beside the house was a small pile of old tires. Then he noticed the fat man's cheap pants, cheap shirt, and paper hat.
I didn't mean to talk rough, mister. It's just the heat. You don't have much. Soon you'll be on the road too. Not because of tractors, but because of those yellow stations in town. People are moving, he said quietly. And you'll be moving too, mister.
The fat man stopped turning the pump and looked worried.
How did you know? He asked in surprise. How did you know we were already thinking about packing up and going west?
Cassie answered him. It's everyone, he said. I used to fight against the devil, but now something worse than the devil has taken hold of this country. And it won't let go until it's broken apart. It holds on tight and won't stop.
He stopped and looked at Tom. The fat man stared straight ahead, hopeless. His hand began turning the crank slowly again.
I don't know what will happen to us, he said softly.
Near the water hose, Connie and Rose of Sharon stood together and talked quietly. Connie washed a tin cup and tested the water with his finger before filling it. Rose of Sharon watched the cars passing on the highway. Connie gave her the cup. The water isn't cool, but at least it's wet, he said.
She looked at him and smiled a secret smile. She had many quiet thoughts now that she was pregnant. She was proud of herself and often complained about small things. She asked Connie to help her in ways that seemed silly, and they both knew it.
Connie was happy with her too. He loved thinking about her pregnancy. He liked feeling that he was part of her secrets. When she smiled shyly, he smiled too. They whispered soft words to each other. The world felt small around them, and she was at the center of it, with Connie close beside her. Everything they said felt private.
She looked away from the highway. I'm not very thirsty, she said gently, but maybe I should drink.
He nodded because he understood her. She took the cup, rinsed her mouth, and then drank the warm water. Want more? He asked.
Just half.
He filled the cup halfway and gave it to her. A shiny silver car rushed by. She looked at the others by the truck, felt safe, and said, "Would you like to ride in that car?" Connie sighed. Maybe someday. They both knew what he meant. If there's plenty of work in California, we'll get our own car, he said. But cars like that cost as much as a house. I'd rather have the house.
I'd like to have the house and one of those cars too, she said.
Rose of Sharon talked about how the house would be first. They both knew what she meant. They were very happy about the baby. Do you feel okay? He asked. Tired. Just tired from riding in the sun, she said. We have to keep going or we'll never reach California, he told her. I know, she answered. The dog walked around the truck and drank from a small puddle under the hose. Then he walked away with his head down and his ears hanging. He sniffed the dry grass near the road. He looked across the street and started to go over.
Rose of Sharon screamed loudly.
A fast car came close, and the tires made a loud sound. The dog tried to move but could not. The car hit him and then sped away. The car slowed down for a second, some people looked back, and then it went faster and was gone. The dog lay in the road without moving much anymore.
Rose of Sharon's eyes were big. Do you think it hurt? She asked in a scared voice. Think it hurt?
Connie put his arm around her. Come sit down, he said. It's nothing. But I felt like it hurt. I felt it shake when I yelled. Come sit down. It's all right. It won't hurt. He took her to the other side of the truck, away from the dog, and sat her down. Tom and Uncle John walked to the dog. It was still moving a little. Tom took it by the legs and pulled it to the side of the road. Uncle John looked like he felt bad, as if it was his fault.
I should have tied him up, he said.
Pa looked at the dog for a moment and then turned away. Let's go, he said. I don't know how we could have fed him anyway. Maybe it's for the best.
A heavy man came from behind the truck. I'm sorry, folks, he said. Dogs don't live long near a highway. I had 3 run over in 1 year. I don't keep any now. Don't worry, he added. I'll take care of him. I'll bury him out in the cornfield.
Ma walked to Rose of Sharon, who sat shaking on the truck step. You all right, Rose of Sharon? She asked. You feeling sick?
I saw it. It scared me, Rose of Sharon said.
I heard you cry out, said Ma. Fix your clothes now.
You think it hurt? Rose of Sharon asked quietly.
No, said Ma. If you sit and feel sorry and keep thinking about it, you might start to hurt. Stand up now and help me make Grandma comfortable. Forget the baby for a minute. He'll be fine.
Where is Grandma? Rose of Sharon asked.
I dunno. She's around here somewheres. Maybe in the outhouse.
The girl walked to the toilet. Soon she came out, helping Grandma walk.
She was sleeping in there, said Rose of Sharon. Grandma smiled. It's nice in there, she said. They have a fine toilet, and the water goes down. I like it in there, she said with a happy voice. I could have slept well if nobody woke me up. It's not a good place to sleep, said Rose of Sharon. She helped Grandma into the car.
Grandma sat down with joy.
Maybe it does not look nice, but it feels nice, she said.
Tom said, let's go. We must keep moving.
Pa whistled loudly. Now, where are those kids? He said. He whistled again and put his fingers in his mouth. Soon the children ran out of the cornfield.
Ruthie came first and Winfield was behind her. Eggs! Ruthie shouted. I found soft eggs. She ran closer, and Winfield followed her. Look, she said. She showed a handful of small, pale eggs in her dirty hand.
Then she saw a dead dog by the road.
Oh, she said softly.
Ruthie and Winfield walked slowly to see the dog. They looked at him quietly.
Pa called to them, come on, if you don't want to be left.
The children turned and walked to the truck. Ruthie looked at the eggs again and threw them away. They climbed up the side of the truck.
His eyes were still open, Ruthie said quietly.
Winfield looked proud and serious. He said his insides were all spread around. He stopped for a moment and then said again, all spread around. Suddenly he turned away and was sick over the side of the truck.
When he sat up, his eyes were wet and his nose was running.
It's not the same as killing pigs, he said quietly.
Al opened the hood of the Hudson car and checked the oil. He took a big can from the front seat and poured some thick black oil into the pipe. Then he checked the level again.
Tom came next to him. "Do you want me to drive for a while?" he asked.
"I'm not tired," said Al.
"Well, you didn't sleep last night," Tom said.
"I slept a little this morning. Go sit on top. I'll drive." Al agreed slowly. "Okay. But look at the oil gauge often. Drive slowly. I think there might be a short in the wire. Watch the needle. If it moves to discharge, it means a short. And take it slow, Tom. The truck is too heavy."
Tom smiled. "I'll be careful," he said. "You can relax."
The family climbed back onto the truck. Ma sat beside Grandma inside. Tom took his seat and started the motor.
"It feels loose," he said.
He put the truck in gear and moved down the road. The motor made a low, steady sound as they drove. The sun moved lower in the sky in front of them. Grandma slept all the time, and soon Ma also closed her eyes and rested. Tom pulled his cap down to block the bright sun. The road from Paden to Mika was 13 miles. From Mika to Hera was 14 more miles. Then came Oklahoma City, the big city. Tom kept driving straight. Ma woke up and looked at the streets as they went through the city. The family, sitting on top of the truck, looked around at the shops, large houses, and tall office buildings. The buildings started to look smaller. The stores were smaller too. They passed junkyards and hot dog stands. There were dance halls far outside the city. Ruthie and Winfield looked at everything. They felt shy because everything was big and strange. The fancy clothes of the people made them feel afraid. They said nothing to each other about it. Maybe later they would talk, but not now. They saw tall oil machines near the town. The machines were black. The air smelled like oil and gas. They did not say anything about it. It was too big and strange and made them quiet.
In the street, Rose of Sharon saw a man wearing a light-colored suit. He had white shoes and a flat straw hat.
She touched Connie's arm and showed him the man with her eyes.
Then she and Connie started to laugh softly. They tried to stop the laughter, but they couldn't. They covered their mouths and laughed harder. It felt so good that they looked around for other people to laugh at.
Ruthie and Winfield saw them laugh. It looked like fun, so they tried to laugh too. But the laughter didn't come.
Connie and Rose of Sharon kept laughing until their faces turned red. They had to stop to catch their breath. If they looked at each other again, the laughter started all over.
The road outside the town was wide and open. Tom drove slowly and carefully through the cars. Then they came to Route 66, the big road going west. The sun was going down over the long road. The front glass of the truck shone with dust. Tom pulled his cap low over his eyes. He had to lift his head high to see the road. Grandma slept under the sun. Her eyes were closed. The veins on her head looked blue, and her skin looked older in the light.
Tom said, "We stay on this road all the way."
Ma was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Maybe we should stop before sunset. I need to cook some pork and make bread. That takes time."
Tom nodded. He said, "Sure. We can't make this trip in one go. We should rest."
Oklahoma City to Bethany was 14 miles.
Tom said, "I think we should stop before dark. Al needs to put that cover on top. The sun will be too hot for the folks up there."
Ma had fallen asleep again. Her head moved as she woke up.
She said, "I need to start supper." Then she looked at Tom and said, "Your pa told me about you crossing the state line."
Tom waited a while before he answered. Yeah? What about it, Ma?
Ma said, "I'm scared about it. It makes you kind of a runner. Maybe they will catch you."
Tom put his hand over his eyes to block the sun. He said, "Don't worry. I thought about it. There are lots of men out on parole. If I don't do anything wrong, no one will bother me. If I do, they will know me by my picture and marks in Washington and send me back. But I won't do any bad things."
Ma said, "I'm still scared. Sometimes you do something and don't know it's a crime. Maybe in California they have laws we don't know. Maybe you will do something that feels fine, but there it isn't."
Tom said, "It would be the same even if I wasn't on parole. Only if I get caught, I get more trouble than others. Now stop worrying. We already have enough problems."
Ma said softly, "I can't help it. When you cross that line, you break a rule."
Tom said, "That's still better than staying in Sallisaw and starving. Let's look for a place to stop."
They drove through Bethany and past the town. On the side of the road, near a ditch, they saw an old car. A small tent stood beside it. Smoke came from a pipe through the top of the tent. Tom looked ahead and said, "There are some people camping. Looks like as good a place as we seen." He slowed the truck and stopped beside the road. An old car stood there with its hood open. A middle-aged man was looking at the motor. He wore a straw hat that looked cheap, a blue shirt, and a black vest with marks on it. His jeans were dirty and stiff. His face was thin with deep lines on his cheeks. His cheekbones and chin looked sharp. He looked up at the Joad truck with eyes that showed both anger and confusion.
Tom leaned out of the window. "Is it all right for people to stop here for the night?" he asked.
The man looked at Tom carefully. "I don't know," he said. "We only stopped because our car couldn't go farther."
"Is there any water around?" Tom asked.
The man pointed toward a small service station about half a mile ahead. "They have some water there," he said. "They'll let you take a bucket."
Tom thought for a moment. "Do you think we could camp near you?" he asked.
The man looked surprised. "We don't own this place," he said. "We only stopped because this old car broke down."
Tom smiled. "Well, you're here first," he said. "You can say if you want neighbors or not."
The man's face softened and he smiled. "Sure, come off the road," he said kindly. "We'll be glad to have you." He turned and called, "Sari, some folks are going to stay with us. Come out and say hello." Then he added, "Sari isn't feeling well."
The tent flap opened. A small old woman came out slowly. Her face was full of wrinkles like dry leaves. Her eyes were dark and shining, as if they had seen many sad things. She looked weak and trembling.
She held onto the tent flap to stand straight. Her hand looked very thin and old. When she spoke, her voice was low and gentle. It sounded soft but strong.
She said, "Tell them they are welcome. Tell them they are very welcome."
Tom drove the truck off the road and stopped it in the field next to the car. People climbed down from the truck. Ruthie and Winfield moved too fast, and their legs lost strength. They cried because of the sharp tingling in their legs. Ma quickly started to work. She took a big bucket from the back of the truck and went to the children.
She said, "Go and get some water from over there. Ask nicely. Say, 'Please, can we have a bucket of water?' Then say, 'Thank you.' Carry it together and don't spill it. If you find some wood for the fire, bring it too."
The children walked toward the small house. By the tent, the adults felt a little shy and quiet.
Pa said, "You aren't folks from Oklahoma."
Al looked at the car's license plates. He said, "Kansas." The thin man answered, "Yes, near Galena." "My name is Wilson, Ivy Wilson."
Pa said, "We are the Joads. We live near Salisaw."
Ivy Wilson said, "Glad to meet you, Joads." "Sari, these are the Joads."
Sari said, "I know you aren't from Oklahoma. You talk a bit different, but that's fine."
Ivy said, "Everyone talks different. People from Arkansas talk one way, and Oklahoma people another way. We met a lady from Massachusetts once. She talked the most different of all. It was hard to understand her."
Noah, Uncle John, and the preacher began to take things out of the truck. They helped Grandpa down and sat him on the ground. He sat weakly and looked straight ahead. Noah asked, "Are you not feeling well, Grandpa?"
Grandpa said quietly, "Yes, I'm sick. Very sick."
Sari Wilson walked slowly to him. She said, "Would you like to come into our tent? You can lie down on our bed and rest." He looked up because her voice was kind. She said again, "Come now. You will feel better if you rest."
Will he pee you over? Without warning, Grandpa started to cry. His chin shook, and his old lips pressed together. He sobbed in a rough, painful way. Ma ran to him and hugged him. She helped him stand up. Her strong back bent as she lifted and guided him into the tent.
He must be real sick. He never done that before. I never saw him cry in my life. He climbed up on the truck and threw down a mattress.
Ma came out of the tent and went to Cassie. "You been near sick people? Grandpa's sick. Will you go look at him?"
Cassie walked quickly into the tent. A mattress lay on the ground with neat blankets on top. A small tin stove stood on metal legs, and the fire inside burned uneven. There was a bucket of water, a box with food, and another box used as a table. That was everything. The light of the sunset shone softly through the tent walls.
Sari Wilson was kneeling beside the mattress. Grandpa lay on his back. His eyes were open and looking upward. His cheeks looked red. He breathed hard.
Cassie held Grandpa's thin wrist. "Feeling tired, Grandpa?" Grandpa's eyes moved toward his voice but didn't see him. His lips moved as if to talk, but no sound came. Cassie felt for his pulse, then put his hand on Grandpa's forehead. Grandpa's body started to move as if it was fighting something. His legs and hands moved restlessly. He made strange sounds instead of words. His face turned red under his white whiskers.
"Do you know what's wrong?"
Cassie looked at her wrinkled face and the worried eyes. "Do you?"
"I think I do." "What is it?" "Might be wrong. I don't want to say."
Cassie looked again at Grandpa's shaking, red face. "Maybe," he said slowly, "it's a stroke?"
"I'd say so," said Sari. "I saw this 3 times before."
Outside the tent, people were setting up camp. There were sounds of wood being chopped and pans being moved. Ma looked through the cloth door.
She said, "Grandma wants to come inside. Should she?"
The preacher said, "She will only worry if she doesn't."
Ma asked, "Do you think he is okay?"
Cassie slowly shook his head.
Ma looked down at the old man's tired face. She went outside and spoke softly.
"He's fine, Grandma. He is just resting."
Grandma answered in a cross voice, "I want to see him. He's a tricky old man. He never tells the truth."
She came inside quickly. She stood near the bed and looked down.
"What's wrong with you?" she asked Grandpa.
His eyes moved a little, and he tried to speak.
Grandma said, "He's upset. I told you he likes to pretend. He wanted to run away this morning so he wouldn't have to come. Then his hip started to hurt." She sounded angry. "He's only sulking. I've seen him act like this before."
Cassie said softly, "He's not sulking, Grandma. He's sick."
"Oh," said Grandma. She looked down at the old man again. "Is he very sick?" she asked.
"Quite sick, Grandma," Cassie said.
Grandma stopped for a moment. Then she said quickly, "Why aren't you praying? You are a preacher, aren't you?"
Cassie put his hand on Grandpa's wrist. "I told you, Grandma. I am not a preacher anymore."
"Pray anyway," she said. "You remember the words."
"I can't," said Cassie. "I don't know what to pray for, or who to pray to."
Grandma looked away from him and stared at Sari.
"He won't pray," she said. "Did I ever tell you how little Ruthie prayed when she was a child? She said, 'Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep.' Then she added, 'The cupboard was empty, and the poor dog got nothing. Amen.' That's just what she said."
The shadow of a person passed across the tent. Grandpa looked like he was having a hard time. His body moved in small shakes. Then he jumped once and became very still. He did not breathe anymore.
Cassie looked at his face. The color of Grandpa's skin was turning dark purple.
Sari touched Case's shoulder and whispered to him. She said that his tongue was the problem.
Cassie nodded. He told her to stand in front of Grandma. He opened Grandpa's mouth and reached inside to help him breathe. He lifted the tongue and Grandpa made a rough sound as air came in and out. Cassie found a stick and used it to keep the tongue down. Grandpa's breathing was loud and uneven.
Grandma started jumping around. She told everyone to pray.
Sari tried to calm her, but she shouted again to pray.
Cassie looked at her and began to say a prayer quietly.
Grandma shouted glory while he prayed.
Cassie kept speaking softly. A long breath came from Grandpa's mouth. Then all sound stopped. Cassie looked into Grandpa's eyes. They were clear and calm.
Grandma said, "Hallelujah," and asked him to go on.
Cassie said amen.
Grandma stopped moving. Outside, everything was quiet. A car passed on the road. Casey stayed on his knees beside the bed. People outside listened in silence. Sari took Grandma by the arm and led her out of the tent. Grandma walked slowly but proudly. She stood tall for her family. Sari helped her sit on a mattress. Grandma looked straight ahead proudly, as if everyone was watching her. The tent was silent. After some time, Casey opened the flaps and came outside.
Pa asked softly what happened.
Cassie said it was a stroke. Then he added that it was quick and peaceful.
Life began to move again. The sun touched the edge of the land and looked wide and flat. Big trucks with red sides came down the road in a long line. They made loud sounds that shook the ground. Blue smoke came out from their pipes. Each truck had one man driving. Another man slept above him in a small bed. The trucks did not stop. They went all day and all night, making the earth tremble. The family stayed close together. Pa sat down on the ground. Uncle John sat beside him. Pa was the leader now. Ma stood behind him. Noah, Tom, and Al sat down too. The preacher lay back, resting on his arm. Connie and Rose of Sharon walked a little away from the group. Ruthie and Winfield came with a bucket of water. They felt something had changed. They slowed down, put the bucket on the ground, and stood quietly near Ma. Grandma sat proudly for a time until everyone was in place. When no one looked at her, she lay down and covered her face with her arm. The red sun went down, leaving a soft light over the land. Everyone's faces looked bright in the evening. Their eyes reflected the color of the sky. The evening seemed to hold onto the light.
Pa said, it was in Mr. Wilson's tent.
Uncle John nodded. He shared his tent.
They are good people, Pa said in a quiet voice.
Wilson stood by his broken car.
Sari went to sit on the mattress beside Grandma, but she did not touch her.
Pa called, Mr. Wilson.
The man came closer and sat down. Sari stood beside him.
Pa said, "We are thankful to you."
Wilson said, "We are glad to help."
Pa said, "We owe you for this."
Wilson answered, "You don't owe anything in a hard time."
Sari said softly, "Nobody owes anything now."
Al said, "Tom and I will fix your car."
Al looked happy because he could do something to help.
Wilson said, "We could use the help."
Pa nodded and said, "We must decide what to do next. There are laws. You have to report a death. When you do, they want $40 for the funeral, or they bury the person as poor," he added.
Uncle John said, "We never had poor people in our family."
Tom said, "Maybe now we have to learn. We never lost our land before either."
Pa said, "We did everything right. No one can blame us. We never took more than we could pay for. We never begged for help. When Tom got in trouble, we could still be proud. He only did what any man might do."
Uncle John asked, "So what shall we do?"
Pa said, "If we follow the law, they will come for him. We only have $150. If they take 40 to bury Grandpa, we can't reach California. Or they will bury him as a poor man." The men moved quietly and looked down at the dark ground. Pa said in a low voice, "Grandpa buried his father himself with care and respect. He made the grave smooth with his own shovel. In those days, a son could bury his father with dignity."
Uncle John said, "The law is different now."
Pa said, "Sometimes you can't follow the law in a decent way. There are times when it is not possible. When Floyd acted wild, the law said we must give him up. But nobody did. Sometimes a man feels he must make his own choice."
He said, "I believe I have the right to bury my father myself. Does anyone want to say something?"
The preacher sat up a little. He said, "The law can change, but what we must do never stops. You have the right to do what you need to do."
Pa turned to Uncle John. He said, "It's your right too, John. Do you have anything against it?"
Uncle John said, "No, I don't. But it feels strange to hide him in the dark. Grandpa always liked doing things in the open."
Pa looked down. He said quietly, "We can't do it the way Grandpa did. We must go to California before we run out of money."
Tom spoke next. He said, "Sometimes workers find a body and think the man was hurt. Then the government comes asking lots of questions. They want to know who he was and how he died. I think we should put a note in a bottle with Grandpa. It can say his name, how he died, and why he is buried here."
Pa nodded. He said, "That's a good idea. If we write it nicely, he won't seem so alone, with his name there under the ground." Anyone got more to say?
Everyone was quiet. Pa looked at Ma.
He asked, "Will you lay him out?"
Ma said, "Yes, I will. But who will make supper?"
Sari Wilson said, "I'll make supper. You go ahead. I'll work with your big girl."
Ma said, "Thank you very much." She turned to Noah. "Noah, go get some pork from the barrels. The salt hasn't gone deep yet, but it will taste good."
Sari said, we still have half a sack of potatoes.
Ma said, please give me $2.50.
Pa reached into his pocket and gave her the coins.
She filled a basin with water and went into the tent. It was almost dark inside. Sari came in, lit a candle, and set it on a box before leaving. For a moment, Ma looked at the old man lying still. Thinking kindly, she tore a strip from her apron and tied his jaw. She made his body straight and placed his hands on his chest. She closed his eyes and put a silver coin on each eyelid. She buttoned his shirt and washed his face.
Sari came to the door of the tent. She said, do you want some help?
Ma looked up slowly. She said, come in. I want to talk to you.
Sari smiled. She said, you have a fine big girl. She is already busy peeling the potatoes.
What can I do to help?
I wanted to wash Grandpa, said Ma. But he has no other clothes to wear. And your blanket is ruined now. You can never take away the smell of death from a blanket. I once saw a dog growl and shake at a bed where my mother died, even after 2 years. We will wrap him in your blanket. We will give you another one later.
Sari said, please don't talk like that. We are glad to help. I haven't felt safe like this for a long time. People need to help each other.
Ma nodded. Yes, they do, she said. She looked closely at the old face with white hair and bright eyes that shone in the candlelight. He won't look right, she said softly. We'll wrap him up.
The old woman took it well.
She is very old, said Ma. Maybe she doesn't really understand what happened. Maybe she won't for a while. And we always try not to show too much sadness. My father used to say anyone can cry, but it takes strength not to. We try to stay strong.
Ma folded the blanket around Grandpa's legs and shoulders. She pulled one corner over his head and covered his face. Sari gave her some large safety pins. Ma pinned the blanket around him carefully and tight. Then she stood up.
It will be a good burial, she said. We have a preacher, and his family is here.
Suddenly Ma moved a little and looked tired. Sari held her arm to help her stand.
It's just sleepiness, said Ma in a quiet voice. I'm fine. We were so busy getting ready.
Come outside to get some air, said Sari.
Yes, I'm finished here, said Ma.
Sari blew out the candle, and they both went outside. A bright fire burned at the bottom of the small valley. Tom used sticks and wire to hold 2 kettles over the flames. The kettles boiled fast, and white steam came out from under the lids. Rose of Sharon sat near the fire but far enough to stay cool. She held a long spoon in her hand. She saw Ma come out of the tent. She stood up and went to her.
Ma, she said. I need to ask something.
Are you scared again? Ma asked. You can't have a baby without having worry sometimes.
But will it hurt the baby? Rose of Sharon asked.
Ma said, people used to say that a baby born after sorrow will be a happy baby. Isn't that right, Mrs. Wilson?
I heard that too, said Sari. I also heard that if a baby is born after too much joy, he will be a sad boy.
Rose of Sharon said, I feel nervous inside.
We all feel nervous, said Ma. Just keep watching the pots.
At the edge of the firelight, the men stood together. They had only a shovel and a mattock to work with. Pa marked the ground, 8 feet long and 3 feet wide. The men worked in turns. Pa cut the earth with the mattock and Uncle John shoveled it out. Then Al cut and Tom shoveled, then Noah cut and Connie shoveled. The hole grew deeper as they kept working. The dirt came out quickly with every shovel.
When Tom was down to his shoulders in the hole, he asked, "How deep should it be, Pa?"
Good and deep. 2 more feet, Pa said. Get out now and write that paper.
Tom climbed out of the hole and Noah went in to take his place. Tom walked to Ma, who was taking care of the fire.
"Ma, do we have any paper and a pencil?" he asked.
Ma shook her head. No, we didn't bring any. She looked toward Sari.
The little woman quickly went to her tent. She came back with a Bible and half of a pencil.
Here, she said. There's a clean page at the front. Use it and tear it out. She gave the book and pencil to Tom.
Tom sat down near the fire. He looked hard at the paper and wrote slowly with care. He wrote in big clear letters. This is William James Joad. He died from a stroke. He was an old man. His family buried him because they had no money for a funeral. Nobody hurt him. He just had a stroke and died. He stopped writing and said, "Ma, listen to this."
He read it to her slowly. That sounds good, Ma said. Can you add something from the Bible so it sounds holy? Open it and find a short saying.
"It has to be short," said Tom. "There isn't much space left."
Sari said, How about God have mercy on his soul?
"No," said Tom.
Sounds too much like he was hung. I'll copy something.
He turned the pages slowly. He moved his lips as he read in a quiet voice. "Here's a short one," he said. And Lot said unto them, "Oh, not so, my lord."
Ma said, that doesn't mean anything. If you're going to write one down, it should mean something.
Sari said, Look at Psalms. You can always find something good there.
Tom turned more pages and looked at the words. "Here's one that sounds nice," he said. "Blessed is he whose wrong is forgiven, whose mistake is covered." How about that?
That's a good one, said Ma. Write that down.
Tom wrote it slowly and carefully.
Ma washed a fruit jar and dried it with her cloth.
Tom closed the lid tight on the jar. "Maybe the preacher should have written it," he said.
Ma shook her head. No, the preacher isn't family, she said. She took the jar and went inside the dark tent. She opened the cover and put the jar under the cold hands. Then she pinned the blanket again. She went back to the fire.
The men came from the place where they had dug. Their faces were wet with sweat.
All right, said Pa. He, John, Noah, and Al went into the tent. They carried out a long bundle covered and pinned tight. They walked slowly to the grave. Pa climbed down into the hole and took the bundle in his arms. He placed it down carefully. Uncle John reached out and helped Pa back up. Pa asked, "How's Grandma?"
I'll check, said Ma. She went to the mattress and looked down at the old woman. After a moment she turned and came back. She's sleeping, said Ma. Maybe she wouldn't like it, but I'm not going to wake her. She's too tired.
Pa said, "Where's the preacher? We should have a little prayer."
Tom said, "I saw him walking down the road. He doesn't like to pray anymore."
Doesn't like to pray? Asked Pa.
"No," said Tom. "He's not a preacher anymore. He says it isn't right to act like one when he isn't. He probably walked away so no one would ask him." Cassie came near quietly and heard Tom talking. "I didn't run away," he said. "I'll help you all, but I won't pretend."
Pa looked at him. "Will you say a few words?" he asked.
Ain't none of our folks ever been buried without a few words.
"I will say something," said the preacher.
Connie led Rose of Sharon to the graveside. She did not want to go. You must, Connie said. It isn't decent not to. It will be short. The firelight touched the faces of the people around the grave. Everyone had taken off their hats. The light moved and shone on their dark clothes.
Cassie said, "It will be a short message." He bent his head. The others did the same. Cassie spoke in a slow, serious voice. "This old man lived his life and now he is gone. I don't know if he was good or bad, but that does not matter. He was alive, and now he is not. That is the way of life. I once heard a poem that said all living things are holy. I thought about that for a long time, and it began to feel true. I would not pray for a man who has died. He is fine. He has his own work now, and it is already planned for him. But we who are still alive have many roads we can take, and we don't always know which one is right. If I were to pray, I would pray for those people who don't know what to do next. This old man has a straight and easy way now. Cover him and let him rest."
He lifted his head.
Pa said, "Amen," and the others quietly repeated, "Amen." Pa took the shovel and put in a bit of dirt. He spread it softly over the grave. Then he passed the shovel to Uncle John.
John added some dirt too. Each man took his turn until all had done it. Pa then worked quickly, filling the rest of the grave. The women went back to the fire to prepare dinner. Ruthie and Winfield stood watching.
Ruthie said in a serious voice, "Grandpa is down under there."
Winfield looked at her with wide eyes. Then he ran to the fire, sat on the ground, and cried quietly.
Pa stopped when the hole was almost full. He breathed heavily from the work.
Uncle John finished it and shaped the mound.
Tom came and said, "Wait a minute. If we leave it like this, someone will find it and open the grave. We must hide it. Make it flat and cover it with dry grass."
Pa said, "I didn't think of that. It doesn't seem right not to leave a mound."
"We have no choice," said Tom. "They would dig him up, and we would be in trouble. You know what happens if I break the law."
"Yes," Pa said. "I forgot about that." He took the shovel and made the grave flat. "It will sink when winter comes," Pa said.
Tom replied, "That's fine. We'll be far away by then. Step on it well and cover it with grass."
When the pork and potatoes were ready, the family sat on the ground and ate. They were quiet, looking at the fire.
Wilson bit into a piece of meat and smiled. "That pig tastes good," he said.
Pa nodded. "We had a couple of small pigs. We thought we should eat them, since no one will buy them. When we get used to traveling and Ma can bake bread again, it will be nice. We'll see the country and have pork with us." "How long have you been on the road?"
Wilson swallowed and said, "We haven't been lucky. We left home 3 weeks ago."
Pa said, "We hope to reach California in 10 days or less."
Al said, "I don't know, Pa. With all the things we're carrying, it might take much longer, especially if there are mountains."
No one spoke after that. They looked down at the fire. The light showed their hair and faces. Above them, the stars shone in the soft summer sky. The heat of the day slowly faded. On her mattress, away from the fire, Grandma made small sounds of pain. Everyone turned to look at her.
Ma said, "Rose of Sharon, be a good girl and lie down with Grandma."
She needs someone now. Rose of Sharon stood up. She walked to the mattress and lay down beside the old woman. They spoke quietly, and their soft voices could be heard near the fire. Rose of Sharon and Grandma whispered to each other.
"It's strange. Losing Grandpa doesn't make me feel different. I don't feel sadder than before. It's the same thing. Grandpa and the old place were one thing."
"It's a real shame." He kept talking about what he wanted to do, squeezing grapes over his head and letting the juice run down his beard, and things like that.
He was only pretending. I think he knew it. He understood his life was over. You can start a new life, but he couldn't. Grandpa didn't really die tonight. He died when you took him away from his land.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. He was still breathing, but he was gone. He was part of that land, and he knew it.
Did you know he was dying?
Yes, I did.
John looked at him. He looked frightened.
And you didn't tell anyone?
What good would that do?
Maybe we could have done something.
No, you couldn't. Things were already set. Grandpa couldn't be part of it anymore. He didn't feel pain after this morning. He was staying with the land. He couldn't leave it.
Uncle John took a deep breath.
We had to leave my brother Will.
Everyone looked at him.
He and I had farms next to each other. He is older than me. Neither of us ever drove a car before. We went and sold everything we had. Will bought a car. A young man came to show him how to use it. The day before we were going to leave, Will and Aunt Minnie went to practice driving. When Will came to a turn in the road, he shouted "Whoa!" and pulled back hard. The car broke through a fence. Then he shouted again and pushed the gas pedal even more. The car went down into a small valley. Everything was broken, and he had nothing left to sell. He also lost his car. It was his own mistake. He was so angry that he refused to come with us. He just sat there and kept shouting.
Someone asked, "What will he do now?"
I don't know, said Wilson. He was too angry to think. We couldn't wait for him. We only had $85 to start our trip. We couldn't save it, but we spent it anyway. We hadn't gone 100 miles when a gear broke in the back of the car. It cost $30 to fix. Then we needed a new tire. Then the spark plug broke. And Sari got sick. We had to stop for 10 days. Now the car is broken again, and we don't have much money left. I don't know when we will reach California. I wish I could fix a car, but I don't know how. Al asked proudly, "What's wrong with it?" "It just won't run right. It starts, then stops. Sometimes it works for a minute, then it stops again before I can get it moving." "So it runs for a minute and then dies?" Al asked. "That's right," said Wilson. "No matter how much gas I give it, it won't keep running. It's getting worse. Now I can't move the car at all." Al looked very grown up. "I think the gas line is blocked," he said. "I'll clean it for you."
Pa felt proud too. "He's good with cars," Pa said.
"Thank you," said Wilson. "I really feel like a child when I can't fix anything myself. When we get to California, I want to buy a nice car. Maybe that one won't break down."
Pa said, "The hard part is getting there."
Wilson smiled. "Oh, but it's worth the trouble," he said. "I saw handbills saying they need people to pick fruit and pay good money. Just think how nice it will be under the trees, picking fruit and taking bites sometimes. They have so much fruit they don't care if we eat while we work. And with good pay, maybe I can buy some land and still have money left. Maybe in a few years, I can have a farm of my own."
Pa said, "We saw those handbills too. I have one right here." He took out his wallet and pulled out a small folded orange paper.
In black type it said, "Pea pickers wanted in California. Good wages all season. 800 pickers wanted." Wilson looked at the sign with interest.
"Hey, that's the same one I saw before. You think they already have all the 800 workers?" he asked.
Pa answered, "This is only one small part of California. It's the second biggest state we have. Even if they already found those 800, there are plenty of other places to work. I'd rather pick fruit anyway. Like you said, under the trees. Even the kids would like that.
Al suddenly stood up and walked to the Wilsons' car. He looked inside for a short time, then came back and sat down again.
You can't fix it tonight, Wilson said.
I know, Al said. I'll work on it in the morning.
Tom watched his younger brother carefully. I was thinking about something like that too, he said.
Noah asked, "What are you two talking about?"
Tom and Al said nothing for a moment. Each waited for the other to speak.
Finally Al said, "You tell them."
Tom nodded. Maybe it's not a good plan, and maybe it's not the same idea Al was thinking about, he said. But listen anyway. We have a heavy load, and Mr. and Mrs. Wilson don't. If some of our family ride with them and we move some of our light things to the truck, we won't break the springs and we can climb hills easier. Al and I know about cars, so we can help keep it running. We'll stay together on the road, and it'll be good for everyone.
Wilson stood up quickly. Of course. We'd be very glad to do that. You hear that, Sari?
It's a kind idea, Sari said. Wouldn't it be too hard for you?
Pa said, no, not at all. You'd be helping us.
Wilson looked unsure. Well, I don't know, he said. What's wrong? You don't want to? Pa asked. It's just that I only have about $30 left, and I don't want to be a problem for anyone, Wilson said.
Ma spoke kindly. You won't be a burden. Everyone will help each other, and we'll all get to California. Sari Wilson helped when we laid out Grandpa. She stopped talking then, and everyone understood what she meant.
Al said quickly, "That car can hold 6 people easily. I can drive, and Rosashan, Connie, and Grandma can ride with me. We'll put the light things on the truck." He spoke in a louder voice because he felt lighter and less worried. They smiled a little and looked down at the ground. Pa touched the dry dirt with his fingers.
He said, Ma likes a white house with orange trees around it. She saw a picture like that on a calendar.
Sari said, if I get sick again, you must keep going and reach your place. We don't want to be a problem.
Ma looked closely at Sari. She saw that Sari's eyes and face showed deep pain. Ma said, we will help you. You said you can't say no to help.
Sari looked at her old hands in the light of the fire. She said, we need to sleep tonight.
Then she stood up. Chapter 14. The Western land felt strange and worried as things began to change. The people and the rich landowners were all nervous. They could feel something new coming, but they did not understand what it was. The big landowners tried to fight against the government and against the workers joining together. They thought these things were the cause of their troubles, but they were only results. The real cause was hunger. It was hunger in many stomachs and hunger in many hearts. People were hungry for food, for safety, for happiness, and for a chance to work. This is what makes people human. They want to build things, to create, and to see their work grow into something better. When people build houses or roads, they put a part of themselves into that work. From their work they also learn and grow stronger. No other creature in the world can do this. People can think, imagine, and move forward. Sometimes they make mistakes, but they keep trying. They may fall back a little, but not all the way back. This is how people always go on and improve. You can see this truth even when terrible things happen. Even when war brings bombs and pain, people are still moving forward. If people stopped trying, there would be no bombs, no fights, no strikes. When people stop fighting for ideas or better lives, their spirit will die. So we should fear the time when no one fights anymore, because it means people have stopped caring. The wish to think, to hope, and to try is what makes people different from everything else. The Western states began to change. These states were Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. Families started leaving their land. One man borrowed money from the bank, and later the bank took his land. The bank and land companies wanted machines, not people. They wanted tractors instead of families working the soil. A tractor is not bad by itself. If the tractor belonged to all of us, it would be good. We could love it because it would help us work our own land. But now the tractor takes the land and pushes the families away. It does the work and also removes the people. In this way, it feels almost like a weapon. Both the tractor and the tank make people lose their homes and feel afraid. We must think about what this means. One man loses his land. He loads his family into an old car and drives west. He feels lonely and confused. At night the family camps beside the road. Soon another family stops nearby and opens their tent. Two men squat together and talk while their wives and children listen. This is the start of something new. When two men share their stories, they begin to feel less alone. Instead of saying "I lost my land," they say "We lost our land." And when one says "I have a little food," and the other says "I have none," they can join their food together. Then they can say "We have a little food." This small word "we" is powerful. It gives direction and hope. Soon others will join them, and the change will grow. Chapter 15a long. The tractor belongs to us. Two men sit together in a ditch beside a small fire. They cook meat in one pot. Two quiet women sit near them and watch with tired faces. Behind them, the children listen. They cannot understand the words, but they feel the meaning. Night is coming. The baby has a cold.
Take this blanket, someone says. It is made of wool. It was my mother's. Take it for the baby.
This moment is the start of something new. People begin to think not only about I but also about we. If those who own everything could understand this, they might stay safe. If they knew that great thinkers came after hard times, not before, they might survive. But they cannot see that. Owning things keeps a person alone and cold inside. It makes people forget about others. The Western lands feel worried because changes are starting. Need makes people think. Thinking becomes action. Hundreds of thousands move across the land. More are getting ready to go. Millions more begin to feel uneasy. Tractors work in empty fields, making deep lines in the soil. Along the road are small places selling food. There is Al and Susie's place, Carl's lunch, Joe and Minnie's, and Will's eats. Small wooden buildings stand with two gas pumps in front. A screen door opens to a long counter with high stools. Near the door are slot machines filled with shining coins. Beside them stands a music box that plays songs. Records are stacked beside it, waiting to play dance tunes. At one end of the counter, a glass box holds candy and other goods. There are medicine bottles, cigarettes, razor blades, and aspirin. Posters cover the walls showing pretty women in bathing suits smiling and holding bottles of soda. See what you get when you buy one, the posters say. On the counter stand salt and pepper jars, mustard, and paper napkins. Behind the counter are beer taps and big shiny coffee pots giving out steam. The coffee level shows through the glass. There are pies in wire boxes and oranges stacked in neat piles. Breakfast cereal sits arranged in small shapes. Colorful cards on the wall carry funny signs. Pies like mother used to make. Credit makes enemies, let's be friends. Ladies may smoke, but be careful where you put your cigarettes. Eat here and keep your wife for a pet. Down at one end of the counter are hot cooking plates. Pots of stew, potatoes, beef, and pork wait to be served. Minnie or Susie or May stands behind the counter. She is a middle-aged woman. Her hair is curled. Her face has powder and red color. Her face is wet from the heat. She takes orders in a quiet and gentle voice. She calls the orders to the cook in a sharp, loud cry. She cleans the counter in round movements. She shines the big metal coffee pots. The cook is Joe or Carl or Al. He works in a hot white coat and apron. Sweat sits on his pale forehead under his white hat. He is quiet and serious. He does not talk much. He looks up for a short time when someone new comes in. He cleans the hot plate. He puts the meat down. He softly repeats May's orders. He scrapes the hot plate. He wipes it with rough cloth. He stays quiet. May is the link between people. She smiles but feels tired and annoyed. She is close to losing her temper. She smiles while her eyes look far away. This changes when truck drivers come in. The place depends on them. Where trucks stop, people stop. Truck drivers know good places. You cannot trick them. If the coffee is bad, they leave. If they are treated well, they return. May gives them her biggest smile. She stands a little straighter. She fixes her hair at the back. She lifts her arms so her body looks better. She chats with them. She hints at fun times and big jokes. Al never talks. He is not friendly. Sometimes he smiles a little. He never laughs. Sometimes he looks up when May sounds lively. Then he scrapes the hot plate again. He pushes grease into a metal edge. He presses the cooking meat with his tool. He puts the bread halves on to warm. He gathers loose onions. He piles them on the meat. He presses them in. He puts one bread half on the meat. He spreads butter on the other half. He adds thin pickle sauce. He holds the bread steady. He slides the tool under the meat. He flips it over. He places the top bread on. He puts the food on a small plate. He adds a piece of pickle. He adds 2 black olives. He slides the plate down the counter. He cleans the hot plate again. He looks quietly at the pot of stew. Cars rush past on Route 66. License plates show many states. Massachusetts, Tennessee, Rhode Island, New York, Vermont, Ohio. They travel west. Nice cars move fast. One cord passes by. It looks like a long dark box. But it moves well. A LaSalle goes past. That looks good. Some talk about big cars. Some want speed. Some choose style. Some dislike certain makers. They argue about engines and power. They all watch the road. Big cars carry tired women. The heat makes them slow. They carry many bags. The bags hold creams and liquids. They hold colors for hair and face. They hold oils and pills. They hold items for safety and smell. They hold many small bottles. This is not counting clothes. It is too much trouble. Their faces show tired lines. Their mouths turn down. Their bodies press against tight clothes. They breathe heavily. They dislike the sun and dust. They feel angry at food and tiredness. They hate time. Time does not make them young. Time only makes them old. Next to them sit small round men. They wear light suits and hats. They are clean and pink. Their eyes look worried. They think a lot. They want safety. They feel it slipping away. They wear small signs from clubs. These clubs help them feel calm. They tell each other that business is good. They try to believe they are smart. They try to believe they are kind. They try to believe life is full. They hope a calm time will come. The man and woman go to California. They will sit in a big hotel lobby. They will watch rich people walk by. They will look at mountains. They will look at tall trees. The man will worry. The woman will think about her skin. They will see the ocean. He will say it looks smaller than he thought. She will watch young healthy bodies on the beach. She will feel jealous. Going to California feels like going home again. People like to talk and show off. They say they saw famous people at fancy places. They talk about clothes and money. They share bad stories about actors. They repeat rumors they hear from others. They say people get jobs in unfair ways. But their eyes look worried. Their mouths never look happy. The big car moves fast on the road. I want a cold drink. I see a place ahead. I ask if we should stop. I wonder if it will be clean. He says it is as clean as we can find here. We hope the soda in bottles is safe. The car makes a loud sound and stops. The heavy man helps his wife get out. May looks at them and then looks past them. Al looks up from the grill and then looks down. May understands what will happen. They will buy a cheap soda. They will complain it is not cold. The woman will use many paper napkins. She will drop them on the floor. The man will cough and blame May. The woman will sniff like she smells something bad. They will leave soon. Later they will say people in the West are unfriendly. When May is alone with Ul, she has a rude name for them. She calls them nasty people. Truck drivers are better. That is what she likes. A big truck is coming. She hopes it will stop. She wants to forget those rude people. She talks about her old hotel job. She says rich guests stole many things. She says bigger cars meant more stealing. She does not understand it. Ul answers in a sad voice. He asks where people get big cars. He says they are not born with them. He says you will never have much. The truck arrives with 2 drivers. They ask to stop for coffee. They say they know this place. They ask about the time. They say they are early. They decide to stop. They say there is an old music machine inside. They say the coffee is good too. The truck stops. 2 men come in wearing work clothes and boots. They wear caps with shiny fronts. The screen door slams. They greet May. May greets Big Bill with a smile. She asks when he came back. He says a week ago. The other man puts a coin in the music machine. He watches the record move into place. A singer's warm voice fills the room. The song plays softly. The driver sings a silly line to make May laugh. May laughs. She asks about his friend. She asks if he is new here. The other man uses the game machine. He wins and puts the coins back. He walks to the counter. He asks what they have. He orders a cup of coffee. He asks what pies are ready. May names the flavors. He chooses apple. Then he changes his mind. He asks about the thick pie. May takes it out and smells it. She says it is banana cream. He asks for a big piece. The man at the game machine orders 2 drinks. May agrees. They talk about new pictures they have seen. Now here is one. Be careful when you talk in front of a lady. This one is not bad. A small boy comes late to school. The teacher asks him why he is late. The boy says he had to take a young cow to be with a bull. The teacher asks why his father did not do it. The boy says his father could do it, but not as well as the bull. May makes a loud laugh. Her laugh is sharp and high. Al is cutting onions on a board. He looks up and smiles. Then he looks down again. These truck drivers tell that kind of joke. They plan to leave some money for May. They leave 15 cents for pie and coffee. They leave 10 cents for May. They do not feel forced to do it. They sit together on stools. Spoons stand up in the coffee cups. They talk to pass the time. Al cleans the hot plate. He listens but does not speak. Bing Crosby's voice stops. The record player moves. The record drops into the stack. The purple light turns off. The nickel that started it all now falls into the money box. That nickel made the music play. It made the machine move. Steam comes out of the coffee pot. The ice machine makes a soft sound. Then it becomes quiet. The electric fan in the corner moves slowly. It pushes warm air around the room. Outside on Route 66, cars drive past very fast. A car from Massachusetts stopped earlier, May says. Big Bill holds his cup near the top. The spoon stays between his fingers. He pulls in air with his coffee to cool it. He says the real action is on Route 66. He says cars come from everywhere. He says they all go west. He says he has never seen so many before. He says there are many pretty women on the road. His friend says they saw a bad accident this morning. He says it was a big car. It was a large Cadillac with special work. It was low and cream-colored. It hit a truck. The front of the car bent hard. The driver was badly hurt. The car was going very fast. The man was alone. The car was beautiful. Now it is worth very little. Al lifted his head from his job. The other man answered with shock. He said it was not a truck. He said it was a small car full of stoves, pans, beds, children, and chickens. He said the family was driving west. He said another car came very fast to pass them. He said the driver lost control and hit their truck. He said the driver looked very careless. He said the road was suddenly full of clothes, chickens, and children. He said one child died in the crash. He said he had never seen such a bad scene. He said they stopped to help. He said the old man who drove the truck just stood and looked at the child. He said the man could not speak. He said the man looked empty and confused. He said many families were on the road going west. He said there were more every day. He said he did not know where they all came from. May answered him. She said she wondered where they all were going. She said they came for gas sometimes. She said they almost never bought other things. She said people said they stole. She said they kept nothing loose. She said no one had ever stolen from them. Big Bill looked up from his pie. He looked through the screened window at the road. He said they should tie their things down. He said some of those people were coming now. An old car slowly turned off the road. The back seat was filled almost to the roof with sacks. There were pots and pans inside. 2 boys sat on top near the roof. On the roof of the car was a mattress and a folded tent. Long poles were tied to the side of the car. The car stopped by the gas pumps. A dark-haired man got out slowly. His face looked sharp and tired. The two boys slid down from the load. They jumped to the ground. May walked from behind the counter. She stood in the doorway. The man wore grey pants and a blue shirt. The shirt was dark with sweat on the back and under the arms. The boys wore only old overalls. The clothes were torn and patched. Their light hair was cut very short. Dust covered their faces. They walked to a muddy puddle under the hose. They pushed their toes into the mud. The man asked politely if they could have some water. May looked annoyed for a moment. She said yes and told them to go ahead. She spoke softly and said she would watch the hose. She watched the man open the radiator cap. He put the hose inside. A woman sat in the car. She had light hair. She told him to see if he could fill it there. The man turned off the hose. He closed the cap again. The boys took the hose. They lifted it and drank fast. The man took off his dirty hat. He stood in a humble way at the screen. He asked if she could sell them a loaf of bread. May said this was not a grocery store. She said they only had bread for sandwiches. The man said he understood.
He said, "Did someone damage the truck?"
The man spoke in a quiet and humble way. He said they needed bread and there was nothing for many miles. May spoke with doubt. She said if they sold bread, they would have none left. The man said they were hungry. May asked why they did not buy a sandwich. She said they had sandwiches and hamburgers. The man said they would like to do that. He said they could not. He said they had to make a small amount of money last for all of them. He said they had very little money. May said they could not sell a loaf of bread for that price. She said their bread cost more. Al spoke from behind her. He told May to give them the bread. May said they would have no bread before the truck came. Al told her to let it happen. He looked down at the food he was making and did not smile. May lifted her shoulders and looked at the drivers. She wanted them to see her problem. She opened the screen door. The man walked inside. He smelled of hard work and sweat. The boys came in after him. They went to the candy case at once. They looked inside with quiet surprise. They did not show hunger or hope. They only looked with wonder. The boys were the same size. Their faces looked the same. One boy rubbed his dusty ankle with his other foot. The other boy whispered something. Then they stood still with tight hands in their pockets. May opened a drawer. She took out a loaf wrapped in paper. She said it was a loaf that cost more. The man put his hat back on. He spoke in a calm and respectful way. He asked if she could cut off a small part for less money. Al spoke again and told May to give him the bread. The man turned to Al. He said no. He said they wanted to pay for what they took. He said they planned their money very carefully to reach California. May spoke with a tired voice. She said they could have the bread for less. The man said that would not be fair to her. Go ahead. Al says to take it. She pushed the loaf with paper around it across the counter. The man took a leather bag from his back pocket. He opened it with care. Inside were silver coins and dirty paper money.
"It may sound strange that I am careful," he said. "We still have a long way to travel. We do not know if we will arrive."
He put his finger into the bag. He found a small coin. He took out a dime. When he put it on the counter, a penny came with it. He was about to put the penny back. Then he saw the boys standing still near the candy case. He walked slowly to them. He pointed at long sticks with red and white lines.
"Are those penny candy, ma'am?" he asked.
May walked closer and looked. Which ones? She asked.
Those with the lines, he said.
The boys looked up at her face. They stopped breathing. Their mouths were open. Their small bodies were stiff.
Oh, those, she said. No, those are 2 for 1 penny.
Then give me 2, please, he said.
He put the penny on the counter with care. The boys breathed out softly.
May held out the big candy sticks.
Take them, the man said.
The boys reached out slowly. Each boy took 1 stick. They held the candy at their sides. They did not look at the candy. They looked at each other. They smiled a little with shy faces.
Thank you, ma'am, the man said.
He picked up the bread and walked out. The boys walked stiffly behind him. They held the red candy tight against their legs. They jumped over the front seat like small animals. They climbed onto the load. They crawled back and could not be seen. The man got into the car. He started the engine. The old car made a loud sound. Blue smoke filled the air. The car moved onto the road. It went west. Inside the cafe, the drivers and May and Al watched them leave. Big Bill turned back.
That candy was not 2 for a penny, he said.
What is that to you? May said in a sharp voice.
That candy costs a nickel each, Bill said.
We need to go, said the other man. We are losing time.
They took money from their pockets. Bill put a coin on the counter. The other man looked at it. He added another coin. They turned and walked to the door.
Goodbye, Bill said.
May called out. Hey. Wait. You have change.
Forget it, Bill said.
The screen door slammed shut. May watched the people get into the big truck. She watched the truck move away slowly. She heard the engine change to a faster sound. Flies hit the screen and made soft sounds. The machine made noise for a while and then stopped. Cars and trucks rushed by on Route 66. Some were big trucks. Some were nice cars. Some were old cars. They all passed very fast. May took the plates down. She scraped the pie leftovers into a bucket. She took a wet cloth. She cleaned the counter in slow circles. Her eye stayed on the road. Life was moving fast there. Al wiped his hands on his apron. He looked at a paper on the wall above the hot plate. There were 3 lines of marks on the paper. He counted the longest line. He walked to the cash machine. He pressed the button for no sale. He took out many small coins. He went to the 3rd game machine. He put the coins in and played. On the 5th try, the signs matched. The machine dropped many coins into the cup. Al picked them up. He went behind the counter. He put the coins in the drawer. He closed the cash machine hard. He went back to his place. He crossed out the long line on the paper. He lifted a lid. He stirred the stew slowly. May looked east along the road. The large truck came down from the road. It stopped near the place. May quickly took her cloth. She wiped the whole counter. She wiped the shiny coffee machine too. She turned up the gas under it. Al brought some small turnips. He started to peel them. May looked happy when the door opened. 2 truck drivers in uniform came in.
Al, she said in a quiet voice. Look over there, she said. She pointed at the money near the cups. Truck drivers, May said with respect. And after them, bad people. What are you doing? May asked. I wonder what they will do in California, May said. The people who were just here, she said. Do you think they will find work? She asked. Here comes a big truck with 2 parts, she said. I wonder if they will stop. I hope they do. I will not be a sister to any man, May said.
He looked up from the meat he was pressing flat and putting between papers. What do you want? He asked. Ol walked over and looked at them. Then he went back to his work. Number 3 is ready to pay, Ol said. Number 3 gets more use than the others, he said. Maybe I should change them. Who? Ol asked. I do not know, Ol said. How would I know? Ol said.
Hi, sister, one said.
Chapter 16. The Joads and the Wilsons moved west together. They traveled slowly as one group. They passed El Reno and Bridgeport. They went through Clinton and Elk City. They drove by Sayre and Texola. They crossed the border. Oklahoma was now behind them. That day they kept going. They drove across the Texas Panhandle. They passed Shamrock and Allen Reed. They went by Groom and Yonell. They reached Amarillo in the evening. They drove for too many hours. They stopped to camp when the light was fading. They felt very tired. They were covered with dust. The heat made them weak. Grandma became very sick from the heat. Her body shook, and she had little strength when they stopped. That night Earl took an old fence rail. He used it to make a support on the truck. He fixed it in place at both ends. That night they ate only simple bread. The bread was cold and hard. It was left from breakfast. They fell onto the mattresses. They slept with their clothes on. The Wilsons did not put up their tent. The 2 families were moving fast across the Panhandle. The land was wide and gray. Old marks from floods cut across the ground. They were traveling away from Oklahoma and moving across Texas. The land was dry and dusty. Slow turtles moved on the ground. The sun beat down hard on the earth. In the evening, the air cooled a little. But heat still rose from the ground. For 2 days, the families kept moving. On the 3rd day, the land felt too big and empty. They changed how they lived. The road became their home. Moving became part of their life. Slowly, they got used to this new way. Ruthie and Winfield changed first. Then Al did. After that came Connie and Rose of Sharon. The older people changed last. The land moved up and down like long waves that did not move. They passed Wildorado. They passed Vega. They passed Boise. They passed Glen Rio. This was the end of Texas. Then came New Mexico and the mountains. Far away, the mountains rose against the sky. The car wheels made tired sounds. The engines were very hot. Steam came out near the radiator tops. They reached the Pecos River. They crossed it at Santa Rosa. Then they drove on for 20 more miles. Joad drove the car. His mother sat next to him. Rose of Sharon sat beside her. The truck moved slowly in front of them. Hot air moved in waves over the land. The mountains looked shaky in the heat. Al drove without much energy. He leaned forward in the seat. One hand rested easily on the steering bar. His grey hat sat low over one eye. The hat was bent in a proud shape. As he drove, he sometimes spit out the window. Ma sat quietly beside him. Her hands were folded in her lap. She tried not to feel tired. Her body moved gently with the car. Her head moved with the road. She looked ahead at the mountains with narrow eyes. Rose of Sharon held her body tight as the car moved. Her feet pushed hard on the floor. Her right arm rested against the door. Her round face looked stiff. Her head shook a little because her neck was tight. She made her body stiff to keep her unborn baby safe. She turned her head to her mother.
Ma.
Ma looked at her. Her eyes became warm. She looked at Rose of Sharon's tired face. She smiled.
Ma. Rose of Sharon said. When we get there, you all will pick fruit and live in the country, right?
Ma smiled in a small, dry way. We are not there yet, she said. We do not know how it will be. We must see first.
Me and Connie do not want to live in the country anymore. Rose of Sharon said. We made a plan.
Ma looked worried for a moment. Will you not stay with us? With the family? She asked.
We talked about it. Me and Connie. Ma, we want to live in a town. She spoke fast and with joy. Connie will get a job in a store. Or maybe in a factory. He will study at home. Maybe radios. He wants to learn a skill. Later he may have his own store. We will go to the movies anytime. Connie says I will have a doctor when the baby is born. He says maybe I can go to a hospital. We will have a car. A small car. She kept talking with bright eyes. At night Connie will study. It will be nice. He tore a page from a magazine. He will send for a course. It costs nothing to send. It says so on the paper. I saw it. They even help you get a job. It is radio work. It is clean work. It has a future. We will live in town. We will go to the movies anytime. I will have an electric iron. The baby will have all new things. Connie says all new things. White things. You saw the baby pictures in the catalog. At first it may be hard. Connie will be studying then. But when the baby comes, he may be done. We will have a place. A small place. Not fancy. But nice for the baby.
Her face shone with hope.
I thought maybe we could all live in town. And when Connie has his store, maybe Al could work for him.
Ma watched her face the whole time. She followed every part of the dream.
We do not want you to go far from us, she said. It is not good when families split.
Al made a short, angry sound. Me work for Connie? He said. Why not Connie work for me? He is not the only one who can study at night.
Ma then seemed to understand it was only a dream. She turned her head to the front. Her body became loose again. A small smile stayed near her eyes.
I wonder how Grandma feels today, she said.
Al became stiff at the wheel. The engine began to make a small shaking sound. He drove faster and the noise grew louder. He changed the engine setting and listened. Then he drove faster again for a short time. The noise changed into a hard metal sound. Al used the horn and stopped the car at the side of the road. The truck in front stopped and then moved back slowly. 3 cars passed them going west. Each car used its horn. The last driver leaned out. He shouted in anger and asked why they were stopping. Tom moved the truck closer. He got out and walked to the car. People looked down from the back of the loaded truck. Al changed the engine setting again. He listened to the engine while it ran slowly.
Tom asked Al what was wrong.
Al made the engine run faster. He told Tom to listen.
The loud metal noise was stronger now. Tom listened closely.
Tom told Al to change the engine setting and let it run slow.
He opened the front of the car. He put his head inside to listen.
Then he told Al to make it run faster.
He listened again for a short time. Then he closed the front.
Tom said that Al was right. He said the engine part was broken.
Al said it sounded like that to him. Al said he always put enough oil in the car.
Tom said the oil did not reach the part. He said it was very dry now. He said there was nothing to do but take the engine part out. Tom said he would drive ahead and find a flat place. He told Al to come slowly. He warned him to be careful with the car.
Wilson asked if it was very bad.
Tom said it was quite bad.
Then Tom walked back to the truck. He drove slowly ahead.
Al said he did not know why the car broke. He said he always gave it enough oil. Al knew the problem was his fault. He felt bad about it.
Ma spoke to him. She said it was not his fault. She said he did everything right.
Then she asked in a shy way, "Is it very bad?"
He said, "It is hard to reach. We need a new rod, or maybe new metal inside this one."
He gave a long sigh.
I am very happy Tom is here. I never put a bearing in before. I hope Tom has done it.
A big red sign stood near the road ahead. It made a long dark shadow. Tom drove the truck off the road. He crossed the small ditch by the road. He stopped the truck in the shadow. He got out and waited for Al to come closer.
Go slow now, he called. Move easy or you may hurt a spring.
Al's face turned red with anger. He slowed the engine.
I did not ruin that part, he shouted. What do you mean I will break a spring too?
Tom smiled.
Keep all the wheels on the ground, he said. I did not mean anything bad. Just go slow over this ditch.
Al complained in a low voice. He moved the car down and then up the other side.
Do not tell anyone I broke that part.
The engine made a loud noise now. Al drove into the shade. He turned off the engine. Tom opened the hood. He held it up.
We cannot work on it until it cools, he said.
The family got out of the cars. They stood close to the car.
Pa asked, "How bad is it?"
He sat down low on his feet. Tom looked at Al.
Have you ever put one in before?
No, Al said. I have taken parts off, but not this.
Tom said, we must take the bottom off. We must take the rod out. We need a new part. We must shape it and fit it. It will take a full day. We must go back to the last town for the part. It is Santa Rosa. Albuquerque is about 75 miles ahead. Oh no, tomorrow is Sunday. We cannot buy anything tomorrow.
The family stood quiet. Ruthie moved closer. She looked into the open hood. She hoped to see the broken part. Tom spoke in a soft voice.
Tomorrow is Sunday. On Monday we can get the part. We may not finish before Tuesday. We do not have the right tools. It will be hard work.
The shadow of a large bird moved over the ground. The family all looked up. They saw the black bird flying high.
Pa said, I am afraid we will lose all our money. We all need food. We must buy gas and oil. If the money is gone, I do not know what we will do.
Wilson said, "It feels like my fault. This old car has caused trouble all the time."
You have been kind to us. Now you should pack your things and move on. Sari and I will stay here. We will find a way to manage. We do not want to make trouble for you.
Pa spoke slowly.
He said they could not do that. He said they were like family. He said Grandpa died in their tent.
Sari spoke with a tired voice.
She said they had only caused problems. She said they felt bad about it.
Tom made a cigarette in a slow way. He looked at it and then lit it. He took off his old hat. He wiped the sweat from his face.
Tom said he had an idea. He said people might not like it. He still wanted to share it. He said that the closer the family got to California, the faster they could earn money. He said the car could go much faster than the truck. He shared his plan. He said they should take some things out of the truck. He said everyone should get into the truck except him and the preacher. He said the truck should go on ahead. He said he and Cassie would stay and fix the car. He said they would then drive day and night. He said they would catch up later. He said if they did not meet on the road, the family would already be working. He said if the truck broke down, they could camp by the road. He said things would not be worse than now. He said if the family reached California, life would be easier. He said Cassie could help him with the car. He said they would drive fast after that.
The family stood together and thought about it. Uncle John sat down next to Pa.
Al asked if Tom needed help with the broken part.
Tom said Al had said before that he could not fix it.
Al agreed. Al said the job only needed strong arms. Al said maybe the preacher did not want to stay.
Tom said it did not matter to him who stayed.
Pa drew lines in the dry ground with his finger.
He said he felt Tom was right. He said it was not helpful for everyone to stay there. He said they could travel many miles before dark.
Ma spoke with worry.
She asked how they would find the family again.
Pa was shocked by her strong words. Ma walked to the car. She reached into the back seat on the floor. She took out a jack handle. She held it steady in her hand. She spoke in a calm voice. Pa looked around at the others.
We will be on the same road, said Tom. It is Route 66 all the way. I saw it on the map I have. You go straight through a place called Bakersfield.
Yes, but when we reach California and leave this road, what then? Ma asked. It looks very big on the map, Ma said.
Do not worry, Tom said to her. We will find you. California is big, but not bigger than the world.
Pa asked for help. John, do you see any reason not to do this?
No, John said. Mr. Wilson, it is your car. Do you mind if my son fixes it and drives it with you?
I do not mind, Wilson said. You folks have already helped us a lot. I do not see why I cannot help your boy.
You can work and save some money if we do not meet again, Tom said. Think about it. If we all stay here, nothing will change. There is no water here. We cannot move the car. But if you go on and find work, you can earn money. Maybe you can even get a place to live. What do you think, Cassie? Do you want to stay with me and help me? I want to do what is best for you all, Cassie said. You took me with you and helped me. I will do whatever you need. If you stay here, you will be lying under the car with grease on you, Tom said. That is fine with me, Cassie said.
Pa spoke again. Well, if this is the plan, we should start pushing. We might travel 100 miles before we stop.
I am not going, she said. I mean it.
What do you mean you are not going? Pa said. You have to go. You must take care of the family.
The only way you make me go is by hitting me. She moved the jack handle slowly in her hand. And I will not act weak, she said. I will not cry or beg. I will fight back. You cannot be sure you would win. And if you did, I promise I would not forget. I would wait for my chance and stop you. I swear this is true.
She is very bold, he said. I have never seen her like this.
Ruthie laughed in a sharp, nervous way.
Ma moved the jack handle back and forth in her hand. Come on, Ma said. You made your choice. Come on and try to hit me. Go ahead. But I will not go. If I do go, you will not sleep. I will wait. When you start to sleep, I will tap you with a piece of wood.
So very rude, Pa said in a low voice. And she is not young.
Everyone watched what was happening. They watched Pa. They waited for him to get very angry. They watched his hands. They thought his hands would close into fists. But Pa did not get angry. His hand stayed loose by his sides. Soon everyone understood. Ma had won. Ma also knew it.
Tom said, Ma, what is wrong with you? Why do you want to do this? What is the problem with you? Are you acting too fast?
Ma's face became softer. Her eyes were still strong.
You did this without thinking, Ma said. What do we have left in the world? Nothing except us. Nothing except the family. When we left, Grandpa reached for the shovel right away. And now you want to break the family apart.
Tom said loudly, Ma, we were going to catch up with you. We were not going to be gone long.
Ma lifted the handle in her hand. Think about this, she said. If we were camping and you went ahead. If we moved on, how would we know where to leave a message? How would you know where to look? She said, the road ahead is hard. Grandma is sick. She is on the truck now and very tired. She is worn out. We have a long and hard road in front of us.
Uncle John said, but we could make some money. We could save a little before the others arrive.
Everyone looked at Ma again. She was in charge now. She had taken control.
The money would not help us, she said. All we have is the family staying together. When danger is near, we must stay close. I am not afraid while we are all here. I will not let us split apart.
The Wilsons are here with us. The preacher is also here. I cannot stop them if they want to go. But I feel very upset about this broken part. I do not want my own family to break apart. Her voice was hard and strong. Tom spoke in a calm way.
Ma, we cannot all stay here. There is no water here. There is almost no shade here. Grandma needs shade.
All right, Ma said. We will go with them. We will stop at the first place with water and shade. Then the truck will come back. It will take you to town to get your share. Then it will bring you back. You will not walk in the hot sun. I do not want you alone. I do not want trouble to happen to you.
Tom pulled his lips tight. Then he let them go. He lifted his hands. He dropped them to his sides.
Pa, he said. If you and me tried to stop her, it would go bad. Grandma might jump in too. Someone could get hurt. I do not want that. Ma has made her choice. One strong mind can move many people. You win, Ma. Please put that iron bar away.
Ma looked down at the iron bar. She looked surprised. Her hand shook. She dropped it on the ground. Tom picked it up very carefully. He put it back in the car. Tom spoke again.
Pa, you need to rest now. Al, you drive everyone on. Get them set up at the camp. Then bring the truck back here. Me and the preacher will take off the oil pan. If we can, we will go to Santa Rosa. We will try to find a new part. It is Saturday night, so maybe we can. Hurry so we can go. Give me the wrench and the pliers.
Tom reached under the car. He felt the oily pan.
Give me a can too. That old bucket will work. We need to save the oil.
Al gave him the bucket. Tom put it under the car. He opened the oil cap with the pliers. The black oil ran down his arm. He opened the cap with his fingers. The oil flowed quietly into the bucket. Al finished loading the family on the truck. The bucket was only half full. Tom's face was already dirty with oil. He looked out from under the car.
Come back fast, he called.
The truck moved slowly away. Tom kept working. He turned each bolt a little. He worked carefully. He did not want to damage the seal. The preacher knelt by the wheels.
What can I do? He asked.
Nothing right now, Tom said. When the oil is out, you can help me. We will lower the pan together.
Tom slid back under the car. He loosened the bolts with a wrench. He turned them with his fingers. He left 2 bolts partly on. This kept the pan from falling.
The ground is still hot, Tom said. Then he spoke again. Cassie, you have been very quiet lately. When I first met you, you talked a lot. Now you hardly say anything. What is wrong? Are you unhappy?
Casey lay on his stomach. He looked under the car. His chin rested on his hand. His hat was pushed back on his neck.
I talked enough when I was a preacher, he said. It will last me my whole life.
Yes, but you said good things too, Tom said.
I am worried, Cassie said. When I was preaching, I did not see my own mistakes. I was chasing women too much. If I stop preaching, I should get married. Tommy, I still feel strong wants.
Me too, Tom said. When I left the prison, I was excited. I met a woman like that. I will not tell what happened. I would not tell anyone.
Cassie laughed. I know what happened, he said. I once went away to be alone. When I came back, the same thing happened to me.
So it did, Tom said. Well, I saved my money. I helped that woman. She thought I was strange.
I should have paid her. But I only had $5. She said she did not want money. She said to crawl under and hold it. She said she would loosen it. She told him to turn 1 bolt. She said she would turn her side. She said they would lower it slowly. She told him to be careful with the gasket. She said it should stay whole. She said the old Dodge had only 4 cylinders. She said she once took one apart. She said the main bearings were very big. She told him to lower it now. She told him to stop. She told him to reach up and pull the gasket. She told him to go slowly. She said it was done. The dirty pan lay on the ground between them. A little oil was still inside the holes. Tom put his hand into a front hole. He took out small broken pieces of metal. He said it was the problem. He rolled the metal in his fingers. He said the shaft was too high. He told him to look in the back. He told him to get the crank. He told him to turn it when he said so. Casey stood up. He found the crank. He put it in place. He asked if it was ready. Tom said yes. Tom told him to go slowly. He told him to turn a little more. He told him to turn a little more again. He told him to stop right there. Casey knelt down and looked under the car again. Tom shook the metal part against the rod.
There it is.
What do you think caused it? Cassie asked.
I really do not know. This old car has been driving for 13 years. The meter shows 60,000 miles. That number is not true. Someone turned it back many times. The engine got too hot. Maybe someone forgot the oil. It just stopped working.
Tom took out the small pins. He put his tool on a bolt. He pushed hard. The tool slipped. The back of his hand opened. Tom looked at his hand. Blood came out slowly. It mixed with oil and fell down.
That is not good.
Cassie said.
Do you want me to work now while you cover your hand? No. I never fix a car without hurting myself. Now it already happened. I do not need to think about it.
He put the tool back in place.
I wish I had a better tool.
He hit the tool with his hand. The bolts became loose. He took them out. He placed them in the pan. He also put the small pins there. He loosened more bolts. He pulled the metal part out. He placed it in the pan.
There it is.
He moved out from under the car. He pulled the pan with him. He cleaned his hand with an old cloth. He looked at the cut.
It is bleeding a lot. He said. I can stop it.
He made some wet dirt. He put the dirt on his hand. The blood came out for a short time. Then it stopped.
This works very well. He said.
A spider web can help too. Cassie said.
I know. But there is no spider web. And wet dirt is easy to find.
Tom sat on the side of the car. He looked at the broken part.
If we find an old Dodge car and get a used part and some thin metal pieces, maybe the car will run again. Al must be very far now.
The shadow of the sign was long. The afternoon moved on. Casey sat beside Tom. He looked to the west.
We will reach high mountains soon, he said.
He was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke again.
Tom.
Yes?
Tom, I watched the cars on the road. I watched the ones we passed. I watched the ones that passed us. I counted them in my mind.
Count what?
Tom, there are many families like us. They are all going west. I did not see any going east. There are so many. Did you see that?
Yes. I saw it. It feels like they are running away. It feels like the whole land is moving.
Yes. The whole land is moving. We are moving too. But what if all these people and everyone else? What if they cannot find work there?
Tom shouted in anger.
How could I know? I am only walking forward one step at a time. I did this for 4 years in prison. I just walked to my cell and back. I walked to eat and back. I thought life would be different when I got out. I could not think in there. If you think too much in there, you go crazy. Now I am out, and I still cannot think.
He turned to Casey. This part broke. We did not know it would break. So we did not worry. Now it is broken, and we will fix it.
This is how I feel about everything. I will not worry. I cannot do it. This is only a small piece of metal. Do you see it? This is the only thing I am thinking about. I wonder where Al is.
Casey spoke.
Look at me, Tom. Well, I do not know what to say. It is very hard to talk.
Tom took the mud from his hand. He threw it on the ground. Dirt stayed around the edge of the cut. He looked at the preacher.
You want to talk now? Go on. I like talks. The boss in prison talked all the time. It did not hurt us. He enjoyed it. What are you trying to say?
Casey rubbed his fingers together.
Things are happening. People are doing things. People walk forward, step by step, like you said. They do not know where they are going. But they are all moving the same way. If you listen, you can feel movement. You can feel quiet motion and unease. Something is happening that people do not understand yet. Many people are moving west. They are leaving their farms empty. Something will come from this. It will change the whole country.
Tom said, I am still putting my dogs down one by one.
Yes, but when a fence is in front of you, you will climb it.
I climb fences when there is a fence to climb, Tom said. Casey breathed out slow.
It is the best way. I agree. But people are not all the same. There are people like me. They climb fences even before the fence is really there. They cannot stop themselves.
Ain't that Al coming? Tom asked.
Yes. It looks like him.
Tom stood up. He wrapped the rod and the two bearing parts in a piece of sack. I want to be sure I keep the same parts, he said. The truck stopped by the road. Al leaned out of the window. Tom said, You were gone a very long time. How far did you go? Al let out a tired breath. Did you get the rod out? Yes. Tom lifted the sack. The babbitt just wore out.
Well, that was not my fault, Al said. No. Where did you take the family? We had trouble, Al said. Grandma started crying loud. That made Rosasharn cry too. She put her head under a mattress and cried. But Grandma was worse. She lay back and made long crying sounds. It sounded like a dog howling at night. It feels like Grandma has no sense now. She is like a small baby. She does not talk to anyone. She does not know people anymore. She only talks like she is talking to Grandpa. Where did you leave them? Tom asked again. We found a camp, Al said. It has shade. It has water and pipes. It costs $50 a day to stay. But everyone was very tired and unhappy. So they stayed there. Ma said they had to stay because Grandma was so weak. They set up Wilson's tent. They used our tarp as a tent. I think Grandma is not thinking right anymore.
Tom looked at the sun going down. Casey, he said. Someone has to stay with this car. If not, people may take parts from it. Can you stay?
Sure. I will stay.
Al took a paper bag from the seat.
This bag has bread and meat for Ma. I also have a jug of water.
She remembers everyone, said Cassie.
Tom got into the truck next to Al.
Listen, he said. We will come back as soon as we can. But we do not know how long it will take. I will wait here.
All right. Do not talk to yourself. Let us go, Al.
The truck drove away in the late afternoon.
He is a good man, Tom said. He thinks a lot about many things.
Well, said Al. If you were a preacher, you had to think. Pa is very upset. He is angry that it costs 50 cents just to camp under a tree. He cannot understand it. He keeps complaining. He says next they will sell people air. But Ma says they need shade and water. She says this is because of Grandma.
The truck moved along the road. Now it was empty, and every part made noise. The side shook. The body of the truck banged. The ride felt rough and light. Al drove at 38 miles an hour. The engine made loud sounds. Blue smoke came up through the floor.
Slow down, Tom said. You will break the truck. What is wrong with Grandma?
I do not know. Do you remember the last few days? She was quiet and said nothing. Now she is shouting and talking a lot. But she is talking to Grandpa. She is shouting at him. It feels scary. It feels like he is sitting there and smiling. He always smiled that way. It feels like she can see him there too. She is very angry at him. Oh, Pa gave me $20 for you. He does not know how much money you will need. Did you ever see Ma stand up to him like today?
I do not remember that, said Tom. I chose a bad time to come home. I thought I would rest. I thought I would sleep late. I thought I would eat a lot. I thought I would go dancing. I thought I would go out at night. But I have not had time for any of that.
Al said, I forgot something. Ma told me to tell you many things. She says do not drink anything. She says do not argue. She says do not fight anyone. She is afraid you might go back.
She already has many worries, Tom said. I do not want to add more. Well, can we get a couple of beers? I really want a beer. I am not sure, said Tom. Pa would be very angry if we bought beer.
Well, look, Tom. I have $6. You and I can buy some drinks. We can ride down the road. No one knows I have this money. We can have a good time.
Keep your money, Tom said. When we reach the coast, you and I will have fun. We will make noise and enjoy life. Maybe when we are working.
He turned in his seat.
I did not think you were the kind of man to travel like that. I thought you stopped others from doing it.
Well, I do not know anyone here. If I travel too much, I should get married. I will enjoy myself when we reach California.
I hope so, Tom said. You are not sure about anything now.
No, I am not sure about anything.
When you hurt that man before, did you ever think about it later? Did it trouble you?
No.
Did you never think about it at all?
Yes. I felt sad because he was gone.
Did you blame yourself?
No. I paid for it. I served my time.
Was it very bad there?
Tom spoke in a tight voice.
Look, Al. I finished that part of my life. I do not want to live it again. The river is ahead. The town is there. Let us just get a ride and forget the rest.
Ma cares a lot about you, Al said. She was very sad when you were gone. She made herself suffer. She cried quietly inside. We knew what she was thinking about.
Tom pulled his cap low over his eyes.
Now listen, Al. Let us talk about something else.
I was only telling you what Ma did.
I know. I know. But I would rather not talk about it. I would rather just keep moving forward.
Al became quiet and hurt.
I was only trying to tell you, he said after a moment.
Tom looked at him. Al looked straight ahead. The light truck jumped and made loud sounds on the road.
Tom smiled and laughed softly. I know you were, Al. Maybe my head is not right. I will tell you about it one day. It is something you want to understand.
It is interesting. But I feel it is better to forget it for a while. Maybe later it will feel easier. Right now, when I think about it, my body feels weak and sick.
Listen, Al. I will tell you one thing. Jail is a place that slowly breaks a man's mind. People lose control there. You see it and hear it. After some time, you do not know if you are fine or not. At night, when people cry out, you think it is you. Sometimes it really is.
Al said, Oh. I will not talk about it anymore, Tom.
30 days is fine, Tom said. And 180 days is fine. But more than a year is too much. I do not know why. It feels wrong to me. The idea of keeping people locked up feels strange. Oh, forget it. I do not want to talk about it. Look at the sun shining on the windows. The truck moved toward the service station road. On the right side, there was a junkyard. It was a large open space with a tall wire fence. In front, there was an iron shed. Old tires were stacked near the doors. Each tire had a price on it. Behind the shed, there was a small shack. It was made from old wood and pieces of metal. The windows were old car windshields in the walls. In the grass, many broken cars lay. Some cars had crushed fronts. Some cars were on their sides without wheels. Old engines lay on the ground and near the shed. There were many broken parts everywhere. The place felt old and forgotten. Rust and dirt covered everything. Al drove the truck onto the dirty ground in front of the shed. Tom got out of the truck. He looked into the dark doorway.
I do not see anyone, he said. He called out, Is anyone here? I hope they have a 1925 Dodge.
A door banged behind the shed. A man came out of the dark building. He was very thin and dirty. His skin was dark with oil and dust. One of his eyes was missing. His face looked hard and tired. His clothes were covered with old grease. His hands were rough and full of small cuts. His mouth hung low in a sad way. Tom asked, Are you the boss? The man stared at him.
I work for the boss, he said. What do you want?
Do you have a broken 1925 Dodge? We need a connecting rod.
I do not know, the man said.
The man wiped his nose with his hand. He rubbed his hand on his pants.
If the boss was here, he could tell you, but he is not here. He went home. Are you from this place? Look around then. I do not care if you burn the place.
It looks like you do not like your boss. The man moved closer. His one eye looked wide.
I hate him, he said in a low voice. I hate that man. He went home now. He went home to his house.
The words came out fast and rough.
He has a way to choose a man and break him inside. He is a bad man. He has a girl who is 19. She is pretty. He says to me, Do you want to marry her? He says that to me. And tonight he says, There is a dance. Do you want to go? He says this to me.
Tears filled his eye. Tears ran down from the red place around it.
One day, I will have a heavy tool in my pocket. When he says those things, he looks at my eye. I will stop him one day. I will make him leave me alone.
His breathing was hard with anger.
One day, he said again.
The sun went down behind the mountains. Al looked at the yard with the broken cars.
Over there, look, Tom. That one looks like a 1925 or 1926.
Tom looked at the one-eyed man.
Is it okay if we look?
No, I do not care. Take anything you want.
They walked between the old cars. They went to a rusty car. It sat low on flat tires.
It is a 1925, Al said. Can we take off the pan, sir?
Tom went down on his knees. He looked under the car.
The pan is already off. One rod is gone. It looks like someone took it.
He moved under the car.
Get the crank and turn it, Al.
He pushed the rod near the shaft.
It is stuck with old grease.
Al turned the crank slowly.
Slowly, Tom said.
He picked up a small piece of wood. He cleaned the hard grease from the part and the bolts. Is it too tight? Al asked. It is a little loose, but it is not bad. How worn is it? It still has enough shims. They are not all used. It is okay. Turn it slowly now. Lower it carefully. There. Go to the truck and get some tools. The man with one eye said, I will get a box of tools. He walked slowly between the old cars. Soon he came back with a metal toolbox. Tom took out a socket wrench. He gave it to Al.
You take it off. Do not lose the shims. Do not drop the bolts. Keep the small pins safe. Hurry! The light is getting weak.
Al crawled under the car.
We should buy a set of socket wrenches, he called. You cannot reach anything with a big wrench.
Call me if you need help, Tom said.
The one-eyed man stood there and did not know what to do.
I can help if you want, he said. You know what that bad man did? He came by wearing white pants. He said, come on, let us go to my boat. One day I will face him about it. He breathed in a hard way. I have not been with a woman since I lost my eye. And he talks like that. Big tears ran down his dirty face.
Tom spoke with little patience. Why do you not move on? No one is forcing you to stay.
That is easy to say, the man answered. It is hard to find work. It is very hard for a man with one eye.
Tom turned toward him.
Now listen, friend.
You keep that eye wide open. And you are dirty. You smell bad. You act like you want trouble. You act like you enjoy it. You like to feel sad for yourself. Of course you cannot meet a woman with that open eye moving around. Put something over it. Wash your face. You are not going to hurt anyone with a tool. A man with one eye has a hard life, the man said. He cannot see things like other men. He cannot tell how far things are. Everything looks flat to him. Tom said he was talking nonsense. Tom said he once knew a woman with one leg. She did not take little money in a dark street. She asked for more money. She said people paid extra because she was special. She said no one had been with many women like her. She said this made her valuable. She said she brought good luck. People believed her and paid. They left feeling lucky. Tom said he also knew a man with a bent back. That man made money by letting people touch his back for luck. Tom said losing one eye was not so bad. The man spoke slowly and unsteady. He said it hurts when people move away from him. It stays in his heart. Tom told him to cover his eye. Tom said he showed it too much. Tom said he liked to feel sad for himself. Tom said there was nothing really wrong with him. Tom told him to buy clean clothes. Tom said he was drinking and crying alone. Tom asked if Al needed help. Al said no. Al said a part was loose. Al said he was trying to push the metal part down. Tom told him not to hurt himself. The man with one eye spoke quietly. He asked if someone could like him. Tom said yes. Tom made a rough joke to make him feel better. The man asked where they were going. Tom said they were going to California. Tom said his whole family was going. Tom said they hoped to find work there. The man asked if someone like him could get work. He asked if his eye cover would be a problem. Why not? You are not hurt. Well, can I get a ride with you guys? No. We are too full. We cannot move. You must leave another way. Fix one of these broken cars. Then go by yourself.
Maybe I will, said the man with one eye.
There was a loud sound of metal.
I have it, Al said. Bring it here. Let us look at it.
Al gave him the piston, the rod, and part of the bearing. Tom cleaned the surface. He looked at it from the side.
It looks fine to me, he said. If we had a light, we could put this in tonight.
Tom, Al said. I was thinking. We do not have ring clamps. It will be hard to put the rings in. It will be very hard under the piston.
Tom spoke.
Someone once told me a trick. You can wrap thin brass wire around the ring. It holds it tight. But how do you take the wire off? You do not take it off. It melts and does no harm. Copper wire is better. It is too weak, Tom said.
He turned to the man with one eye.
Do you have thin brass wire?
I am not sure. I think there is a roll somewhere. Where can a man get one of those black eye covers?
I do not know, Tom said. Try to find the wire.
In the metal shed, they looked through many boxes. At last, they found the roll. Tom put the rod into a vise. He wrapped the wire around the piston rings with care. He pushed the rings deep into their spaces. He hit the twisted wire flat. He turned the piston. He tapped the wire all around. The wire did not touch the wall anymore. He ran his finger up and down. He checked that the rings and wire were even. The shed was getting dark. The man with one eye brought a flashlight. He shined it on the work.
There it is, Tom said. What do you want for that light?
It is not very good. It has new batteries worth 15 cents. You can have it for 35 cents.
All right. And what do we owe you for this rod and piston?
The man rubbed his forehead with his finger. A line of dirt came off.
Well, sir, I really do not know.
If the boss was here, he would check a parts book. He would look up the price of a new part. While you worked, he would also watch you. He would see how much trouble you were in. He would also try to learn how much money you had. Then he would choose a price. If the book said $8, he would ask for $5. If you complained, he would drop it to $3. You say it is my fault, but he is a very bad man. He always thinks about how much you need the part. I saw him take more money for one small piece than he paid for a whole car.
Yes, but how much will you give me for this one? About $1, I think. All right, and I will give you 25 cents for this tool. It will make the work easier.
He gave the coins.
Thank you. And please cover your bad eye.
Tom and Al got into the truck. It was almost night. Al started the engine. He turned on the lights.
So long, Tom called. Maybe I will see you in California.
They turned off the road and went back. The man with one eye watched them leave. Then he walked through the metal shed to his small home. Inside was very dark. He touched the wall to find his bed on the floor. He lay down and cried. The sound of cars on the road made him feel more alone. Tom said that he would not believe they could fix the car tonight. He said he would think Al was crazy. Al said they would fix it. He said Tom must do the job. He was afraid to make it too tight. He was also afraid to leave it too loose. He said it could break either way. Tom said he would put it in. He said if it broke again, that was fine. He said he had nothing to lose. Al looked into the dark road. The lights did not make it bright. Far ahead, a wild cat's eye shone green in the light. Al said Tom was very hard on that man. Tom said he spoke very strong words to him. Al said the man asked for it. He said the man felt sorry for himself because of his eye. He said the man blamed everything on it. He said the man was lazy and dirty. He said maybe the man would change if he knew people saw the truth. Al said it was not his fault that the part broke. Tom was quiet for a short time. Then he said he was angry with Al. He said Al was always afraid someone would blame him. He said he understood the problem. He said Al was young and full of energy. He said Al wanted to look strong all the time. He told Al not to stay ready to fight when no one was fighting him. He said Al would be fine. Al did not answer. He looked straight ahead. The truck shook and made loud noises on the road. A cat ran out from the side. Al turned the wheel to try to hit it. The truck missed it. The cat jumped into the grass. Al said he almost got it. Al asked Tom a question. He asked if Tom heard Connie talk about studying at night. Al said he was thinking about studying too. He said maybe radio or television. He also said maybe diesel engines. He said a man could start a better life that way. Tom said it was possible. Find out how much they will charge for the lessons first. Then decide if you will really study them. Some men took lessons by mail in McAllister. I never knew one man who finished them. They got tired and stopped. God, we forgot to get something to eat. Well, Ma sent a lot of food. The preacher could not eat it all. There should be some left. I wonder how long it will take us to reach California.
I do not know. We should just keep going.
They stopped talking. The night grew darker. The stars looked bright and white. Casey climbed out of the back seat of the Dodge. He walked to the side of the road when the truck arrived.
I did not expect you so early, he said.
Tom picked up the parts from the floor. They were wrapped in a piece of cloth.
We were lucky, he said. We also got a flashlight. I will fix it soon.
You forgot your dinner, Cassie said.
I will eat after I finish, Tom said. Al, move the car a little off the road. Then come and hold the light for me.
Tom went to the Dodge. He lay on his back under the car. Al crawled under on his stomach. He aimed the light.
Do not shine it in my eyes. Put it there.
Tom pushed the piston into the cylinder. He turned it slowly. The thin wire touched the wall inside. He pushed harder and moved it past.
It is good that it is loose, Tom said. If not, the pressure would stop it. I think it will work.
I hope the wire does not block the rings, Al said.
That is why I hit it flat, Tom said. It will not move. I think it will melt away. It may even coat the inside a little.
Do you think it will scratch the walls? Al asked.
Tom laughed.
Those walls are strong. The engine already uses a lot of oil. A little more will not hurt.
He set the rod on the shaft. He checked the lower part. She will need some thin metal pieces. He said, Casey.
Yes.
I am putting this bearing in now. Go to the crank and turn it slowly when I tell you.
He made the bolts tight.
Now. Turn it slowly.
As the long metal part moved, he pressed the bearing into place. There is too much metal here, Tom said.
Stop, Cassie.
He took the bolts out. He removed some thin pieces from each side. Then he put the bolts back in.
Try again, Cassie.
He moved the rod again.
It is still a little loose. I wonder if it will be too tight if I take out more. I will try.
He took the bolts out again. He removed another pair of thin pieces.
Try again now, Cassie.
That looks good, Al said.
Tom asked, "Is it harder to turn, Casey?"
No, I do not think so.
Then I think it fits well now. I really hope so. I cannot fix this part without tools. This socket wrench helps a lot.
Al said, the boss of that yard will be very angry when he looks for that wrench and cannot find it.
That is his problem, Tom said. We did not steal it.
He tapped the small pins in. He bent the ends to hold them.
I think this is good. Cassie, hold the light. Me and Al will lift the pan.
Casey went down on his knees. He held the flashlight. He kept the light on their hands. They pressed the soft seal into place. They lined up the holes with the bolts. The two men lifted the heavy pan. They caught the end bolts first. Then they put in the other bolts. When all the bolts were in, Tom tightened them little by little. The pan moved in evenly against the seal. He made the nuts very tight.
I think that is done, Tom said.
He closed the oil tap. He looked up carefully at the pan. Then he took the light. He searched the ground. There it is. They climbed out from under the car. They poured the oil back into the engine. Tom checked the seal to see if oil was leaking.
He said, "Okay, Al. Start her."
Al sat in the car. He pressed the starter. The engine started with a loud sound. Blue smoke came out of the pipe.
Tom shouted, "Slow down the gas." He said the engine would burn oil for a short time. He said the oil was getting thinner. He listened closely to the engine. He said, "Raise the spark and let her run slow." He listened again. Then he said, "Okay, Al. Turn her off. I think we fixed her. Where is the meat now?"
Al said Tom was a very good mechanic. Tom said it was because he worked in a shop for 1 year. He said they must drive slowly for many miles. He wanted the engine to get used to working. They cleaned their oily hands on weeds. Then they wiped them on their pants. They ate the boiled pork very fast. They drank water from the bottle. Al said he was very hungry. He asked what they would do next. He asked if they would go to the camp.
Tom said he was not sure. He said the camp might ask for more money. He said they should go and talk to the people. He wanted to tell them the car was fixed. He said if they asked for more money, they would leave. He said the people would want to know. He said he was happy that Ma stopped them earlier. He told Al to look around with the light. He wanted to be sure they left nothing behind. He told Al to take the tool. He said they might need it again.
Al looked at the ground with the flashlight. He said he did not see anything. Tom said he would drive the car. He told Al to follow in the truck. Tom started the engine. The preacher got into the car. Tom drove very slowly. He kept the engine speed low. Al followed behind in the truck. Tom crossed a small ditch very slowly. He used low gear. Tom said the car was very strong in low gear. He said it was good for them. He wanted the new part to settle in slowly. On the road, the car moved slowly. The headlights gave a short yellow light on the road.
Cassie spoke to Tom. He said it was funny how they could fix a car. He said they worked fast and with no fear. He said he could not fix a car. He said he still could not do it even after watching.
Tom said you must learn when you are young. He said it was more than just knowing steps. He said kids today can take a car apart easily.
A rabbit ran into the light. It jumped along the road in front of the car. Its long ears moved with each jump. Sometimes it tried to leave the road. The dark sides made it turn back. Another car came toward them with bright lights. The rabbit stopped for a moment. Then it ran toward Tom's car. There was a small soft bump. The other car passed by quickly.
Cassie said the rabbit was hit.
Tom said some people like to hit animals. He said it always made him feel bad. He said the car sounded fine. He said the engine parts were working better now. He said the smoke was not so heavy.
Cassie said Tom did a good job.
A small wooden house stood in the middle of the camp. A gasoline lantern burned on the porch. It made a loud sound and spread a strong white light in a wide circle. 6 tents stood near the house. Cars were parked next to the tents. People had finished cooking for the night. The campfires were low, but the coals still glowed on the ground. Several men sat and stood near the porch under the lantern. The hard light made their faces look strong. Their hats made dark shadows over their eyes. Some men sat on the steps. Others stood on the ground and leaned on the porch. The owner of the place sat in a chair. He was tall and thin. He looked unhappy. He leaned back on the wall. He tapped his fingers on his knee. Inside the house, a kerosene lamp was on. Its weak light was lost under the bright lantern. The men stood close around the owner. Tom drove the Dodge to the side of the road. He stopped the car. Al drove the truck through the gate.
No need to bring her in, Tom said.
He got out and walked through the gate toward the bright light. The owner put his chair legs down and leaned forward. "You men want to camp here?" he asked.
No, Tom said. We got our people here. Hi, Pa.
Pa sat on the lowest step. He said, "I thought you would be gone all week."
Did you fix it? We were very lucky, Tom said. We found a part before dark. We can leave early in the morning.
That is good, Pa said. Ma is worried. Your grandma is not thinking clear.
Yes, Al told me, Tom said. Is she better now?
Well, she is sleeping now, Pa said.
The owner said, "If you want to camp here, it costs 50 cents. You get a place to camp, and water, and wood. And nobody will bother you."
What is this? Said Tom. We can sleep in the shallow ditch next to the road. It will cost nothing.
The owner tapped his knee with his fingers. The deputy sheriff passes here at night. He may give you trouble. There is a law here about sleeping outside. There is also a law about people without homes.
If I give you 50 cents, I am not that, right? Said Tom.
That is right.
Tom's eyes showed anger.
The deputy sheriff is not your family, is he?
The owner leaned closer. No, he is not. And local people do not need to listen to rude talk from you poor men. It does not bother you to take our money.
And when did we become bad people? We did not ask you for anything. So we are all bad people now? We are not asking you for coins just to lie down and rest.
The men on the porch did not move. They sat very still and quiet. Their faces showed no feeling. Their eyes moved slowly under their hats. They looked at the owner in silence.
Pa spoke in a low, rough voice. Stop it, Tom.
Okay, I will stop, Tom said.
The group stayed quiet. They sat on the steps and leaned on the high porch. Their eyes shone under the strong light of the gas lamp. The light made their faces look hard. No one moved. Only their eyes went from one person to another. A small insect hit the lamp. It fell and disappeared into the dark. Inside one tent, a child cried. A woman spoke softly to calm the child. Then she began to sing in a low voice.
Jesus loves you in the night. Sleep well, sleep well. Jesus watches in the night. Sleep, oh sleep, oh.
The lamp made a soft sound on the porch. The owner scratched his chest near his open shirt. White hair showed there. He looked careful and worried. He watched the men closely. He waited for some sign. But they did not move. Tom stayed quiet for a long time. His dark eyes slowly lifted to the owner.
I do not want to cause trouble, he said. It is hard to be called a bum. I am not scared, he said in a quiet voice. I could fight you and your helper with my hands. I could do it now. But that would not help anyone.
The men moved a little. They changed how they stood. Their bright eyes looked up at the owner. They watched his mouth. They waited for him to speak. The man felt calm. He felt he had won. But he did not feel strong enough to rush forward. Do you have 50 cents? He asked.
Yes, I have it. But I need it. I cannot spend it just to sleep.
Well, we all need to earn money.
Yes, Tom said. I only wish there was a way to earn it. I wish it did not mean taking it from someone else.
The men moved again. Then Pa spoke.
We will leave early in the morning. Look, sir. We paid already. This man is with our family. Can he stay? We paid.
50 cents for each car, said the owner.
Well, he does not have a car. The car is on the road.
He came in a car, said the owner. If I allow that, everyone will leave their cars outside. Then they will come in and use my place for free.
Tom spoke again. We will drive down the road. We will meet you in the morning. We will wait for you. Al can stay here. Uncle John can come with us.
He looked at the owner.
Is that okay with you?
The owner thought fast. He agreed, but only a little. If the same number stays that come and paid, that's a right. Tom took out his tobacco bag. It was old and grey now. There was only a little wet tobacco dust inside. He rolled a thin cigarette. Then he threw the bag away.
We will leave soon, he said.
Pa spoke to everyone sitting there.
It is very hard for people to leave their homes, he said. People like us had our own place. We were not lazy. Before the machines pushed us out, we were farm people.
A young thin man turned his head slowly. His eyebrows were yellow from the sun.
Did you farm on shares? He asked.
Yes, we worked on shares, Pa said. We used to own the land.
The young man looked forward again.
It is the same for us, he said.
It will not last long, Pa said. We will go west. We will find work. We will find land where things can grow. There will be water.
Near the edge of the porch, a poor man was standing. His black coat was torn and hanging in strips. His work pants had holes at the knees. His face was dark with dust. Lines showed where sweat had run down. He turned his head toward Pa.
You folks must have some money saved, he said.
No, we do not have money, Pa said. But there are many of us who can work. We are all strong men. We will earn good pay there. We will save it together. We will manage.
The poor man stared at Pa while he spoke. Then he began to laugh. His laugh became high and strange. Everyone looked at him. The laughing turned into coughing. His eyes were red and wet when he finally stopped.
You are going out there, he said. Oh no. He started laughing again. You are going to get good pay, he said. Oh no. He stopped and spoke in a sneaky way. Maybe you will pick oranges. Maybe you will pick peaches.
Pa spoke in a calm and proud voice. We will do the work they have, he said. There is plenty of work.
The poor man laughed softly again. Tom turned to him with anger.
What is so funny about that? He asked.
The poor man closed his mouth. He looked down at the porch floor.
You are all going to California, I think, he said.
I told you that, Pa said.
The ragged man spoke slowly.
You did not guess anything. I am coming back. I was there.
The faces turned to him at once. The men stayed still. The lantern sound grew soft. The owner lowered the chair legs to the porch. He stood up. He pumped the lantern. The sound became loud again. He sat down. He did not lean back this time. The ragged man looked at the people.
I am going back to be hungry. I would rather be hungry there all at once.
Pa spoke.
What are you talking about? I have a paper that says they pay good money. Not long ago I saw a paper that said they need people to pick fruit.
The ragged man looked at Pa.
Do you have a place to go back to? Back home.
No, said Pa. We are done there. They send a tractor past our house.
So you would not go back?
No, said Pa. Of course not.
Then I will not worry you, said the ragged man.
Of course you will not worry me. I have a paper that says they need men. It makes no sense if they do not need men. Those papers cost money. They would not print them if they did not need men.
I do not want to worry you.
Pa spoke with anger.
You have caused trouble. You should not stop talking now. My paper says they need men. You laugh and say they do not. So which one is lying?
The ragged man looked into PA's angry eyes. He looked sad.
The paper is right, he said. They need men.
Then why are you laughing and making us upset?
Because you do not know what kind of men they need.
What do you mean?
The ragged man made up his mind.
Listen, he said. How many men does your paper say they want?
800. And that is in one small place.
Is the paper orange? Yes, that is right.
You want the name of the man, the work boss.
Pa took a paper from his pocket.
Yes, that is the one. How did you know? Listen, the man said. This does not make sense. This man says he needs 800 workers. So he prints many papers. Maybe 20,000 people see them. Then maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people start to travel because of this paper. These people are full of worry.
But it still does not make sense, Pa said.
It will make sense when you meet the man who made the paper, the man said. Or you will meet someone who works for him. You will camp near a ditch with many other families. Then the man will come. He will look into your tent. He will check if you have food. If you have no food, he will ask, do you want a job? You will say, yes, sir, I really do. You will thank him for the chance to work. He will say, I can use you. You will ask when to start. He will tell you the place and the time. Then he will leave. Maybe he needs 200 men. But he talks to 500. Those men tell other people. When you arrive, there are 1,000 men. The man says, I pay 20 cents an hour. Some men walk away. But many stay because they are very hungry. They will work for very little food. This man has a deal to pick fruit or cut plants. Do you understand now? The more men he brings, the less he pays. If the men are hungry, he pays even less. He likes men with children. They cannot leave. I said I would not upset you.
The people around him looked at him with hard faces. Their eyes checked his words. The man in old clothes felt nervous.
I said I would not upset you, he said. But I did. You will still go on. You will not go back.
The porch was very quiet. The lamp made a soft sound. Many moths moved in circles around the light.
The man spoke again in a worried voice. Let me tell you what to do when you meet a man who says he has work. Ask him how much he will pay. Ask him to write it down. Do this. If you do not, you will be tricked.
The owner leaned forward in his chair. He wanted to see the man better. He scratched his chest under his shirt. He spoke in a cold voice.
Are you sure you are not a troublemaker? Are you sure you are not lying about work?
The man cried out. I promise I am not.
There are many like that, the owner said. They go around and make problems.
They talked about making people angry. They talked about pushing into places. They said there were many of them. They said a day would come when they would catch all the troublemakers. They said they would force them to leave the country. They said a man who wants to work is fine. They said if a man does not want to work, they do not care about him. They said they would not let anyone cause problems. The man in old clothes stood up straight. He spoke to the group. He said he tried to tell them before. He said it took him 1 year to learn the truth. He said it took the death of 2 children. He said it took the death of his wife. He said now he knew. He said he could not explain it to them. He said he should have known he could not explain it. He said no one could explain it to him before. He said he could not tell them about the small children in the tent. He said the children were very thin and very cold. He said they cried softly like small animals. He said he ran everywhere to find work. He said he did not ask for money. He said he did not ask for pay. He shouted that he only wanted a cup of flour and a spoon of fat. He said then the doctor came. He said the doctor wrote that the children died from weak hearts. He said the doctor wrote it on paper. He said the children were shaking from cold. He said their bodies showed hunger. The group became silent. Their mouths stayed open a little. The men breathed slowly. They watched him. The man looked around the group. Then he turned away. He walked fast into the dark. The dark covered him. They could hear his slow steps for a long time. A car passed on the road. Its light showed the man walking alone. His head was down. His hands were in his coat pockets. The men felt uneasy. One man said it was getting late. He said he needed to sleep. The owner said the man was probably lazy. He said there were too many lazy men on the road now. Then he stopped talking. He leaned his chair back again. He touched his throat. Tom said he would go see his mother for a short time. He said then they would move on. The Joad men walked away. Pa asked if the man was telling the truth. The preacher said the man was telling his truth. He said the man was not lying. Tom asked if that truth was also for them. The preacher said he did not know. Pa said he did not know either. They walked to the tent with a sheet over a rope. The inside was dark and still. As they came close, a grey shape moved near the door. It stood up as tall as a person. Ma stepped out to meet them.
Everyone is sleeping, she said. Grandma is asleep at last.
Then she saw Tom.
How did you get here? She asked with worry. Did you have any trouble?
I fixed it, Tom said. We are ready to leave when the others are.
Thank God for that, Ma said. I am shaking with the wish to go on. I want to reach a place that is green and rich. I want to get there fast.
Pa cleared his throat.
The man was just saying.
Tom caught his arm and pulled it.
He talks in a strange way, Tom said. He says many people are on the road.
Ma looked at them through the dark. Inside the tent, Ruthie made soft sounds while she slept.
I washed the children, Ma said. It was the first time we had enough water. I left the buckets out for you men to wash too. It is hard to keep anything clean on the road.
Is everyone here? Pa asked.
All but Connie and Rosashan, Ma said. They chose to sleep outside. They say it is too warm inside.
Pa spoke in a worried way.
Rosa Sharn is getting very nervous and fussy.
It is her first baby, Ma said. She and Connie care a lot about it. You felt the same way before.
We will go now, Tom said.
Pull off the road a little farther ahead. Watch for us if you do not see us. Stay on the right side.
Is Al staying?
Yes. Let Uncle John come with us. Good night, Ma.
They walked away through the quiet camp. In front of one tent, a small fire burned on and off. A woman watched a pot and cooked an early breakfast. The smell of beans was strong and good.
I would like a plate of those, Tom said in a polite way.
The woman smiled.
They are not ready yet, but you can have some later, she said. Come back at sunrise.
Thank you, ma'am, Tom said.
Tom, Casey, and Uncle John walked past the porch. The owner still sat in his chair. The lantern made a soft sound and gave weak light. He turned his head and looked at them.
Running out of gas? Tom asked.
Well, it is time to close anyway, the man said.
No more 50-cent coins coming down the road, I guess, Tom said.
The man stood up fast. Do not talk smart to me. I remember you. You are one of those trouble people.
That is right, Tom said. I am a troublemaker.
There are too many men like you around, the man said.
Tom laughed as they went out the gate. They climbed into the Dodge. Tom picked up a clump of dirt and threw it at the light. They heard it hit the house. They saw the man jump up and look into the dark. Tom started the car. He drove onto the road. He listened closely to the engine. He listened for bad sounds. The road lay dim in front of them under the weak car lights. CHAPTER 17. THECARS of the migrant people moved slowly from small side roads to the big highway. Then they followed the long road to the west. In the daytime, they moved like small insects toward the west. At night, they gathered close to water and shelter. They were lonely and confused. They all came from places full of fear, loss, and hard times. They were going to a new place they did not know. So they stayed close together. They talked with each other. They shared stories, food, and hopes for the new land. One family stopped near a spring. Another family came for the water and for company. A third family came because the place felt safe. When the sun went down, many families were there. About 20 cars and 20 families stayed together. In the evening something unusual happened. The 20 families began to live like one large family. All the children felt like children of everyone. Losing their homes became one shared pain. The good days in the West turned into one shared dream. If one child became ill, many people felt worried together. If a baby was born in a tent, many people stayed quiet and full of wonder during the night. In the morning, many people felt joy because of the new life. A family that felt scared the night before might look through their things to find a small gift for the baby. In the evening, people sat near the fires. The 20 families felt like one group. They slowly became parts of camp life. They became parts of the evenings and the nights. Someone took a guitar from a blanket. The guitar was tuned with care. Songs were played that belonged to everyone. Men sang the words. Women followed the music softly. Each night felt like a new small world. This world felt complete and full. People made friends. Some people did not like each other. There were proud people and shy people. There were quiet people and kind people. Each night, people built connections that made a full world. Each morning, this world ended, like a show that moves on. At first, the families felt unsure about making and leaving these worlds. Later, they learned how to do it well. Soon, leaders appeared. Simple rules were formed. Ways of living together became clear. As the camps moved west, these small worlds became stronger. They were better organized than before. The people had learned from experience. The families learned which rights must be respected. Each tent needed privacy. People had the right to keep sad memories inside. People had the right to speak and to listen. People could accept help or say no. People could offer help or step back. Young men and women had the right to choose love. Hungry people had the right to food. Pregnant people and sick. In these camps, social rules became strong and clear. A man had to say polite words like good morning when needed. A man could live with one woman if he stayed with her, had children with her, and kept her safe. But a man could not stay with one woman one night and another the next. This kind of action could harm the camp. The families moved west. They learned better ways to build safe camps. The rules became clear and people felt safe when they followed them. Leaders and elders appeared in the camps. A wise man was welcome in many camps. A foolish man stayed foolish, even in a new place. People also learned to help each other. A man with food shared with a hungry man. In this way, he knew others would help him later. When a baby died, people left silver coins at the tent door. The baby needed a proper burial, because the baby had little life. An old man might be buried in a simple place, but not a baby. To build a camp, people needed certain things. They needed water, like a river, a stream, a spring, or even an open tap. They needed flat ground to set up tents. They needed bushes or wood for fire. A nearby trash place was useful. People could find old metal, stove parts, and cans there. The camps were built in the evening. People came in from the roads. They built the camps with their tents, their feelings, and their thinking. In the morning, they took everything down. They folded the tents. They tied the poles to the cars. They put the beds and pots back in place. As the families moved west, this routine became fixed. The tent was always packed the same way. The cooking tools were counted and stored. Each person in the family learned a clear role. Young and old had their place in the car. In the hot evenings, when the cars stopped, everyone knew what to do. Children collected wood and carried water. Men set up the tents and placed the beds. Women cooked the meal and watched the family eat. No one gave orders. Everyone acted on their own. Before, the family unit was a house at night and a farm by day. Now the family borders changed. During the long hot days, people were quiet in the moving cars. At night, they joined with other families. Their social life changed in a way only people can change. They were no longer farm workers. They became traveling workers. Their thinking and planning changed. Their silent thoughts no longer went to fields. They went to roads, distance, and the west. A man who once thought about land now thought about miles of road. He no longer worried about rain or crops. He watched the tires. He listened to the engine. He worried about oil, gas, and worn rubber. A broken part in the car became a great problem. Water in the evening became very important. Food over the fire mattered deeply. Health and strength were needed to continue. Hope was needed to keep going. Their will pushed them west. Their fears changed. They no longer feared drought or floods. They feared anything that could stop their movement. The camps became steady places. Each camp was one short day from the next. Some families panicked on the road. They drove day and night. They slept in their cars. They rushed west without rest. They wanted to settle so badly that they pushed their cars hard. Most families learned a new life quickly. They adapted and became stronger. When the sun went down, they looked for a place to stop. They saw tents ahead. They turned off the road and stopped. Because others were already there, they followed polite rules. The man of the family leaned out of the car. He asked if they could stop and sleep there. The answer was friendly. People asked where they came from. They said they came from Arkansas. They learned other people from Arkansas were nearby. Then came the important question. They asked about the water. The answer was honest. The water did not taste good, but there was enough. They thanked each other. No one asked for more thanks. The polite habit still mattered. The car moved slowly across the ground to the last tent. It stopped there. The tired people got out of the car. They stretched their sore bodies. A new tent went up. The children went to get water. The older boys cut bushes or wood. Fires began. Supper started to cook. Some people boiled food. Some people fried food. People who came earlier walked over. They shared where they were from. They talked about states. They found friends. Sometimes they found family. They asked questions about Oklahoma. They asked about counties. Someone said Cherokee. Others said they had family there. They talked about common last names. They talked until they felt close. A new group formed. Evening came. Before full night, the new family was part of the camp. Everyone had heard about them. Each family knew them. They were seen as good people. One man said he knew the Allens all his life. He talked about old Simon Allen. He spoke about Simon's first wife. He said she was part Cherokee. He said she was very pretty. He talked about young Simon. He said Simon married a Rudolph. They moved to Enid. They did well there. He said Simon owned a garage. He said Simon was the only Allen who did well. After the water was carried and the wood was ready, the children walked around. They moved slowly between the tents. They felt shy. They tried to make friends in careful ways. One boy stopped near another boy. He looked at a stone. He picked it up. He studied it closely. He cleaned it. He kept looking at it. The other boy finally asked what it was. The first boy said it was nothing. He said it was just a rock. The second boy asked why he looked at it so hard. The first boy said he thought it might be gold. The second boy asked how he knew. The first boy said gold looks dark in rock. He said everyone knows that. The second boy said maybe it was fake gold. The first boy said his father had found gold before. He said his father taught him how to look. He asked if the other boy wanted to find a big piece of gold. The other boy said yes with excitement. He said he would buy the biggest candy ever. He said he was not allowed to swear. He said he did it anyway. The first boy agreed. They decided to go to the spring. Young girls also found each other. They spoke quietly. They talked about who liked them. They talked about their hopes. They felt shy but proud. The women worked by the fire. They hurried to feed their families. If they had enough money, they cooked pork. They added potatoes and onions. They made biscuits or cornbread. They made plenty of gravy. They cooked meat and boiled tea. The tea was dark and strong. If money was short, they fried dough. The dough was crisp and brown. They poured fat over it. Some families had a lot of money. Some spent money without care. They ate canned beans. They ate canned peaches. They ate store bread and cake. They ate inside their tents. They did not eat these foods in public. It was not polite to show such food. Even so, other children smelled the beans. Those children felt sad while eating their dough. After supper, the dishes were washed. The night had come. The men sat together. They talked quietly. They spoke about the land they left. They said the country was ruined. They said it might heal one day. They said they would not be there to see it. They wondered if they had done something wrong. They talked about government advice. They talked about how to plow the land. They said they never had a chance to try it. They said the new owners did not care. They spoke with worry and tired voices. They talked softly about their homes. They remembered a small cool room by the windmill. They kept milk and melons there. It stayed cool even on hot days. They remembered resting there at noon. They remembered cutting a cold melon. They remembered water dripping from the tank. They spoke about sad events. One man talked about his brother Charlie. He said Charlie had bright yellow hair. He said Charlie was a grown man. He said Charlie played music well. He said Charlie had an accident while working. He said the horses ran suddenly. He said Charlie was badly hurt. He stopped talking after that. They also spoke about the future. They wondered what the new land was like. They said the pictures looked good. They talked about warm weather. They talked about walnut trees. They talked about berries. They hoped the place would be kind. There was a tall mountain far away. It was covered with snow. It looked very beautiful. If we can find work, life will be okay. We will not feel cold in winter. The children will not freeze on the way to school. I will make sure my children do not miss school anymore. I can read well. But reading does not give me joy like it gives to a man who reads a lot. One evening, a man came out of his tent with a guitar. He sat on a box in front of the tent. He began to play music. People in the camp moved slowly toward him. The sound pulled them closer. Many men can play simple chords. But this man played with skill. The low sounds beat again and again. The high sounds moved like small steps. His strong fingers moved up and down the strings. He played while people stood closer and closer. Soon they made a tight circle around him. Then he sang a song about cheap cotton and expensive meat. The people sang softly with him. He sang another song and they joined again. He sang an old song about leaving Texas. It was a very old song from long ago. The people felt like they were one group. In the dark, they looked inward. Their minds traveled to other times. Their sadness felt calm, like rest. He sang a sad song from McAllister. Then he sang a church song for the older people. The children grew sleepy from the music. They went into the tents to sleep. The songs followed them into their dreams. After some time, the man stood up. He yawned. He said good night. The people softly said good night back. Each person wished they could play a guitar. It felt like a kind and special gift. Then everyone went to sleep. The camp became quiet. Owls flew above the tents. Coyotes made sounds far away. Skunks walked into the camp. They looked for small pieces of food. They moved slowly and were not afraid. The night passed. At the first light of morning, the women came out. They built the fires again. They put coffee on to boil. The men came out too. They talked quietly in the early light. They spoke about crossing the Colorado River. They warned each other about the desert. They said to be careful not to get stuck. They said to take plenty of water. One man said he would travel at night. Another man said the same. Chapter 18. The Joad family moved slowly to the west. They went into the mountains of New Mexico. They passed tall rocks with sharp shapes. They climbed into the high land of Arizona. Through a wide opening, they looked down at the painted desert. A border guard stopped their car. He asked where they were going.
Tom said they were going to California.
The guard asked how long they would stay in Arizona.
Tom said only long enough to cross it.
The guard asked if they carried any plants.
Tom said they had none.
The guard said he should check their things.
Tom said again they had no plants.
The guard put a small sticker on the window. He told them it was okay to go but to keep moving.
Tom said they would do that.
They moved slowly up the road. Small, twisted trees grew on the hills. They passed towns called Holbrook, Joseph City, and Winslow. After that, tall trees appeared. The cars grew hot and sent out steam. They worked hard as they climbed higher. And there was Flagstaff. That was the highest place on their trip. From Flagstaff, the land went down across wide flat lands. The road stretched far ahead and faded away. Water became hard to find. People had to buy water. It cost 5 cents, 10 cents, or 15 cents for 1 gallon. The sun pulled all the life from the dry rocky land. Ahead were sharp broken mountains. They marked the west edge of Arizona. Now the family was running from the sun and the dry land. They drove all night. They reached the mountains while it was still dark. They climbed the sharp mountain roads in the night. Their weak lights moved over the pale stone walls. They crossed the top of the mountains in darkness. Later at night, they slowly went down. They passed broken rocks near Oatman. When morning came, they saw the Colorado River below them. They drove to Topok. They stopped at the bridge. A guard cleaned a sticker from the windshield. Then they crossed the bridge. They entered a land of broken rocks. They were very tired. The morning heat was already growing. Still, they stopped the cars.
Pa called out, "We're there. We're in California."
They looked tiredly at the bright rocks under the sun. Across the river, they could see the hard mountains of Arizona.
Tom said, "We still have the desert." He said, "We need to reach water and rest."
The road ran beside the river. Late in the morning, the hot engines brought them to Needles. There, the river moved fast between tall green reeds. The Joads and the Wilsons drove down to the river. They stayed in their cars. They watched the clean water flow by. They watched the green reeds move slowly in the water. Near the river, there was a small camp. There were 11 tents close to the water. Wet grass covered the ground. Tom leaned out of the truck window.
He said, "Is it okay if we stop here for a while?"
A strong woman was washing clothes in a bucket. She looked up. She said, "We don't own this place, sir." She said, "Stop if you want." She said, "A police officer will come later to check on you."
Then she went back to washing clothes in the sun. The two cars moved to an open spot on the wet grass. They took out the tents. They set up the Wilson tent. They tied up the Joad's tarp on its rope. Winfield and Ruthie walked slowly through the trees. They went down to the tall reeds by the water. Ruthie spoke with quiet, strong feeling.
She said, "California. This is California and we are really here."
Winfield broke a reed. He pulled it apart. He put the white inside part into his mouth. He chewed it. They stepped into the water. They stood still. The water reached their lower legs.
Ruthie said, "We still have the desert." She asked, "What is the desert like?"
Winfield said, "I don't know." He said, "I saw pictures once." He said, "They showed bones everywhere."
Ruthie asked, "People's bones?"
Some, I think, but mostly cow bones. We're going to see those bones. Maybe. I do not know. We will cross there at night. That is what Tom said. Tom said bad things will happen if we go in the daytime.
"It feels nice and cool," said Winfield. He pushed his toes into the sand under the water.
They heard Ma calling.
"Ruthie. Winfield. Come back."
They turned around. They walked slowly back through the tall grass and the small trees. The other tents were quiet. For a short time, when the cars arrived, a few people looked out. Then they pulled back inside. Now the family tents were set up. The men stood together.
"I am going down to wash."
"I will do that before I sleep."
"How is Grandma since we put her in the tent?"
"I do not know," said Pa. "I could not wake her." He pointed his head toward the tent.
A soft, broken voice came from inside the tent. Ma went in fast. "She woke up," said Noah. "It sounds like she talked all night on the truck. She is very confused."
"She is very tired. If she does not rest soon, she will not last. She is just worn out. Anyone coming with me?"
"I will wash. I will sleep in the shade all day."
He walked away. The other men went with him. They took off their clothes in the trees. Then they walked into the water. They sat down in the water. They stayed there a long time. They pushed their heels into the sand. Only their head stayed above the water.
"Jesus, I needed this," said Al. He picked up sand from the bottom. He rubbed his body with it.
They lay in the water. They looked across at the sharp mountains called the Needles. They looked at the white rock mountains of Arizona.
"We came through them," said Pa with surprise.
Uncle John put his head under the water. Well, we are here. This is California. It does not look very rich.
We still have the desert, said Tom. I hear it is very hard.
Will we try to cross tonight?
What do you think, Pa? Tom asked.
Well, I do not know. It would help to rest a little. Grandma needs it. But I also want to cross. I want to find work and settle down. We only have about $40 left. I will feel better when we all work. Then some money will come in.
Each man sat in the water. They felt the pull of the river. The preacher let his arms float. Their bodies were pale up to the neck and wrists. Their hands and faces were dark from the sun. Their skin was darker in lines near their shirts. They scratched their skin with sand. Noah said slowly, "I would like to just stay here." He wanted to lie there forever. He wanted to never feel hungry. He wanted to never feel sad. He wanted to stay in the water all his life. He felt slow and lazy, like an animal resting in mud. Tom looked at the sharp mountains across the river. He also looked at the pointed rocks farther down the stream. He spoke in a low voice. He said he had never seen such hard land. He said the land felt dangerous and broken. He said it looked like only the remains of a country. He wondered if they would ever reach a place where people could live easily. He thought about a land without constant struggle and stones. He said he had seen pictures of a flat and green land. He said the pictures showed small houses. He said his mother talked about white houses. He said his mother really wanted a white house. He began to think that such a place might not be real. He said again that he had seen pictures like that. Pa answered him calmly. He told Tom to wait until they reached California. He said Tom would see good land there. Tom spoke with surprise. He said they were already in California. Two men came out from the trees near the river. They wore jeans and dark blue shirts. Their clothes looked wet with sweat. They looked toward the men in the water. They asked how the swimming was. Tom answered in a relaxed way. He said he did not know. He said they had not tried swimming. He said it felt good just to sit there. The men asked if they could sit in the water too. Tom answered kindly. He said the river did not belong to them. He said they could share a small part of it. The men took off their clothes. They stepped slowly into the water. Dust covered their legs up to the knees. Their feet looked light and soft from sweat. They sat down easily in the water. They washed their bodies in a slow way. The sun had darkened their skin. They were a father and his son. They made quiet sounds as they settled in the water. Pa spoke in a polite voice. He asked if they were going west.
One of the men answered no. He said they were coming from the west. He said they were going back home. He said they could not earn enough money there.
Pa asked where their home was. Tom also asked where they came from.
The man said they were from the Panhandle. He said they came from near a town called Pampa.
Pa asked, "Can you earn money there?"
No, the man said. But at least we can be hungry with people we know. We will not be hungry with people who hate us.
Pa said, "You are the second man who talks like this. Why do they hate you?"
I do not know, the man said.
He put water in his hands and washed his face. The dirty water ran from his hair to his neck. "I want to hear more about this," Pa said.
So do I, Tom said. Why do people in the West hate you?
The man looked at Tom.
Are you going west?
We are just passing through, Tom said.
You have never been to California, the man asked.
No, we have not, Tom said.
Well, do not just believe me, the man said. Go and see it yourself.
Yes, Tom said. But a man likes to know what waits for him.
If you really want to know, I have thought about it a lot, the man said. It is a good place. But it was taken from others long ago. You cross the desert and reach the land near Bakersfield, he said. You will see very beautiful land. There are fruit trees and grape fields. It is the nicest land you can imagine. You will see flat land with water not far below the ground, he said. But the land is not being used. You are not allowed to touch it. The land belongs to big land companies, he said. If they do not want to use it, no one else can. If you plant a small field, you will go to jail, he said.
Good land? Pa asked. And no one works it?
Yes, the man said. Good land, and they leave it empty. That will make you feel upset, he said. But that is not the worst part. You will see a look in people's eyes, he said. They look at you and you feel they do not like you. There are officers, he said. They push people around. If you stop by the road, they tell you to leave, he said. You can see dislike on their faces. I will tell you something, he said. They are afraid of you. They know a hungry man will find food, he said. Even if it is hard. They know empty land is wrong, he said. They know someone will try to use it. You have never been called an Okie yet, he said.
Okie? Tom said. What does that mean?
Well, long ago, Okie meant you came from Oklahoma. Now people use it as an insult. They say it like you are dirty and worth nothing. The word itself is not the worst part. It is the way they say it. I cannot explain it well. You must go there to understand. I hear there are about 300,000 of our people there. They live very badly. Everything in California already belongs to someone. There is nothing free left. The owners want to keep everything. They will do anything to protect it. They are afraid. Fear makes them angry. You have to see it yourself. You have to hear the way people talk. It is the most beautiful land you will ever see. But the people are not kind to you. They are so afraid and worried. They are not even kind to each other. Tom looked down at the water. He pushed his heels into the sand.
He said, if a man finds work and saves money, can he get a little land?
The older man laughed. He looked at his son. The quiet boy smiled like he had won something.
The man said, you will not get steady work. You will search for food every day. People will look at you with hard faces. You will pick cotton. You will not trust the scales. Some scales are fair. Some are not. But you will think all of them are wrong. You will not know which are good. You cannot change it anyway.
Pa asked slowly, isn't it nice there at all?
The man said, yes, it looks nice. But you cannot have any of it. There are trees full of yellow oranges. A man with a gun stands there. He has the right to stop you if you touch one. There is a newspaper man near the coast. He owns 1 million acres of land.
Casey looked up fast.
1 million acres? What can a man do with that much land?
The man said, I don't know. He just owns it. He keeps a few cows. He has guards everywhere to keep people out. He rides in a strong car. I saw pictures of him. He is fat and soft. He has small cold eyes. He looks afraid. He owns 1 million acres. But he is still afraid of dying.
Cassie asked, what can a man want with 1 million acres? Why does he need so much land?
The man took his pale hands out of the water. He spread them wide. He pressed his lips together. He tilted his head. I don't know, he said. I think he is crazy. He must be crazy. I saw his picture. He looks crazy and mean.
Cassie asked, You say he is afraid to die?
That is what I heard.
Is he afraid of God? Cassie asked.
I don't know. He is just afraid.
Pa said, Why does he care? It does not sound like he enjoys his life.
Tom said, Grandpa was not afraid. When Grandpa had the most fun, he was closest to danger. One night, Grandpa and another man ran into a group of Navajo people. They were having a great time. But their chance was very small.
Cassie said, It seems like that is how it works. A man who enjoys life is not very afraid. But a man who is mean, lonely, old, and unhappy is afraid of dying.
Pa asked, What is he unhappy about if he has 1,000,000 acres?
The preacher smiled. He looked confused. He pushed a small bug away from the water. If a man needs 1,000,000 acres to feel rich, then he feels very poor inside. If he is poor inside, no land can help him. Maybe he is unhappy because nothing can make him feel full inside. Not full like Mrs. Wilson felt when she gave her tent after Grandpa died. I am not trying to preach. But I never saw a person who collected things all the time and was happy. He smiled again. That sounds like a sermon, doesn't it?
The sun was very hot now.
Pa said, You better slide under the water. It will burn you bad. He leaned back. The water moved softly around his neck. He said, If a man is ready to work hard, can he make it?
Pa asked. The man sat up and looked at him.
Listen, sir. I do not know everything. You may go out there and find a steady job. Then I would be wrong. Or you may never find work. Then I would not have warned you. I can say that most people there are very unhappy.
He lay back in the water.
A man does not know everything, he said.
Pa turned his head and looked at Uncle John.
You were never one to talk much, Pa said. But I swear you have not spoken twice since we left home. What do you think about this?
Uncle John looked angry.
I do not think anything about it. We are going there, right? This talk will not stop us. When we get there, we get there. When we get a job, we work. When we do not get a job, we sit and wait. This talk does no good.
Tom lay back. He filled his mouth with water. He blew it into the air. He laughed.
Uncle John does not talk much. But he speaks the truth. Yes, he does. Are we leaving tonight, Pa?
Might as well. We should finish it.
Then I will go up into the bushes and sleep.
Tom stood up. He walked through the water to the sandy shore. He pulled his clothes onto his wet body. The hot cloth felt bad on his skin. The others followed him. In the water, the man and his boy watched the Joads go away.
The boy said, I would like to see them in 6 months. Oh, Lord.
The man wiped the corners of his eyes with his finger.
I should not have done that, he said. A man always wants to sound smart. He wants to tell people things.
Well, Pa. They asked for it.
Yes, I know. But like that man said, they are going anyway. Nothing will change because of what I told them. Only this will change. They will feel unhappy sooner.
Tom walked into the willow trees. He crawled into a cool place of shade. He lay down. Noah followed him.
I will sleep here, Tom said.
Tom.
Yes?
Tom, I am not going on.
Tom sat up.
What do you mean?
Tom, I am not going to leave this water here. I will walk down the river.
You are not thinking right, Tom said.
I will get some fishing line. I will catch fish. A man cannot go hungry next to a good river.
Tom said, what about the family? What about Ma?
I cannot change it. I cannot leave this water. Noah's wide eyes were half closed. You know me, Tom. You know people are kind to me. But they do not really want me.
You are not thinking right.
No, I am. I know who I am. I know they feel sorry for me. But I am not going. You tell Ma, Tom.
Now listen to me, Tom started.
No. It will not help. I was in the water. I will not leave it. I am going now, Tom, down the river. I will catch fish and other things. But I cannot leave. I cannot. He moved out of the willow place. You tell Ma, Tom. He walked away. Tom went with him to the river bank.
Listen, you foolish man.
It will not help, Noah said. I feel sad, but I cannot change it. I have to go. He turned fast and walked along the river side. Tom began to follow him. Then he stopped. He saw Noah go into the bushes. Then Noah came out again and walked by the river edge. Tom watched him get smaller and smaller. At last, Noah was gone into the willows. Tom took off his cap. He scratched his head. He went back to his willow place. He lay down and slept. Under the wide top, Grandma lay on a mattress. Ma sat next to her. The air was very hot. Flies moved loudly under the cloth. Grandma had no clothes on under a long pink cloth. She moved her old head from side to side. She spoke in a low and broken way. Ma sat on the ground near her. She used a piece of cardboard to push the flies away. She moved hot air over the tight old face. Rose of Sharon sat on the other side. She watched her mother.
Grandma called out strongly, Will, come here, Will.
Her eyes opened. She looked around with anger.
I told him to come here now, she said. I will catch him. I will pull his hair.
She closed her eyes. She rolled her head again and again. She spoke in a thick voice. Ma kept moving the cardboard. Rose of Sharon looked at the old woman. She did not know what to do.
She said quietly, she is very sick.
Ma looked up at the girl. Ma's eyes were calm. But hard lines showed on her face. Ma kept moving the air. She kept the flies away.
When you are young, Rosa Sharon, everything feels alone, she said. Each thing stands by itself. I know. I remember, Rosa Sharon.
She said her daughter's name with care.
You will have a baby, Rosa Sharon. That makes you feel alone and far from others.
She moved her hand to push a loud fly away. The big fly went around the tent and then flew into the bright sun. Ma kept speaking. Her voice was quiet and full of care. Tears filled Rose of Sharon's eyes. They ran down and she could not see well. She gave a piece of cardboard to her daughter. Grandma pulled her face tight and kept her eyes closed. She spoke in a rough voice. Her small hands moved and scratched her face. A red ant climbed on the cloth and moved on the loose skin of her neck. Ma reached out fast and took the ant away. She pressed it and wiped her fingers on her dress. Rose of Sharon moved the cardboard to make air. She looked at Ma. The word stopped in her dry throat. A big woman in a torn black dress stood at the tent door. Her eyes looked tired and unclear. Her skin hung loose on her face. Her lips were soft and hung low. Ma turned her head. The woman bent down near Grandma. Ma's face grew tight. Her eyes looked sharp. The woman leaned close to Grandma. She looked carefully at her face. Then she turned to Ma and nodded. The woman nodded again. She put her soft hand on Grandma's head. Ma moved to pull the hand away. She stopped herself. Ma stood stiff.
That will hurt you, and it will be a lonely hurt, and this tent is alone in the world, Rosa Sharn. There is a time when things change. When that time comes, birth and death are parts of the same thing. Then nothing feels lonely anymore. Then pain does not feel so hard, because it is not lonely. I wish I could explain it to you, but I cannot. Fan Grandma, Ma said. That is a good thing to do. I wish I could explain it to you. I do not know, Ma said. Maybe if we move her to a cooler place. I am not sure. Do not worry, Rosa Sharn. Breathe in when you need to. Let it out when you need to. Good morning, she said. She is just tired, Ma said. She is worn out from travel and heat. She only needs rest. Then she will be fine. That is not true, Ma said. No, she said. No.
Is she? Will, you are dirty. You will never be clean. Wipe your feet, Will, Grandma shouted. You dirty pig.
Good morning, ma'am, she said. Good morning, and thank God for victory. We heard you have a soul ready to go to Jesus. Thank God. A dear soul ready for Jesus, she said. Yes, sister, it is true, the woman said. We have 6 people in our church tent. I will bring them. We will pray together. We are Jehovites. 6 of us, with me.
No, Grandma is tired. She cannot stand a meeting. The woman said.
She cannot stand grace? She cannot stand the sweet breath of Jesus? What are you saying, sister?
Ma said. No, not here. She is too tired.
The woman looked at Ma with a hard face.
Aren't you believers, ma'am?
Ma said. We have always been holiness. But Grandma is tired. We have been traveling all night. We will not bother you.
The woman said. It is no bother. Even if it was, we would still help a soul going to the Lamb.
Ma lifted herself on her knees. We thank you, she said in a cold voice. We are not going to have a meeting in this tent.
The woman looked at her for a long time.
Well, we will not let a sister leave without some praise. We will start the meeting in our own tent, ma'am. And we forgive you for your hard heart.
Ma lay back down and turned her face to Grandma. Her face stayed firm and closed.
She is tired, Ma said. She is only tired.
Grandma moved her head from side to side. She spoke in low words to herself. The woman walked out of the tent with stiff steps. Ma kept looking at the old face. Rose of Sharon waved her piece of cardboard. She pushed the hot air around.
She said. Ma. Ma said. Yes. Why didn't you let them have a meeting? I don't know, Ma said. They are good people. They shout and move a lot. I don't know. Something came over me. I didn't think I could take it. I felt like I would fall apart.
From far away, the meeting began. A long singing voice filled the air. The words were not clear. Only the sound mattered. The voice went up and down. Each time, it went a little higher. Then other voices answered. The main voice grew strong and proud. The sound became rough and loud. It grew, then stopped, then grew again. The answers sounded heavy and deep. Slowly, the main lines became shorter. They sounded sharp, like orders. The answering voices began to sound sad. The beat became faster. Men and women fur. The far sound of crying became quieter and quieter. Soon it was gone. Rose of Sharon looked at Ma. Her eyes were empty and full of tears.
It helped, said Rose of Sharon. It helped Grandma. She is sleeping.
Ma kept her head down. She felt shame.
Maybe I was wrong to those people. Grandma is sleeping.
Why don't you ask our preacher if you did something bad? The girl asked.
I will, Ma said. But he is a strange man. Maybe he made me tell those people they could not stay. That preacher is starting to think that what people do is right for them.
Ma looked at her hands. Then she spoke again.
Rosashan, we need to sleep. If we leave tonight, we must rest.
She lay down on the ground next to the mattress.
Rose of Sharon asked, should I wave air to Grandma?
She is sleeping now. You lie down and rest.
I keep thinking about where Connie is, the girl said. I have not seen him for a long time.
Ma said, sure. Get some sleep.
Ma, Connie will study at night and become something, the girl said.
Yes, Ma said. You told me before. Now rest.
The girl lay down at the side of Grandma's mattress.
Connie has a new idea, she said. He is always thinking. When he learns all about electricity, he will have his own store. Then guess what we will have?
What? Ma asked.
Ice, said the girl. As much ice as we want. We will have an ice box. It will always be full. Food will not go bad if you have ice.
Connie is always thinking, Ma said with a soft laugh. You should sleep now.
Rose of Sharon closed her eyes. Ma turned onto her back. She put her hands under her head. She listened to Grandma breathing. She listened to the girl breathing. She lifted her hand to move a fly from her face. The camp was quiet under the strong heat. Only small sounds stayed. There were insects in the grass. Flies made a low noise. It was almost silence. Ma took a deep breath. She yawned. She closed her eyes. While half asleep, she heard steps coming closer. Then a man's voice woke her.
Who is in here?
Ma woke up fast and sat up. A man with a dark face bent down and looked inside. He wore boots and light brown pants. He had a matching shirt. A wide belt was around his waist. A gun holder hung on the belt. A large silver star was on his shirt. A soft army cap sat loose on his head. He hit the cover with his hand. The tight cloth shook and made a loud sound. He spoke in a hard voice. "Who is in here?" Ma asked him a question.
What do you want, sir?
He answered her. "You know what I want. I want to know who is in here." Ma spoke again.
It is only 3 of us. Me, my mother, and my daughter.
The man asked another question. "Where are your men?" Ma answered him.
They went to wash and clean. We drove all night.
The man asked again. "Where did you come from?" Ma replied.
Near Sallisaw in Oklahoma.
The man spoke in a firm way. "You cannot stay here." Ma answered him.
We plan to leave tonight. We will cross the desert.
You should do that. If you are still here tomorrow, I will take you away. We do not want people like you to stay here. Ma's face grew dark with anger. She stood up slowly. She bent down to the box with cooking tools. She took out a heavy iron pan. She spoke in a calm but strong voice.
Sir, you have a badge and a gun. Where I come from, people speak with respect.
She walked toward him with the pan in her hand. The man touched his gun but did not take it out. Ma spoke again.
Go on. You like to scare women. I am glad the men are not here. They would stop you fast. Where I come from, people mind their words.
The man stepped back 2 steps. He spoke again. You are not in your home now. You are in California. We do not want you people from Oklahoma to stay here. Ma stopped walking. She looked confused.
People from Oklahoma?
She asked quietly. Yes, people from Oklahoma. If you are here tomorrow, I will take you away. He turned and walked to the next tent. He hit the cloth hard. He shouted again. Who is in here? He spoke. Ma walked back slowly under the tarp. She put the pan into the box for tools. She sat down with care. Rose of Sharon watched her in a quiet way. When she saw Ma trying to stay calm, Rose of Sharon closed her eyes. She acted like she was asleep. The sun went low in the sky. The heat still stayed strong. Tom woke up under the willow tree. His mouth felt very dry. His body was wet with sweat. He felt tired and unhappy after his rest. He stood up slowly and walked to the water. He took off his clothes. He stepped into the stream. As soon as the water touched him, he did not feel thirsty anymore. He lay back in the shallow water. His body stayed on top of the water. He held himself steady with his elbows in the sand. He looked at his toes. They moved up and down above the water. A thin, pale boy moved through the tall plants like a small animal. He took off his clothes. He slid into the water quietly. He moved through the water like a small water animal. Only his eyes and nose stayed above the water. Then he suddenly saw Tom's head. He saw that Tom was looking at him. He stopped playing. He sat up.
Tom said, "Hello."
The boy said, "Lo."
Tom said, "It looks like you were playing water animal."
The boy said, "Yes, I was."
The boy moved slowly toward the bank. He tried to look calm. Then he jumped out fast. He grabbed his clothes in one quick move. He ran away into the willow trees. Tom laughed softly. Then Tom heard someone call his name in a loud voice.
Tom, oh, Tom.
He sat up in the water. He made a sharp whistle through his teeth. The sound was high and long at the end. The willow trees moved in the wind. Ruthie stood and looked at him.
Ma wants you. She wants you now.
All right.
He stood up. He walked through the water to the shore. Ruthie watched his bare body with surprise. Tom saw where she was looking.
Run now. Go.
Ruthie ran away. Tom heard her calling for Winfield in a happy voice. He put on his warm clothes over his cool and wet skin. He walked slowly through the willows toward the tent. Ma had made a small fire with dry willow sticks. A pan of water was getting hot on the fire. She looked calm when she saw him.
What is wrong, Ma?
I was afraid. A policeman came here. He said we cannot stay here. I was afraid he talked to you. I was afraid you would hit him.
Why would I hit a policeman?
Ma smiled.
He spoke very rude. I almost hit him myself.
Tom took her arm and shook it in a rough but playful way. He laughed. He sat down on the ground. He was still laughing.
My God, Ma. I knew you when you were kind. What changed you?
She looked serious.
I do not know, Tom. First you kept us away with a jack handle. Now you want to hit a cop.
He laughed quietly. He reached out and touched her bare foot in a gentle way. An old wild cat.
Tom.
Yes?
She waited for a long time.
Tom, that policeman. He called us Okies.
He said, "We do not want you Okies to stay here." Tom looked at her. His hand was still soft on her bare foot.
Someone told me that, he said. Someone told me how they talk.
He thought for a moment.
Ma, do you think I am a bad man? Do I need to be locked up like that?
No, she said. You were judged before. Why do you ask me that?
I do not know. I almost wanted to hit that officer.
Ma smiled a little.
Maybe I should ask you, she said. I almost hit him with a pan.
Ma, why did he say we cannot stay here? He just said they do not want Okies to live here. He said he will take us away if we are here tomorrow. But we are not used to being pushed by officers.
I told him that, Ma said. He said this is not our home now. He said we are in California. He said they can do what they want.
Tom spoke with worry.
Ma, I have something to tell you. Noah went down to the river. He is not going with us.
Ma needed a moment to understand.
Why? She asked quietly.
I do not know. He said he has to. He said he must stay. He told me to tell you.
How will he get food? She asked.
I do not know. He said he will catch fish.
Ma stayed quiet for a long time.
The family is breaking, she said. I cannot think anymore. There is too much. I just cannot think.
Tom spoke weakly.
He will be okay, Ma. He is a strange kind of man.
Ma looked at the river with empty eyes.
I really cannot think anymore.
Tom looked along the line of tents. He saw Ruthie and Winfield standing by a tent. They were talking politely to someone inside. Ruthie was twisting her skirt in her hands. Winfield was making a small hole in the dirt with his toe.
Tom called out, "You, Ruthie."
She looked up and saw him. She walked fast toward him. Winfield followed her. When she came back, Tom spoke.
You go and get our family. They are sleeping near the willow trees. Bring them here. And you, Winfield. Tell the Wilson family we will leave as soon as we can.
The children turned fast and ran away. Tom said, "Ma, how is Grandma now?"
Ma said, she slept today. Maybe she feels better. She is still sleeping.
Tom said, that is good. How much pork do we have?
Ma said, not much. Only part of a pig.
Tom said, we must fill the other barrel with water. We need to carry water with us.
They heard Ruthie calling loudly for the men near the willow trees. Ma pushed dry willow sticks into the fire. The fire grew stronger under the black pot.
Ma said, I pray to God that we get some rest. I pray we can lie down in a good place.
The sun moved down toward the dry hills in the west. The pot over the fire boiled hard. Ma went under the top and came back with potatoes in her apron. She dropped them into the hot water.
She said, I pray to God we can wash our clothes. We have never been this dirty. We do not even wash the potatoes before cooking. I do not know why. It feels like our strength is gone.
The men walked up from the willow trees. They looked very tired. Their faces were red and swollen from sleeping in the day.
Pa said, "What is wrong?"
Tom said, "We are leaving. The officer says we must go. It is better to start now. If we go early, maybe we can finish faster. It is almost 300 miles to our place."
Pa said, "I thought we were going to rest."
Tom said, "We cannot rest. We have to go." Pa! Noah is not coming. He walked down the river.
Pa said, "Not coming. What is wrong with him?" Then Pa stopped himself. "It is my fault," he said sadly. "That boy is my fault."
No.
"I do not want to talk about it anymore," said Pa.
I cannot. It is my fault.
"We must leave," said Tom.
Wilson came closer to hear the last words.
"We cannot leave," he said. "Sari is very weak. She needs to rest. She will not live if she crosses the desert."
They stayed quiet after he spoke. Then Tom spoke again.
"The officer says he will arrest us if we stay here tomorrow."
Wilson shook his head. His eyes looked tired and full of worry. His dark face looked pale.
"Then we must do it this way," he said. "Sari cannot go. If they put us in jail, then that will happen. She must rest and get stronger."
Pa spoke again.
"Maybe we should all wait and go together."
"No," said Wilson. "You have been good to us. You have been kind. But you cannot stay. You must go on. You must find work. We will not let you stay here."
Pa spoke with strong feeling.
"But you have nothing."
Wilson smiled. "We had nothing when you helped us before. This is not your problem. Do not make me angry. You must go. If you do not go, I will get very angry."
Ma waved to Pa and pulled him under the top. She spoke to him in a low voice. Wilson turned to Casey.
"Sari wants you to come and see her."
"Of course," said the preacher.
He walked to the Wilson tent. It was small and grey. He moved the cloth aside and went in. Inside, it was dark and very warm. The bed was on the ground. The tools and bags were spread around. They were still there from the morning. Sari lay on the mattress. Her eyes were open and full of light. He stood near her and looked down. His big head was bent. The muscles in his neck were tight. He took off his hat. He held it in his hands. She spoke in a low and gentle voice.
"Did my man tell you we cannot go on?"
He answered.
"That is what he told me."
She continued to speak.
"I wanted us to go. I knew I would not live to reach the other side. But he would reach it. But he will not go. He does not understand. He thinks everything will be fine. He does not understand."
He said again.
"He says he will not go."
"I know. He is very stubborn. I asked you to come to say a prayer."
He spoke in a quiet voice.
"I am not a preacher. My prayers are not good."
She wet her lips.
"I was there when the old man died. You said one then."
He shook his head.
"It was not a prayer."
"It was a prayer. It was not a preacher's prayer. It was a good prayer. I want you to say one for me.
I do not know what to say.
She closed her eyes for a short time. Then she opened them again.
Then say one inside yourself. Do not use words. That is fine.
I do not have a God.
You do have a God. It does not matter if you do not know what he looks like.
The preacher bowed his head. She watched him with worry. When he lifted his head again, she looked calm.
That is good, she said. That is what I needed. Someone close enough to pray.
He shook his head as if waking up.
I do not understand this, he said.
Yes, you do understand, do you not?
I know. I know, but I do not understand. Maybe you will rest for a few days. Then you can go on.
She slowly shook her head.
I am only pain under skin. I know what it is. But I will not tell him. He would be too sad. He would not know what to do.
Maybe in the night, when he is sleeping, it will be easier. When he wakes up, it will not be so bad.
You want me to stay with you and not go on? No, she said. No. When I was a little girl, I used to sing. People around us used to say my singing was very good. People used to come and listen when I sang. When they stood there and I sang, we felt close together. It was closer than you can understand. I felt thankful. Not many people can feel so full inside. Not many can feel so close to others. They stood there, and I sang. I thought I might sing in theaters one day. But I never did. And I am glad. Nothing came between me and them. That is why I wanted you to pray. I wanted to feel that closeness one more time. Singing and praying are the same for me. They make me feel the same. I wish you could have heard me sing.
He looked down at her. He looked into her eyes.
Goodbye, he said.
She slowly shook her head. She closed her lips tight. The preacher walked out of the dark tent. He stepped into the bright light. The men were loading the truck. Uncle John was on top. The others passed tools and boxes up to him. He placed everything with care. He kept the top flat and steady. Ma poured some salt pork into a pan. Tom and Al took the small barrels to the river. They washed them with water. They tied the barrels to the side of the truck. They carried water in buckets. They filled the barrels. They tied canvas over the tops. This kept the water from spilling. Only the tarp and Grandma's mattress were left.
Tom said, with this heavy load, this old truck will work hard. We need a lot of water.
Ma gave out the cooked potatoes. She brought half a sack from the tent. She put it next to the pan of pork. The family ate while standing. They moved their feet as they ate. They passed the hot potatoes from hand to hand. They waited for them to cool. Ma went to the Wilson tent. She stayed there for 10 minutes. Then she came out quietly.
It is time to go, she said.
The men went under the tarp. Grandma was still asleep. Her mouth was open. They lifted the mattress with care. They passed it up to the top of the truck. Grandma pulled up her thin legs. She frowned in her sleep. She did not wake up. Uncle John and Pa tied the tarp tight. They made a small tent on top of the load. They tied it down to the sides. Then everything was ready. Pa took out his wallet. He pulled out 2 old bills. He went to Wilson and held his hands out.
We want you to take this and that.
He pointed to the pork and the potatoes. Wilson looked down and shook his head hard.
I will not do it, he said.
You do not have much.
We have enough to get there, Pa said. We did not give it all away. We will find work soon.
I will not do it, Wilson said. I will get angry if you try.
Ma took the 2 paper bills from Pa. She folded them with care. She put them on the ground. She set the pork pan on top of them.
They will stay there, she said. If you do not take them, someone else will.
Wilson kept his head down. He turned and walked to his tent. He went inside, and the cloth doors fell closed. The family waited for a short time. Then Tom spoke.
We have to go. It is almost 4, I think.
The family climbed onto the truck. Ma sat on top next to Grandma. Tom, Ul, and Pa sat in the seat. Winfield sat on PA's lap. Connie and Rose of Sharon lay close near the cab. The preacher, Uncle John, and Ruthie sat together on the load. Pa called out,
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
There was no answer from the tent. Tom started the engine. The truck moved away slowly. They went up the rough road toward Needles and the highway. Ma looked back. Wilson stood in front of his tent. He watched them leave. He held his hat in his hand. The sun shone full on his face. Ma waved to him. He did not wave back. Tom kept the truck in second gear. He did this to protect the springs on the rough road. At Needles, he drove into a service station. He checked the old tires for air. He checked the spare tires tied on the back. He filled the gas tank. He bought 2 5-gallon cans of gas. He also bought a 2-gallon can of oil. He filled the radiator with water. He asked for a map and looked at it. The gas station boy wore a white uniform. He looked nervous until Tom paid the money. The boy spoke.
You people are very brave.
Tom lifted his head from the map.
What do you mean?
The boy answered.
You want to cross the desert in this old truck.
Tom asked him a question.
Have you crossed it before?
The boy nodded.
Yes, many times. But not in a truck like this.
Tom spoke calmly.
If the truck stops, maybe someone will help us.
The boy shook his head.
Maybe. People are afraid to stop at night. I would not want to do this trip. It takes more courage than I have.
Tom smiled.
It does not take courage when there is no other choice. Thank you. We will keep going.
He climbed into the truck. He drove away. The boy in white went back into the metal building. His helper was working on a book of bills. The boy spoke with surprise.
Those people look very hard.
The helper answered.
Those families from Oklahoma always look like that.
The first boy spoke again.
I would hate to start a trip in a truck like that.
The helper replied.
You and I think carefully. Those people do not think much. They live in a very hard way. They stay dirty and tired. I could not live like that.
The first boy spoke again.
Still, I am happy I am not crossing the desert in that old Hudson truck. It sounds very loud and rough.
The other boy looked down at the bills. A big drop of sweat fell from his finger. It landed on the pink paper. He spoke quietly.
They do not worry much. They do not understand how dangerous it is.
and he said that they did not know any better than what they had. He asked why anyone should worry. The other man said he was not worrying. He only thought that he would not like it if it was him. The first man said that was because he knew better. He said the others did not know better. He wiped sweat from the pink bill with his sleeve. The truck went onto the road and climbed the long hill. The ground was broken and full of old rock. The engine got too hot very fast. Tom drove slower and was careful. They went up the long hill. The road turned again and again. The land looked dead. It was white and grey. There was no sign of life. Tom stopped once for a short time. He let the engine cool. Then they moved on again. They reached the top while the sun was still in the sky. They looked down at the desert. Black hills stood far away. The yellow sun shone on the grey land. Small weak bushes made dark shadows on the sand and stones. The bright sun was straight in front of them. Tom lifted his hand to cover his eyes. They passed the top and rolled down the hill. The air helped cool the engine. They rolled down the long slope to the flat desert. The fan turned to cool the water. Tom sat in the driver's seat. Al sat there too. Pa sat with Winfield on his knee. They all looked at the low sun. Their eyes looked hard. Their brown faces were wet with sweat. The burned land and dark hills broke the view. The red evening light made the place look frightening.
Al said it was a terrible place. He asked how anyone could walk across it.
Tom said people had done it. He said many people had done it. He said if they could do it, then they could too.
Al said many people must have died.
Tom said they did not come out safe and easy either.
Al stayed quiet for a while. The red desert moved past them.
Al asked if they would ever see the Wilsons again.
Tom looked at the oil gauge. He said he felt that no one would see Mrs. Wilson for a long time. He said it was only a feeling.
Winfield said he wanted to get out.
Tom looked at him. Tom said it was best to let everyone get out before they drove all night. He slowed the truck. He stopped it.
Winfield jumped out. He went to the side of the road to pee. Tom leaned out and asked if anyone else needed to go.
Uncle John said they could wait.
Pa told Winfield to climb on top. He said Winfield's weight made his legs numb.
The boy closed his overalls. He climbed up the back. He crawled on his hands and knees. He went over Grandma's mattress. He moved forward to Ruthie. The truck moved on into the evening. The edge of the sun touched the rough land. The desert turned red.
Ruthie asked if he did not like sitting up there.
Winfield said he did not want to. He said it was not nice there. He said he could not lie down.
Ruthie told him not to bother her. She told him not to talk or complain. She said she was going to sleep. She said when she woke up they would be there. She said Tom had said so. She said it would feel strange to see nice country.
The sun went down. A wide glow stayed in the sky. It became very dark under the top. It felt like a long cave. There was light at each end. Connie and Rose of Sharon leaned against the cab. Hot wind blew through the cover. It touched the backs of their heads. The top moved and made loud sounds above them. They talked very quietly. They spoke low so others could not hear. When Connie spoke, he turned his head to her ear. She did the same to him.
She said it felt like they only moved and never stopped. She said she was very tired.
He spoke into her ear. He said maybe things would change in the morning. He asked if she wanted to be alone with him now. In the dark, his hand touched her side.
She told him to stop. She said it made her feel strange. She told him not to do that.
She turned her head to hear him. He said maybe later. He said maybe when everyone was asleep.
She said maybe.
But wait until they fall asleep. You will drive me crazy. They may not sleep. I cannot really stop, he said.
I know. I cannot stop either. Let us talk when we arrive. Please move away before I lose control.
He moved a little farther.
I will start studying at night right away, he said.
She let out a long breath.
I will buy one of those books that explains it. I will cut the paper and send it soon. How long do you think? She asked.
How long for what?
How long before you make good money and we have ice?
I cannot say, he said with pride. I really do not know. A man should study well before Christmas.
When you finish studying, we can get ice and other things, she said.
He laughed softly.
It is this heat, he said. Why would you need ice at Christmas?
She laughed.
That is true. But I would like ice any time. Now stop. You will make me lose my calm.
The light faded and night came. Stars appeared in the desert sky. They looked sharp and clear. The sky looked soft and dark. The heat also changed. In the day, the heat hit hard from above. Now the heat rose from the ground. It felt heavy and close. The truck lights turned on. They showed a short part of the road. They also showed a narrow piece of desert on both sides. Sometimes small eyes shined far ahead. No animals came close to the light. Under the cover of the truck, it was very dark. Uncle John and the preacher lay in the middle. They rested on their arms. They looked out the back opening. They saw two shapes that were Ma and Grandma near the side. They saw Ma move from time to time. They saw her dark arm shift against the side. Uncle John spoke to the preacher.
Kazi, he said. You are a man who should know what to do.
What should I do about what? Kazi asked.
I do not know, Uncle John said.
Well, that makes it easy for me, Kazi said.
You used to be a preacher, Uncle John said.
Listen, John, Kazi said. People blame me because I was a preacher. A preacher is only a man.
Yes, but he is a special kind of man, Uncle John said. Or he would not be a preacher. I want to ask you something. Do you think a man can bring bad luck to others?
I do not know, Kazi said. I really do not know.
I was married once, Uncle John said. My wife was good and kind. One night she had pain in her stomach. She told me to get a doctor. I told her she just ate too much.
Uncle John put his hand on Case's knee. He leaned forward in the dark.
She looked at me. She cried in pain all night. She died the next day.
The preacher said something very softly.
You see, Uncle John said. I caused her death. Since then I try to make up for it. I mostly help children. I try to be good. But I fail. I drink too much. I lose control.
Everyone loses control sometimes, Kazi said. I do too.
Yes, but you do not carry guilt like mine, Uncle John said.
Kazi spoke in a calm voice. I have wrongs too. Everyone does. A wrong is something you are not sure about. People who think they are right about everything have no wrongs. If I were God, I would send those people away. I could not stand them.
I feel like I bring bad luck to my family, Uncle John said. I feel like I should leave them. I do not feel right staying.
Kazi answered quickly. I know this. A man must do what he must do.
I can't tell you. I do not believe in luck or bad luck. There is only one thing I know for sure. No one has the right to control another person's life. A man must live his own life. Others can help him, but they must not decide for him. Uncle John spoke with a sad voice.
Then you don't know.
I don't know.
Do you think it was wrong to let my wife die that way?
Cassie answered slowly. For other people, it may be a mistake. But if you believe it was a sin, then it is a sin. A man makes his own sins from the start.
I need to think about that, Uncle John said.
He turned onto his back. He pulled his knees up and rested. The truck kept moving across the hot land. Time passed. Ruthie and Winfield fell asleep. Connie pulled a blanket from the load. He covered himself and Rose of Sharon. The heat was strong. They moved close and held their breath. After a while, Connie pushed the blanket away. The hot wind felt cool on their wet skin. At the back of the truck, Ma lay on a mattress beside Grandma. Ma could not see well, but she could feel Grandma's body. She felt her weak movement and heard her breathing. Ma spoke again and again.
It's all right. It will be all right.
Her voice was rough.
You know the family must go on. You know that.
Uncle John called out. Are you all right?
Ma waited a moment before she answered.
All right. I think I fell asleep.
After some time, Grandma did not move. Ma lay stiff beside her. The night went on. Darkness covered the truck. Sometimes cars passed them, going west. Sometimes big trucks came from the west and went east. Above them, the stars slowly sank toward the western sky. It was almost midnight when they came close to Daggett, where the check station was. Bright lights covered the road. A sign was shining and said, "Keep right and stop." The officers were resting inside their office. When Tom stopped the truck, they came outside and stood under the long roof. One officer wrote down the truck number. He opened the front of the truck.
Tom asked, "What is this?"
The officer said, "This is a farm check." He said, "We need to look at your things." He asked, "Do you have vegetables or seeds?"
Tom said, "No."
The officer said, "We still need to check." He said, "You must unload the truck." Ma slowly climbed down from the truck. Her face looked full and her eyes looked strong and tired.
She said, "Please, sir." She said, "We have a very sick old woman." She said, "We need to take her to a doctor." She said, "We cannot wait."
She looked very upset and close to crying.
She said, "You cannot make us wait."
The officer said, "We still have to check you."
Ma shouted, "I promise we have nothing." She said, "I promise." She said, "Grandma is very sick."
The officer said, "You do not look well either." Ma pulled herself up into the back of the truck. She used all her strength.
She said, "Look."
The officer shined a light on the old small face. He said, "Yes, she is very sick." He said, "Do you promise you have no seeds or fruit or vegetables?" He said, "No corn." He said, "No oranges."
Ma said, "No." She said, "I promise."
The officer said, "Then go." He said, "You can find a doctor in Barstow." He said, "It is only 8 miles." He said, "Go on." Tom got back into the truck. He drove away. The officer turned to his partner.
I could not stop them.
Maybe they were only pretending, the other man said. Oh no. You should have seen the old woman's face. It was not a trick.
Tom drove faster toward Barstow. In the small town, he stopped the truck. He got out and walked around it. Ma leaned out of the truck.
It is all right, she said. I did not want to stop there. I was afraid we would not cross.
Yes, but how is Grandma?
She is fine, really fine. Keep driving. We must cross.
Tom shook his head. He walked back to the truck.
Al, he said. I will fill it up, and then you drive.
He stopped at a gas station that was open all night. He filled the gas tank. He added water and oil. Then Al sat in the driver's seat. Tom sat on the outside. Pa sat in the middle. They drove into the dark. The small hills near Barstow were behind them. Tom spoke.
I do not know what is wrong with Ma. She is acting strange. It would not take long to check the things. She said Grandma was sick. Now she says Grandma is fine. I cannot understand her. She does not seem right. Maybe she is very tired from the trip.
Pa said, Ma is acting like when she was young. She was wild then. She was not afraid of anything. I thought work and children would change her. I guess it did not. When she held that tool back there, I tell you, I would not want to take it from her.
I do not know what is wrong, Tom said. Maybe she is just worn out.
Al said, I will not cry or complain to get through. I feel this old car is my duty.
Tom said, you chose well. We have had almost no trouble with it.
All night they drove through the hot dark. Rabbits ran into the light. They jumped away fast. The sky grew light behind them. The lights of Mojave were ahead. The new light showed tall mountains to the west. They stopped in Mojave. They filled water and oil. They slowly drove into the mountains. Morning light was all around them.
Tom said, the desert is over. Pa, Al, it is over.
I am too tired to care, Al said. Do you want me to drive?
No, wait a little.
They drove through Tallahassee in the soft morning light. The sun rose behind them. Then they saw a huge valley below. Al pressed the brake hard. The truck stopped in the road.
Oh my.
Look, he said. He showed them the wide land. There were farms and fruit trees. The valley was flat and green. The trees stood in straight lines. Small farmhouses sat on the land. Pa spoke with surprise.
God above.
He saw far cities and small towns. They lay between many trees. The morning sun shone yellow over the valley. A car made a loud sound behind them. Al drove to the side and stopped.
I want to see it, he said.
They looked at yellow grain fields. They saw long lines of trees. Tall trees stood in neat rows. Pa let out a long breath.
I did not know it was like this, he said.
They saw peach trees and nut trees. They saw dark green-orange fields. Red roofs showed between the trees. Big barns stood strong and full. Al stepped out of the car. He stretched his legs. He called out loudly.
Ma, come look. We are here.
Ruthie and Winfield climbed out fast. They stood still and quiet. The valley made them feel small. The land looked soft far away. Light mist hung in the distance. A windmill shone in the sun. Its arms turned and flashed light. It looked very small from far away. Ruthie watched it. She spoke very softly.
It is California.
Winfield moved his mouth with the word. There's fruit, he said.
Casey climbed down. Uncle John climbed down. Connie climbed down. Rose of Sharon climbed down too. They all stood without speaking. Rose of Sharon lifted her hand to fix her hair. Then she saw the land. Her hand fell slowly to her side. Tom spoke.
Where is Ma? I want Ma to see this. Look, Ma. Come here, Ma.
Ma climbed down very slowly. Her body looked stiff and tired. Tom watched her.
My God, Ma. Are you sick?
Her face looked hard and pale. Her eyes looked deep and tired. Red marks showed around her eyes. Her feet touched the ground. She held the side of the truck to stand. Her voice sounded weak.
Did you say we are across?
Tom pointed to the wide land. Look.
She turned her head. Her mouth opened a little. Her hand went to her neck. She held a small piece of skin and turned it softly. Her legs gave way. She sat down on the side of the truck.
Thank God, she said. The family is here.
Are you sick, Ma? Someone asked.
No, just very tired, she said.
Did you sleep last night? Another voice asked.
No, she answered.
Was Grandma very ill? They asked. Ma looked at her hands. They rested together in her lap.
I wish I could wait and not tell you, she said. I wish it could be nice.
Pa spoke next. Then Grandma is very ill.
Ma lifted her head. She looked across the land.
Grandma has died, she said.
Everyone stared at her.
Pa asked, when did it happen?
Before they stopped us last night, Ma said. So that is why you did not want them to look, Pa said. I was scared we would not cross, she said. I told Grandma we could not help her. The family had to cross. I told her when she was dying. We could not stop in the desert. The children needed to live. Rose of Sharon has her baby coming. I told her.
She covered her face with her hands for a short time.
She will rest in a green place, Ma said quietly. There will be trees around. It will be a good place. She will rest in California.
The family looked at Ma with fear and respect. They saw how strong she was.
Tom said, My God. You stayed with her all night.
The family had to cross, Ma said sadly.
Tom moved closer. He reached for her shoulder.
Do not touch me, she said. I can stand if you do not touch me. If you touch me, I will break.
Pa said, we must keep going now. We have to move on.
Ma looked at him. Can I sit in front? She asked. I do not want to go back there again. I am very tired. I am so very tired.
They climbed back onto the load. They did not look at the long still shape. It was wrapped in a blanket. Even the head was covered. They took their places. They tried not to look. They tried not to see the shape under the blanket. It looked like a nose and a chin. They turned their eyes away. But they could not stop looking. Ruthie and Winfield sat far forward. They stayed as far from the body as they could. They stared at the covered shape.
Ruthie whispered, That is Grandma. She is dead.
Winfield nodded slowly. She is not breathing. She is really dead.
Rose of Sharon spoke quietly to Connie. She was dying when we.
How could we know? He said to calm her. Al climbed onto the load. He did this so Ma could sit in front. He walked with a proud step. He felt sad. He sat down beside Casey and Uncle John.
Well, he said. She was old.
Casey and Uncle John looked at him with empty faces. They stared at him like he was a strange talking plant. Then their eyes turned away. Al felt angry and upset. Then he said something else.
Guess her time was over, Al said. Everybody has to die. Well, is that not true? Al asked.
Cassie spoke with a quiet voice. She stayed alone all night. John, there is a woman with so much love. She makes me feel scared. She makes me feel hard inside. Cassie looked surprised. Wrong. No, no part of it is wrong.
John asked him a question. Was it wrong? Is there any part that could be wrong? John spoke again. I never did anything that did not feel a little wrong. He looked at the long covered body.
Tom, Ma, and Pa sat in the front seat. Tom let the truck move. He used the engine to slow it. The big truck went down the hill. It moved with loud sounds and shakes. The sun stayed behind them. The valley was in front of them. It looked green and bright. Ma moved her head slowly.
It is pretty, she said. I wish they could see it.
Pa said he wished that too.
Tom touched the wheel with his hand. They were too old, he said. They would not see what is here now. Grandpa would see the old days in his mind. He would see the land from when he was young. Grandma would see her first home. They were too old. The ones who really see it are Ruthie and Winfield.
Pa spoke with a soft joke. Tommy talks like a grown man now. He sounds almost like a preacher.
Ma gave a sad smile. Yes, he does. Tommy has grown a lot. Sometimes I cannot reach him anymore.
The truck went down the mountain road. It turned and curved again and again. Sometimes they lost sight of the valley. Then they saw it again. Warm air came up from below. It carried green and sharp smells. They smelled plants and dry earth. Crickets made small sounds by the road. A snake moved across the road. Tom drove over it. The snake moved weakly behind them.
Tom spoke again. I think we must find the coroner. We need to lay her to rest in a proper way. Pa, how much money do we still have?
CHAPTER 19.
About $40, said Pa.
Tom laughed.
Jesus, we are starting with nothing.
We are not taking anything with us.
He laughed for a short time. Then his face became serious. He pulled his cap low over his eyes. The truck drove down the mountain. It moved into the wide valley. Long ago, California belonged to Mexico. The land belonged to Mexican people. Then many poor and sick Americans came. They were tired and hungry. They wanted land very badly. They took land from others. They took land from Sutter. They took land from Guerrero. They broke land grants into small parts. They argued and fought with words over the land. They watched the land with weapons to protect it. They built houses and barns. They worked the soil. They planted crops. To them, using the land meant owning it. The Mexican people were weak and full. They did not fight back. They did not want land as strongly as the Americans did. After many years, the land takers became landowners. Their children grew up on the land. Their children also had children there. The strong hunger for land slowly disappeared. The wild need for earth and water went away. They had land, water, and sky. They had grass and roots growing in the soil. They had these things for so long that they stopped noticing them. They no longer felt a deep need for a rich field. They no longer dreamed of a sharp plow. They no longer longed for seed or a windmill in the air. They did not wake up before sunrise anymore. They did not listen to the first sounds of birds. They did not feel the morning wind around the house. They did not wait for light to go to the fields. All these feelings were gone. Now they counted crops by money. They judged land by cost and debt. They sold crops before they planted them. When crops failed, it was not a personal loss. When there was no rain or too much water, it meant lost money. Love for the land became weaker. Their strong feelings faded because of money and debt. They stopped being true farmers. They became small sellers of crops. They became small makers who had to sell to survive. Farmers who could not sell well lost their land. The better sellers took the land from them. A man could love the land and know plants well. But he could not live if he was not also good at selling and counting money. As years passed, business people began to own the farms. The farms became bigger. There were fewer farms and fewer owners. Farming changed into a kind of factory work. The owners followed old ideas of power without knowing it. They brought workers from other countries. They did not call these workers slaves. They came from China, Japan, Mexico, and the Philippines. The owners said these workers ate simple food. They said the workers did not need much money. They said good pay would be wasted on them. They pointed at how the workers lived. They pointed at what the workers ate. If workers caused trouble, the owners sent them away. At the same time, farms kept getting bigger. The number of owners kept getting smaller. Very few true farmers stayed on the land. The foreign workers were treated badly. They were scared and did not get enough food. Some went back to their countries. Some became angry and fought back. Some were forced to leave or lost their lives. Still, the farms grew larger. Still, the owners became fewer. The crops also changed. Fruit trees replaced fields of grain. Vegetables spread across the flat land. These vegetables fed people far away. There were lettuce, cauliflower, artichokes, and potatoes. These plants needed workers to bend low. A man can stand to use simple tools. But with lettuce, he must move low to the ground. With cotton, he must bend and pull a heavy bag. With cauliflower, he must work on his knees. Slowly, the owners stopped working on the land. They managed the farms with papers and numbers. They forgot the smell of the soil. They forgot how the ground felt in their hands. They only remembered that the land belonged to them. They only thought about profit and loss. Some farms became so large that one person could not imagine them. Many workers were needed just to count the money. Experts tested the soil and added chemicals. Supervisors watched the workers closely. They made sure the bent workers moved as fast as their bodies allowed. A farmer like this became a store owner. He ran a small store. He paid the workers. He sold them food. Then he took the money back from them. After some time, he stopped paying the workers. This way, he did not need to keep records. The farms gave food first and asked for money later. A man could work and eat. When the work ended, he could learn that he owed money to the company. The owners did not work on the farms anymore. Many owners had never even seen their land. The people who lost their homes moved west. They came from Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and New Mexico. They also came from Nevada and Arkansas. Families and groups were pushed out by dust and machines. They traveled in trucks and long lines. They had no homes and no food. There were many of them. There were tens of thousands. There were even hundreds of thousands. They crossed the mountains. They were hungry and uneasy. They moved like ants looking for work. They wanted to lift things. They wanted to push and pull. They wanted to pick crops. They wanted to cut plants. They would do any job for food. Their children were hungry. They had no place to live. They searched for work, food, and land. They were not strangers. Their families had lived in America for many years. Before that, they came from Ireland, Scotland, England, and Germany. Some family members fought in the Revolution. Many fought in the Civil War on both sides. They were Americans. They were hungry. They were strong in spirit. They hoped to find a home. Instead, they found dislike. People called them Okies. The landowners disliked them. The owners knew the Okies were tired and weak from hunger. The owners were full and comfortable. The Okies were strong because they had to survive. The owners remembered old stories. They knew it was easy to take land from people who were tired and hungry. Because of this, the owners hated them. In the towns, the shop owners disliked the migrants because they had no money. The fastest way to lose a shop owner's respect is to have nothing to buy. The town men, like small bankers, also disliked the Okies. They could not earn anything from them. The Okies owned nothing. The working people also disliked the Okies. A hungry man must find work. When many hungry men need work, bosses pay less money. Then wages fall for everyone. The homeless migrants moved into California in great numbers. 250,000 came. Then 300,000 came. Behind them, new tractors worked the land. Farm owners pushed tenants off the farms. More groups were coming. More homeless people were on the way. They were strong from hard life. They were focused. They could cause fear. The people of California wanted many things. They wanted more money. They wanted success. They wanted fun. They wanted comfort and safety. The newcomers wanted only two things. They wanted land. They wanted food. For them, land and food were the same. The wishes of the Californians were unclear. The wishes of the Okies were clear and easy to see. They lay beside the roads. They saw good land. They saw fields with water nearby. They saw green fields. They touched the soil in their hands. They smelled the grass. They chewed dry plants and tasted their sharp sweetness. A man could look at an empty field. He could understand it at once. In his mind, he saw his own hard work. He saw his back bend. He saw his arms strain. He saw vegetables growing. He saw cabbages rise from the soil. He saw yellow corn. He saw turnips and carrots. A hungry man without a home drove along the road. His wife sat beside him. His thin children sat in the back. He looked at empty fields. The fields could grow food but not money. He felt that empty land was wrong. He felt it was a crime against hungry children. This man drove on. Every field tested him. He wanted to take the land. He wanted to grow food. He wanted strength for his children. He wanted small comfort for his wife. This feeling stayed with him all the time. The fields pushed at his thoughts. The water channels with flowing water pushed him too. In the south, he saw orange trees. Golden oranges hung on dark green branches. Men with guns walked nearby to watch the trees. They did not let anyone take fruit. A man could not pick one orange for a thin child. Sometimes the oranges were thrown away. This happened when the price was low. He drove his old car into a town. He searched the farms for work. He asked where they could sleep that night. Someone said there was a Hooverville. It was near the river. Many people from Oklahoma were there. He drove his old car to a Hooverville. He did not ask questions anymore. There was a Hooverville near every town. The poor camp was close to water. The homes were tents. Some homes were made from weeds. Some homes were made from paper. The place looked like a big pile of old trash. The man brought his family and joined the camp. People always called these places Hooverville. The man set up his tent near the water. If he had no tent, he went to the city dump. He took boxes and paper. He built a small house from them. When rain came, the house became soft. The rain washed the house away. He stayed in Hooverville. He walked and drove around to find work. The little money he had was used for gas. He used the gas to look for jobs. In the evening, the men met together. They sat close to the ground. They talked about the land they had seen. One man said there was a very big piece of land west of there. He said it was empty. He said he could do so much with only a small part of it. He said his family would always have food. Another man talked about the farms. He said the farms did not grow food for families. He said they only grew one crop. He said one farm grew cotton. He said another farm grew fruit or lettuce. He said some farms only raised chickens. He said the farmers bought food they could grow at home. He said he wished for a few pigs. Then he said the land was not theirs. He said it would never be theirs. They asked what they could do. They said the children could not grow up like this. In the camps, people whispered about jobs. Someone would say there was work in Shafter. At night, families packed their cars. The roads became full. Everyone rushed to get work. When they arrived, too many people were there. There were far more workers than jobs. People felt desperate. They left at night to look for work. Along the road, they saw fields. The land could grow food. But the land belonged to someone else. They said it was not theirs. They hoped to take a very small piece. They saw a small patch of land. It had wild weeds on it. One man said he could feed his family from that land. But they said again it was not theirs. They said the weeds must stay there. Sometimes a man tried anyway. He went onto the land quietly. He cleared a small area. He tried to take food from the soil. He hid a small garden in the weeds. He planted a few seeds. He used old potato pieces. In the evening, he worked quietly. He used a simple tool. He left weeds around the edges. He left tall weeds in the middle. He did this so no one could see. He carried water in an old can. One day, a sheriff came. The sheriff asked what he was doing. The man said he was not hurting anything. The sheriff said he was watching him. The sheriff said the land was not his. The sheriff said he had to leave. The man said the land was not damaged. The sheriff called them squatters. The sheriff said they would start to think they owned the land. The sheriff told him to leave at once. The small plants were pushed down. The green leaves were ruined. Later, the weeds grew back. The sheriff believed he was right. If food grew there, it felt like ownership. If a man ate food from the land, he might fight for it. They said it was better to remove him quickly. They said he might risk his life for the small plot. They talked about his angry face. They said he looked ready to hurt someone. They said they must keep these people controlled. They feared the people would take the country. They called them outsiders. They said the outsiders were not the same. They said the outsiders lived very poorly. They said they would never live like that. In the evenings, the men sat and talked. One man spoke with strong feeling. He asked why they did not take land together. He said they had guns. He said they could say no one could remove them. He asked why they did not try. Another man said they would be stopped quickly. He said it would end badly. Would you choose to be dead or to live here? Would you choose the ground or a small house made of old sacks? What would you choose for your children? Would you want them to die now or to die later because they do not have enough food? Do you know what we ate this week? We ate boiled plants and simple fried bread. Do you know where the flour came from? We swept it from the floor of a train car. People talked in the camps. The police came too. They were heavy men with guns on their belts. They walked with pride through the camps. They said the people must be kept under control. They said poor families were dangerous. They said if these people joined together, no one could stop them. They told stories about a police officer who forced a family to leave. They said the family fought back. They said the officer was killed. They called the poor people wild and unsafe. They said not to take risks. They said to act first if there was trouble. They said the answer was to be harder than the poor men. They said to treat them badly. They said fear would stop them. But what if fear did not work? What if the men stayed strong and fought back? These men learned to use tools and weapons when they were young. A weapon felt like part of their body. What if they did not run away? What if one day many of them walked together to take land? This happened before in other countries. Hungry people moved together and could not be stopped. Force and fear did not stop them. How can you scare a man who is hungry? His children are hungry too. He already knows a deep fear. You cannot scare him more than that. In the poor camps, the men talked among themselves. One man said his grandfather took land from native people. He said this was not right. He said they were talking about stealing. He said he was not a thief. Another man answered him. He said the first man stole milk from a house. He said he also took wire and sold it for food. The first man said his children were hungry. The other man said it was still stealing. Then they talked about a rich ranch. They said the land was once public land. A rich man used poor men to claim it. He gave them food and drink. After the land was approved, he took it from them. He said the land cost him almost nothing. The men asked if this was stealing. They said it was wrong. But the rich man never went to jail. Other rich men also broke the law. They paid bribes. They lied in reports. They did not go to jail either. All over the state, people talked like this in the camps. Then the raids came. Armed officers rushed into the camps. They told everyone to leave. They said it was for health reasons. The people asked where they should go. The officers said it was not their problem. They said they had orders. They said the camp would be burned soon. They spoke of sickness to scare them. They shouted for the people to leave at once. After a Shia. The roads in California were full of scared people. They ran everywhere. They tried to pull things. They tried to push things. They tried to lift things. They tried to work. When one load needed lifting, many arms reached out. When there was food for one person, many people wanted it. The big landowners knew history. They knew that land taken by a few people is later taken back. They also knew that hungry and cold people will take what they need. History also shows that harsh control only makes people stronger together. The big landowners did not listen to these lessons. Land went into fewer hands. More people lost their homes. The owners spent their money on control. They bought weapons. They bought gas to protect their land. They sent spies to listen for angry talk. They did not plan for change. They did not try to fix the real problems. They only tried to stop anger. Machines grew in number. Tractors took jobs away. Belts carried heavy loads. Factories made more goods. More families walked along the roads. They looked for small bits of food. They wanted the land near the roads. The big owners made groups to protect themselves. They met to talk about fear and force. They were afraid of many poor people joining together. They feared a strong leader. They feared hungry people knowing their power. They knew that force could not stop everyone forever. The big owners used harsh actions. They chased people from poor camps. They sent officers to scare them. Each action delayed change for a short time. Each action made the future worse. The men sat on the ground. They were thin and hungry. Their faces were sharp. Their eyes were tired and angry. Good land was all around them.
Did you hear about the child in the fourth tent?
No, I just got here.
The child cried and moved in his sleep. The parents thought he was sick in a simple way. They gave him medicine. He died. It was from not having good food.
Poor child.
They cannot bury him. He must go to the county place.
Hands went into pockets. Small coins came out. A small pile of silver grew. The family found the money. The people were kind. They helped each other. They wished kindness did not mean being poor. They wished children could eat. The owners knew one day people would stop praying. That would be the end. CHAPTER 20THEFAMILY. The family sat on top of the load. The children were stiff. Connie was stiff. Rose of Sharon was stiff. The preacher was stiff. They sat in the heat. They waited outside the coroner's office in Bakersfield. Pa went inside. Ma went inside. Uncle John went inside. Later a basket came out. A long bundle was taken down from the truck. They sat in the sun. They waited while the check was done. They waited for the paper to be signed. Al and Tom walked down the street. They looked in store windows. They watched strange people. At last Pa and Ma came out. Uncle John came out. They were quiet and tired. Uncle John climbed onto the load. Pa and Ma sat in the front seat. Tom and Al came back. Tom sat behind the wheel. He waited. He said nothing. Pa looked straight ahead. His hat was low. Ma touched her mouth. Her eyes looked far away. She was very tired. Pa took a deep breath.
There was nothing else to do, Pa said.
I know, Ma said. She would have liked a nice funeral. She always wanted that.
Tom looked at them. County, he asked.
Yes, Pa said. He shook his head. We did not have enough. We could not do it. Pa spoke to Ma. You must not feel bad. We tried. We did not have the money. We could not pay for everything. We did the best we could.
I know, Ma said. I cannot stop thinking about it. She wanted a nice funeral. I must forget. She sighed. She touched her mouth. The man inside was nice, Ma said. He talked strong. But he was kind.
Yes, Pa said. He told us the truth.
Ma moved her hair back. Her face grew firm.
We must go, she said.
We need a place to stay. We need to find work and make a home. We cannot let the children be hungry. That was never how Grandma lived. She always ate well, even on sad days. Tom asked. Pa lifted his hat and scratched his head.
Where are we going?
To a camp.
He said.
We must not spend our last money until we get work. We will drive out to the country.
Tom started the car. They drove through the town streets. They went toward the open land. Near a bridge, they saw many tents and small shelters. Tom spoke.
We can stop here. We can see what is happening. We can ask where the jobs are.
He drove down a steep dirt road. He stopped the car near the edge of the camp. The camp had no clear order. Small grey tents stood everywhere. Rough huts and cars were spread around. Nothing looked planned. The first shelter looked strange. One wall was made of rusty metal sheets. Another wall was old carpet nailed to wood. The next wall was paper and torn cloth. The last wall was made of old sacks. The roof was made from thin branches. Grass was piled on top. It was not neat. It was just pushed together. The door area was full of tools and things. A big fuel can was used as a stove. It lay on its side. A rusty pipe came out of it. A metal pot leaned against the wall. Many boxes lay around. People used them to sit and eat. An old car and a small trailer stood beside the shelter. The camp felt sad and tired. Next to it was a small tent. The tent was grey from weather. It was set up with care. Boxes were placed straight near the wall. A pipe came out of the door opening. The ground in front was clean. Someone had swept it. Wet clothes soaked in a bucket. This place looked strong and tidy. A small car and a simple bed trailer stood nearby. Next to that was a very big tent. It was torn in many places. Wire held the holes together. The front was open. Inside, for mattresses lay on the ground. A clothesline hung on the side. Pink dresses and work clothes hung there. There were many tents and shelters in the camp. Each one had some kind of car. Far away, a few children stood and watched. They looked at the new truck. Slowly, they came closer. They were small boys. They wore work clothes. They had no shoes. Dust covered their hair. Tom stopped the truck. He looked at Pa.
It is not very nice. Do you want to go somewhere else?
We cannot go yet.
Pa said.
We need to know where we are. We must ask about work.
I am not stopping you. Tom laughed. He understood. Pa tried to stay calm. He spoke again.
I only want to know if someone owns this place. Do we need to pay?
The man with the beard pushed his chin forward.
Who owns it? He asked in a hard voice.
Pa turned his face away.
Forget it.
He said. The woman put her head back into the tent. The bearded man moved closer in a rough way.
Who owns it? He asked again. Who will make us leave? You tell me.
Tom stepped in front of Pa.
You should go and rest for a long time,
he said. The bearded man opened his mouth. He touched his gums with a dirty finger. He looked at Tom for a short time. He looked calm and curious. Then he turned around. He went back into the small shack after the gray-haired woman. Tom turned to Pa.
What was that about?
He asked. Pa lifted his shoulders. He did not answer. He looked across the camp. An old bick stood in front of a tent. The front part was open. A young man was working on the engine. He turned his tool again and again. While he worked, he looked up at the Joad truck. They could see he was smiling to himself. After the bearded man left, the young man stopped working. He walked over slowly.
Hello!
He said. His blue eyes showed he was amused.
I saw you just met the mayor.
What is wrong with him? Tom asked. The young man laughed a little.
He's just strange, like you and me.
Maybe he is more strange than me.
I do not know.
Pa said, I only asked him if we could stay here.
The young man wiped his dirty hands on his pants.
Sure. That is fine. You just came here?
Yes, Tom said. We arrived this morning.
You have not been in Hooverville before?
Where is Hooverville?
You are in it now.
Oh. Tom said. We just arrived.
Winfield and Ruthie came back. They carried a bucket of water together.
Ma said, "Let us set up the camp. I am very tired. Maybe we can rest after."
Pa and Uncle John climbed onto the truck. They took down the cloth and the beds. Tom walked slowly to the young man. He walked with him to the car. The young man was fixing it. A tool was on the open engine. A small yellow can sat near it.
Tom asked, what was wrong with the old man with the beard?
The young man picked up his tool. He worked again. He turned it back and forth.
The mayor? Only God knows. Maybe he is not very smart.
Tom asked, what does that mean?
It means the police treat him badly. They confuse him.
Tom said, why would they treat a man like that?
The young man stopped working. He looked straight at Tom. Chris knows, he said. He lifted a valve. He put some paste on the seat.
You just come with us. Maybe you can understand her. Some men say one thing. Other men say something else. But you stay in one place for a short time. Then you see how fast the deputy sheriff tells you to move.
But why do they do that? Tom asked.
I tell you, I do not know, the young man said. Some people say they do not want us to vote. They keep us moving so we cannot vote. Some people say they do not want us to get help money. Some people say if we stay, we will join together. I do not know the real reason. I only know they push us around all the time. Wait and you will see.
We are not lazy people, Tom said. We are looking for work. We will take any work we can get.
The young man stopped while he fixed the tool on the valve. He looked at Tom with surprise.
Looking for work, he said. So you are looking for work. What do you think everyone else is looking for? Do you think they are looking for rich things? What do you think I worked myself so hard to find?
He turned the metal tool again and again. Tom looked around the dirty tents. He saw broken tools and old cars. He saw soft mattresses lying in the sun. He saw dark cans on small fires. He saw dark holes where people cooked food. He asked in a low voice, "Is there no work?"
I do not know. There must be some. There are no crops here now. There will be grapes to pick later. There will be cotton to pick later. We will move on soon. I just need to fix these parts. My wife, my child, and I will go. We heard there is work in the north. We are going north, near Salinas.
Tom saw Uncle John and Pa and the preacher. They were lifting the cover onto the tent poles. Ma was inside on her knees. She cleaned the mattresses on the ground. Quiet children stood in a circle. They watched the new family. They did not speak. Their feet were bare. Their faces were dirty.
Tom said, back home some men gave out papers. They were orange. They said many workers are needed here for the crops.
The young man laughed. They say there are 300,000 people like us here. I think every family saw those papers.
Yes, but if they do not need workers, why did they make the papers?
The young man said, think about it.
Yes, but I want to understand.
Listen, the young man said. Think you have a job. Only one man wants that job. You must pay him what he asks. But think there are many men.
He put his tool down. His face became serious. His voice became firm.
Think there are 100 men who want the job. Think these men have children. Think the children are hungry. Think a small coin can buy food for the children. Think even less money can still buy something. And you have 100 men waiting. He said they only offer a small coin. He said the men will fight hard for it. He asked what pay he had before. He said it was 15 cents for 1 hour. He said 10 hours made $1.50. He said they could not stay at the place. He said they had to spend money on gas to get there. He breathed fast because he was angry. His eyes showed strong hate. He said that is why the papers were sent out. He said they save a lot of money by paying low wages. He said they use that money to print many papers.
Tom said it was very bad.
The young man laughed in a rough way. He said Tom should stay there longer. He said if Tom found anything good, he should share it.
Tom said there was work. He said there were trees, grapes, and vegetables growing. He said he saw them with his own eyes. He said they must need workers.
A child cried in the tent near the car. The young man went into the tent. His voice became soft through the cloth. Tom picked up the tool. He put it in place. He turned it again and again. The child stopped crying. The young man came out. He watched Tom work.
He said Tom could do it. He said it was a good thing. He said Tom would need that skill.
Tom asked again about the work. He said he saw all the crops growing.
The young man sat down low. He said he would explain. He spoke in a calm voice. He said there was a very big peach farm. He said he worked there before. He said it needed 9 men all year. He stopped for a moment. He said it needed 3,000 men for 2 weeks when the peaches were ready. He said the peaches would spoil if not picked fast. He said the owners sent papers everywhere. He said they asked for 3,000 men. He said 6,000 men came. He said the owners paid what they wanted. He said if one man said no, another waited. He said the men picked and picked. He said then the job ended. He said all the peaches in that area were ready at the same time. He said after picking, there was no more work. He said the owners did not want the men to stay. He said many men had nothing to do. He said the owners felt worried about trouble. He said the tents did not look nice. He said the place was pretty but smelled bad to them. He said the owners told the men to leave. He said they pushed them along. He said that was how it worked.
Tom looked toward his family tent. He saw his mother. She moved slowly because she was very tired. She made a small fire from trash. She put the cooking pots on the fire. The children moved closer. They watched her hands with wide eyes. A very old man came out of a tent. His back was bent. He moved close and smelled the air. He put his hands behind his back. He stood with the children and watched. Ruthie and Winfield stood near their mother. They looked at the strangers in a hard way.
Tom spoke with anger. He said the peaches had to be picked right then. He asked if it was only when they were ready.
Of course they do. Well, maybe those people meet and say, let them stay hungry. It would not take long before the price goes up.
The young man looked up from his work. He looked at Tom with a dry smile.
Well, you thought of something. You made that idea by yourself.
I am tired, said Tom. I drove all night. I do not want to start a fight. I am so tired that I could get angry fast. Do not talk clever to me. I am asking you.
The young man smiled.
I did not mean it in a bad way. You have not been here. People know that. The people with the peach farm know it too. Look, if people meet together, there is a leader. There must be someone who speaks. The first time this man speaks, they take him away and put him in jail. If another leader comes, they take him to jail too.
Tom said, well, a man can eat in jail. His children cannot. How would you feel if you are inside and your children have no food? Yes, said Tom slowly. Yes.
And there is something else. Have you heard of the blacklist?
What is that?
If you talk about people working together, you will see. They take your picture and send it everywhere. Then you cannot find work anywhere. And if you have children.
Tom took off his hat. He turned it in his hands.
So we take what we get or we go hungry. And if we complain, we go hungry.
The young man moved his hand around. He showed the old tents and the broken cars. Tom looked at his mother again. She was sitting and cleaning potatoes. The children came closer.
He said, I will not accept this. My family and I are not animals. I will stand up to someone. Like a police officer? Like anyone.
You're crazy, said the young man. They will catch you fast. You have no name. You own nothing. They will find you dead somewhere. No one will care. It will be a short note in the newspaper. It will say that a homeless man died. That is all it will say. You will see many notes like that. They all say a homeless man died.
Tom spoke calmly.
Someone else will be found dead near that man.
You're crazy, said the young man. This plan will not help.
Then what are you doing? Tom asked.
He looked at the young man's dirty face. The young man's eyes became empty and closed off.
Nothing, the young man said. Where are you from?
We are from near Sallisaw in Oklahoma, Tom said.
Did you just arrive? The young man asked.
We came today, Tom said.
Will you stay here long? The young man asked.
I don't know, Tom said. We will stay where we can find work. Why do you ask?
It is nothing, the young man said.
His eyes closed again.
We need to sleep, Tom said. Tomorrow we will look for work.
You can try, the young man said.
Tom turned away. He walked toward the Joad tent. The young man picked up the can with grease. He put his finger into it.
Hey, he called.
Tom turned back.
What do you want? Tom asked. I want to tell you something. I just want to tell you this. Do not look for trouble. Do you remember how that very simple man looked? The man in the tent up there? Yes. He looked slow. He did not understand much. What about him? When the police come, and they come very often, that is how you must be. You must look slow. You must know nothing. You must understand nothing. That is how the police want us to be. Do not touch the police. That will only end badly. Be very simple. So I let the police push me around, and I do nothing? No, listen. I will come for you tonight. Maybe I am wrong. There are spies around all the time. I am taking a risk, and I have a child too. But I will come for you. And if you see a police officer, you are a simple farm man, understand? That is fine if we are doing nothing, said Tom. Do not worry. We are doing something. But we are not taking big risks. A child gets hungry very fast. It takes 2 or 3 days for a child.
He pointed with his finger. There was a small lump of paste on it. He went back to his work. He spread the paste on a metal part. His hand moved fast back and forth. His face looked blank and slow. Tom walked slowly back to his camp.
Very simple, he said quietly.
Pa and Uncle John came toward the camp. They carried dry sticks in their arms. They dropped them near the fire. They sat down close to the ground.
We picked the place pretty clean, said Pa. We had to go far to find wood.
He looked at the circle of children watching him.
My God, he said. Where did you all come from?
All the children looked down at their feet.
I think they smelled the food, said Ma. Winfield, move out of the way.
She pushed him aside.
I have to make a small stew, she said. We have not eaten hot food since we left home. Pa, go to the store up there. Get me some cheap meat. I will make a good stew here.
Pa stood up and walked away slowly. I'll have the car hood open. He looked down at the dirty engine. He looked up when Tom came near. You look very happy, Al said. Tom leaned closer. He took out a spark plug. He put his finger inside the hole. Tom said, You chose well. He took a small knife from his pocket. He cleaned the spark plug with it. Tom walked around the side of the tent. He saw Casey sitting on the ground. Casey was looking at one bare foot. Tom sat down hard next to him. Tom took off his cloth cap. It was dirty and worn out. The front stuck out like a beak. He turned the band inside. He pulled out a long folded piece of newspaper. He looked at Casey's moving toes.
I feel very happy today, Tom said. It looks fine to me. It is great. No, Tom said. You did well. Get her ready. Tomorrow we go out to look for work. Do you think it will work? Your toes, Tom said. You always get very comfortable when you think, Tom said. I have not heard you talk for days, Tom said. Are you thinking all the time? I sweat so much that it shrank, he said. Can you stop thinking and listen for a minute?
Look at the engine, Al said. It is pretty good, right? Fine. It does not leak oil or anything. It is a little dirty, but it is dry. Is that what you want me to say? I was scared the whole way, Al said. I kept thinking it might break and be my fault. It will run, Al said. Do not worry about that.
What? Casey asked. Oh, Casey said. I am just sitting here and thinking. Casey moved his big toe up. He moved the next toe down. He smiled softly. It is hard to think without tying yourself in knots, he said. Yes, Casey said. All the time.
Casey moved his head on his long thin neck.
He said, I listen all the time. That is why I think so much. I listen to people when they talk. After a while, I feel how they feel inside. It is always happening. I hear them and feel them. They are like a bird stuck in a closed room. They hit the walls and try to get free.
Tom looked at him with wide eyes. Then he turned and looked at a gray tent nearby. Clean pants, shirts, and one dress were hanging to dry on the ropes. He spoke in a quiet voice.
That is almost the same thing I wanted to say. And you already saw it.
I saw it, Cassie said. There are many of us, but we are not joined together.
He bent his head down. He moved his open hand slowly over his face and into his hair.
I have seen this everywhere, he said. At every place we stopped, I saw it. People are hungry for food with meat. When they get it, they still do not feel full. When they get too hungry and cannot stand it, they ask me to pray. Sometimes I did pray.
He pulled his knees close and held his legs.
I used to think that was enough, he said. I thought a quick prayer could carry all the trouble away. I thought the trouble would go with the prayer. But it does not work now.
Tom said, a prayer never brings food. You need an animal to get meat.
Yes, Cassie said. And God never made wages higher. These people want a clean life. They want to raise their children well. When they are old, they want to sit in the doorway and watch the sun go down. When they are young, they want to sing and dance. They want to be close to each other. They want to eat, drink, and work. They want to use their bodies and feel tired. Why am I saying all this?
I do not know, Tom said. It sounds kind of good. When can you stop thinking and start working? We need jobs. We almost have no money. Pa used $5 for a small sign for Grandma. We do not have much left.
A thin brown dog came near the side of the tent. He moved carefully and was ready to run. He smelled the ground and did not see the two men at first. Then he looked up and saw them. He jumped to the side and ran away. His ears were back and his tail was tight. He ran around a tent and disappeared. Casey watched the dog go. He took a deep breath.
I am not helping anyone, he said. Not me or anyone else. I was thinking to go away alone. I eat your food and take your space.
I have not given you anything. Maybe I could find steady work. Maybe I could pay back some of the things you gave me. Tom opened his mouth. He pushed his lower jaw forward. He tapped his lower teeth with a dry piece of mustard plant. His eyes looked over the camp. He looked at the gray tents. He looked at the small houses made of weeds, tin, and paper.
I wish I had a sack of Durham tobacco, he said. I have not smoked for a very long time. I used to get tobacco in McAllister. Sometimes I almost wish I was back there.
He tapped his teeth again. Then he turned fast toward the preacher.
Have you ever been in a jail? He asked.
No, said Cassie. I have never been.
Do not leave yet, said Tom. Not yet.
The faster I look for work, the faster I will find it, said Cassie.
Tom looked at him with half-closed eyes. He put his cap back on his head.
Listen, he said. This is not a land of easy life like the preachers say. There is something hard here. The people here are scared of us coming from the West. So they send police to try to scare us away.
Yes, said Cassie. I know. Why did you ask if I was ever in jail?
Tom spoke slowly.
When you are in jail, you start to feel things early. Men are not allowed to talk much together. Maybe two can talk, but not a group. So you become very aware. If something is going to happen, you feel it. If a man plans to cause trouble and hit a guard, you feel it first. If there will be a fight or a big problem, no one has to tell you. You just know.
Yes, said Cassie.
Stay here, said Tom. Stay at least until tomorrow. Something is going to happen.
I was talking to a boy who lives up the road. He was being very quiet and smart. He was like a young wild dog. The dog only minds its own life. The dog is innocent and just wants to play. But there is a chicken house close by. Casey watched him closely. He started to ask something. Then he closed his mouth. He moved his toes slowly. He let go of his knees. He pushed his foot forward to look at it.
Yes, he said. I will not leave yet.
Tom said, when many people are quiet and kind, and they know nothing, then something is happening.
I will stay, Cassie said. And tomorrow we will take the truck and look for work. Yes, said Cassie.
He moved his toes up and down. He looked at them with care. Tom leaned back on his arm. He closed his eyes. Inside the tent, he heard Rose of Sharon talking. He also heard Connie answering her. The cloth of the tent made dark shade. There was sharp light at each end. Rose of Sharon lay on a mattress. Connie sat beside her.
I should help Ma, Rose of Sharon said. I tried. But every time I moved, I got sick.
Connie looked unhappy. If I knew it would be like this, I would not have come, he said. I would have studied at night back home. I could have learned about tractors. I could get a job for $3 a day. A man can live well on $3 a day. He can even go to the movie every night. Rose of Sharon looked worried.
You will study at night about radios, she said.
He did not answer for a long time.
Aren't you? She asked.
Yes, he said. Of course. As soon as I feel stronger. As soon as I get some money. She lifted herself on her arm.
You are not giving it up, she said.
No, he said. No, of course not. But I did not know we had to live in places like this. Her eyes became firm.
You have to, she said softly.
Yes, he said. Yes, I know. I have to get stronger. I have to get some money. Maybe it would be better to stay home. I could study tractors. They get $3 a day. They can earn extra money too. Rose of Sharon looked at him carefully. She was judging him in her eyes. She was thinking about him. When he saw her look, he spoke again. But I will study, he said.
Soon I will be strong again. We must have a house before the baby is born. We cannot have this baby in a tent.
Yes, he said.
Soon I will be strong again.
She spoke with hard feeling. He went out of the tent. He looked down at Ma. She was bent over a small fire made of sticks. Rose of Sharon lay on her back. She looked at the top of the tent. Then she put her thumb in her mouth to stop herself. She cried without sound. Ma kneeled by the fire. She broke small sticks to keep the fire going under the pot. The fire grew bright. Then it grew weak. Then it grew bright again. The children stood around her. There were 15 children. They were quiet and watched. When they smelled the stew, their noses moved a little. The sun shone on their hair. Their hair was light brown and full of dust. The children felt shy to be there. But they did not leave. Ma spoke softly to a young girl in the circle. The girl was older than the others. She stood on one foot. She touched the back of her leg with her bare foot. She held her arms behind her back. She watched Ma with calm gray eyes.
She said, "I can break some sticks if you want, ma'am."
Ma looked up. "You want to eat, is that it?"
"Yes, ma'am," the girl said.
Ma pushed the sticks under the pot. The fire made a soft bubbling sound. "Did you have no breakfast?"
"No, ma'am.
"There is no work here."
My pa is trying to sell some things to get gas."
"Then we can keep going."
Ma looked around.
"Did none of you have breakfast?"
The children moved their feet. They looked away from the pot. One small boy spoke loud and proud.